Chapter 1. The Embodiment of Hulk. Outside the Doom Corporation space station, Bruce was enveloped in a space suit, with the distant yet warm Earth behind him. This time, upon our return, we shall undoubtedly astonish the entire world. We can liberate the Earth from its energy predicaments, provided we unravel the enigma of solar flares, Richard exclaimed, giving Bruce's shoulder a hearty pat. Yet, a flicker of inexplicable light glimmered in Bruce's eyes. Before basking in glory, it would be prudent for everyone to focus on resolving the issue at hand. Victor interjected, his countenance as stoic as ever as he floated before Bruce. And Richard, have a little more faith in this experiment. Richard encouraged, placing his hand amiably on Victor's shoulder. The two were university classmates, alongside Bruce. However, Victor clearly harbored some discontent towards Richard, shaking off his hand with a dismissive gesture. Do not lay your hands on me, Reed. Your responsibility now is to diligently research the forces emanating from solar winds. In response to Victor, Richard could only manage a resigned smile. Gentlemen, cease your chatter and come quickly. It appears there is something unusual about the corona of the sun in the distance, came the urgent call from Susan. Despite their mutual grievances, they shared a common goal. Prompted by Susan's reminder, they immediately returned to their computers. The chief scientist for this mission was Reed Richards, and upon glimpsing the imagery on the screen, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. At that moment, Johnny, who had been exercising in the gravity chamber, suddenly shouted, "Brothers, look ahead!" Everyone present turned their gaze toward the sun. A white halo had emerged around the orange-hued solar disk, growing increasingly larger, accompanied by a hissing sound emanating from Bruce's computer. Pallor swept over the faces of those in attendance. Not good. Ben, get back in here. Richard's urgent shout reached Ben, who was outside conducting a spacewalk and inspecting the station's operations. Before he could grasp the situation, a deafening boom erupted. At that moment, Liu Hao was compelled to consume the souls of Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Living in this world as Bruce, unlike the original character, Liu Hao found a sense of contentment in his existence. After consuming the soul of little Bruce, he acquired the extraordinary talents of one of the top 10 scientists in the Marvel Universe, and perhaps also absorbed the essence of the Hulk, rendering Liu Hao's physique even more formidable. In fact, to a certain extent, he could rival exceptionally strong football athletes. However, he was acutely aware that the Marvel Universe held perilous challenges ahead. He must harness a power uniquely his own, transforming into the Hulk. Yet, Bruce chose not to enlist with the military, avoiding the fate of inadvertently becoming the Green Giant through another experimental mishap, as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, he opted to collaborate with Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four, and together they ventured to an orbital space station. Bruce understood that their mission would inevitably trigger a solar storm. Within the solar tempest, an abundance of gamma rays would catalyze a mutation in Bruce's body. This was his plan, although it appeared deceptively simple. His journey alongside Richards and Victor through their university years and gaining their recognition was anything but easy. Taking a deep breath, Bruce, now transformed into the Hulk and towering at 3 meters, gradually diminished in stature to that of an ordinary man. He turned to don the clothes that lay discarded on the ground. Despite possessing the means to ensure his safety within the Marvel realm, Bruce's initial exhilaration was fleeting. His foremost concern was safeguarding the others. At that moment, a voice, achingly familiar, pierced his ears. 20 years have passed, and at last, you have emerged, my son. Upon hearing this voice, Bruce felt as though he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. He turned slowly to find an impossible figure standing behind him, his father, Brian Banner. I thought you were dead. And how are you here in space? For reasons unknown, Bruce's heart felt as if it were gripped by a colossal hand, his mind spiraling into chaos, suffused with a bewildering fear. Amidst the blinding brilliance of the violent solar storm, his father's presence was startlingly vivid, akin to Moses parting the sea, standing resolutely in the radiant light. Ha ha ha, I have never truly left you, my son. And now, there is something quite extraordinary about you. Chapter 2. Douluo Dalu, the protagonist, emerges. Before Bruce's eyes unfolded an expanse of endless starry skies, each world within this infinite cosmos existing as a distinct bubble. The system incessantly urged Bruce, yet the sheer volume of bubbles before him overwhelmed his senses. Could you enlighten me about the worlds represented here? He inquired. At that moment, a warning from the system interrupted him. Before Bruce could fully comprehend the system's voice, he felt as though an unseen force had pressed the pause button on his existence. Every cell in his body, including his heartbeat and breath, had ceased. Amidst the boundless chaos and void surrounding him, Bruce's body appeared to regress slowly, transforming from an adult back into a child. His garments gradually became loose and oversized, and during this transformation, his once sharp eyes grew somewhat clouded. This did not imply a decline in Bruce's intelligence. Rather, his body was incapable of functioning as an adult at this moment. Before him, a distant bubble seemed to swell in size. In the howling cold winds of St. Sol village, Jack, now in his 50s, mourned the loss of his daughter and son-in-law, experiencing the sorrow of a parent burying their child. Overwhelmed by grief, he contemplated surrendering to despair. Like that moment, an odd cry echoed nearby. Having been a father himself, old Jack immediately recognized the sound as that of a child. With urgency, he rose from the gravesite and ran toward the source of the voice. Navigating through the thickets, he soon discovered a small child, swathed in cotton cloth, in the distance. The child, with a head of black hair and deep, perceptive eyes, appeared remarkably intelligent. "Good child. Who has left you here? Come, let your grandfather take you home." Upon seeing the child, Jack felt a surge of understanding. This was a divine compensation bestowed upon him. 3 days prior, his son-in-law had taken his daughter from the village to the city for errands, only to encounter a tragic fate at the hands of a malevolent spirit master. As he arranged the funeral for his family, he had not anticipated discovering a child amidst the forest beside the grave mound. He remained unaware of who had abandoned this child, yet in his heart, he steadfastly believed this child was a gift from the heavens. Upon returning home, Jack extracted some milk from his family's COW. To his dismay, the system had deteriorated to such an extent that it would require an immense quantity of raw essence to restore it. "Thank you, old village chief. My son and I shall reside here," Tang Hao said, appearing utterly despondent as he spoke softly to Jack, before leading Tang San into the dilapidated house. Old Jack followed suit, assisting in the tidying of the damaged dwelling. Meanwhile, Tang San approached Liu Hao. "Greetings, I am Tang San." The protagonist of Douluo continent extended his youthful hand before Liu Hao. "Liu Hao." The two clasped hands, and despite Liu Hao's usual reticence to smile, he managed to muster a slight grin. "Are you the only child in the village?" Having just arrived, Tang San resolved to cultivate good relations with the inhabitants of Holy Spirit Village, for he understood that he and his father would likely remain here for an extended duration. "There are indeed quite a few people in the village aside from me. There are over 10 other children, though most of them prefer not to play outside." In truth, the toddlers of 2 or 3 years old lacked the intelligence of Liu Hao and Tang, so they spent their days indoors sipping milk, with some even playing with mud in the latrine. "Could you take me to see them?" Tang San winked at Liu Hao. Certainly. This modest request was impossible to refuse, and Liu Hao was genuinely eager to engage with Tang San, speculating on the character of this future protagonist. Though Liu Hao had never encountered the original Douluo canon on Earth, he was somewhat familiar with the comics and animations pertaining to it. Many regarded Tang San's character with disdain, deeming him exceedingly hypocritical and selfish, even towards his wife, Xiao Wu. Chapter 3. Blue Silver Potion. If he could join forces with Tang San to obliterate the Spirit Hall and eliminate the Pope, Bibi Dong, it would indeed yield a substantial amount of original essence. However, for Liu Hao, his identity was that of a scientist, not a butcher. The optimal method for a scientist to alter the world lay in the application of scientific achievements. Moreover, at his core, Liu Hao was not a bloodthirsty individual. He had never contemplated joining Tang San in opposing the Spirit Hall. In fact, he envisioned collaborating with the Spirit Hall to unravel the mysteries of martial souls and soul rings. It had been a week since anyone had sought him out. It appeared that Liu Hao was indeed a mere child, for the words he spoke held little weight. Tang San mused to himself, sighing as he tidied the dishes on the table, placing them into the nearby basin. Indeed, by the age of 3, Tang San was already responsible for managing all the minor affairs of the household. His father, Tang Da, was truly a scoundrel. Knock, knock, knock. A sound resonated from outside the blacksmith's door. During this past week, aside from farmers in Holy Spirit Village requiring repairs for their tools, no one had visited Tang San's home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the exuberant visage of Liu Hao. Without a moment to explain, Liu Hao seized Tang San's wrist. "I have invented something remarkable. If you could persuade your father to utilize it, we will have ample funds for our experiments. It turns out that Liu Hao had not sought out Tang San for an entire week due to resolving monetary matters. After Liu Hao seized his wrist, Tang San initially intended to break free, but unexpectedly exerted strength. How is Liu Hao's strength so formidable? Even my cultivated Xiantian skill cannot liberate me from his grasp. Realizing his attempts at escape were futile, Tang San ceased his resistance and instead acquiesced to Liu Hao's force. The two of them raced from the Holy Soul village and ventured into the adjacent forest, where beneath a grand tree stood a modest treehouse. This wooden structure served as Liu Hao's laboratory within the village, one he had whimsically secured from Old Jack. Upon entering, Liu Hao retrieved a vial of blue potion from the table and placed it before Tang San. It was likely that the concealed weapons Tang San had crafted would pale in comparison before Liu Hao. Regarding the potion, I must express my gratitude, Liu Hao. However, to speak candidly, I am uncertain if my father will be inclined to assist you. I shall certainly endeavor to persuade him, but if all else fails, we shall need to seek others. Liu Hao, however, was confident that Tang San's father would indeed choose to aid them. For this time, he had utilized blue silvergrass as the potion's base. Given his affection for his daughter-in-law, Tang San's father would likely extend a favor. After discussing the potion, Tang San returned home, while Liu Hao remained in the laboratory, preparing materials and contemplating the most persuasive words to convince Tang San's father. After all, although the effects of the blue-silver potion were potent, they did not provide a significant enhancement for soul masters. Such a potion would primarily benefit ordinary children under 6 who had not yet awakened their martial souls. Nevertheless, for many noble families and their offspring, this potion was invaluable, as it could enhance physical capabilities before the age of 6, creating a considerable advantage over others. Upon Tang San's return home, he found his father, Tang Do, as always, drinking while forging at the furnace. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed in the air. Gazing at Tang Do, a sense of trepidation stirred within Tang, saying he could not shake the feeling that his father, the blacksmith, was somewhat extraordinary. Father, I have something to discuss with you. Even having lived a second life, Tang San felt a lingering unease in addressing his father. With a hearty gulp from his bottle, Tang Do replied with mild irritation, "Speak quickly." Taking a deep breath, Tang San retrieved the vial of blue-silver potion from his bosom. This is a potion crafted by Liu Hao, designed to enhance physical attributes and bolster immunity against ailments and toxins that he wishes to sell this concoction. Yet he fears that he may not be able to maintain control over it, which is why he seeks your assistance. Upon hearing the words Lan Yin, Tang Hao's heart skipped a beat, igniting a surge of anger within him as if a long-buried memory had resurfaced. However, gazing at his 3-year-old child, he forcibly suppressed his emotions and retrieved the vial of potion resting on the table. Is this potion truly as effective as you claim? What materials and methods were employed in its creation? Chapter 4. The Nobility's Covetous Gaze. In the ensuing 3 months, the entire Holy Soul village embarked on an ambitious endeavor to construct a factory. Initially, Liu Hao had no intention of involving himself in this matter, but he soon discovered that the Douluo continent lacked any form of industrialized factories, possessing only small workshops akin to blacksmiths. Moreover, Liu Hao realized that it was impossible to industrially produce the materials required for crafting the Lan Yin potion. Throughout these 3 months, he taught Old Jack the intricacies of factory management and construction while simultaneously researching methods to swiftly cultivate Lan Yin. Grass, red fireworks, and a myriad of other plants. It was not until 3 months had elapsed that the factory and the cultivation fields were finally completed. As the villagers of Holy Soul Village beheld the extensive assembly line and factory, they envisioned a bright future. At this crucial juncture, Liu Hao remained ensconced in his laboratory. Deep down, he contemplated a partnership with the Spirit Hall, but the animosity between Tang San's family and the Spirit Hall, coupled with the corruption within its ranks, led him to reconsider. After all, he was but a small figure unable to contend with the powerful. The potion he produced was destined to become a highly sought-after commodity, as many ordinary people on the Douluo continent yearned for their offspring to become true spirit masters. Liu Hao's Lan Yin potion could significantly enhance this possibility, making it a substance capable of inciting fervor among the masses. Without the protection of Tang Hao, a title Douluo, and the backing of the Hao Yin clan, it was unlikely that Holy Soul Village could maintain control over the Lan Yin potion. This was also why Liu Hao preferred to remain absent on the day the factory commenced operations, not due to laziness. "Why do you spend every day locked away in this laboratory?" Tang San inquired, excitement bubbling within him as he observed the factory nearing completion. In his previous life, he had grown up entirely within the Tang sect, never having ventured far beyond its confines, merely a disciple of the outer sect who had seen little of the world. Yet now, he found himself with a burgeoning family business that promised to be substantial. Had Tang been devoid of soul power, akin to the ordinary villagers, the profits from this factory alone would suffice to ensure a lifetime of affluence. This is precisely the endeavor I wish to pursue. You must not forget, Tang-san, our aim has never been to amass wealth, but rather to utilize our earnings to delve into the mysteries of martial souls. Upon hearing Liu Hao's declaration, Tang-san could only helplessly wave his hand in resignation. In the ensuing days, the blue-silver potion from Holy Soul Village swiftly stirred considerable excitement throughout the entire Heaven Do Empire, particularly as this potion was quite affordable, priced at approximately 12 gold soul coins. While a single gold soul coin could comfortably sustain a family for 2 to 3 months, 12 gold soul coins represented a sum that a household could feasibly accumulate. However, for the aristocrats of the Heaven Do Empire engaged in the herbal trade, this development posed a significant threat to their enterprises. Marquis Bode, a corpulent man with a seemingly amiable demeanor, was well known among those familiar with him as a model of ruthlessness. One of his subordinates, a youth appearing no older than 20, nodded slightly in response to the Marquis. We have gathered sufficient information. This potion originates from a small village beneath Nodding City, produced by the factory in Holy Soul Village. It is rumored that the process used to create this potion can be operated by ordinary individuals. My lord, should we not initiate a proper discussion with them? A glint of brilliance flickered in the youth's eyes. Yet, Marquis Bode remained calm and unhurried. After savoring a sip of his rich coffee, he addressed the young man beside him. What is the rush? Are there any formidable beings residing behind Holy Soul Village? The young man shook his head in response that it is said that there may not even be a soul sect present. In the past, a soul sage did emerge from Holy Soul Village, but now the strongest within the village is likely just a soul master. Upon hearing the youth's words, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in the Marquis' eyes, causing him to pause momentarily in his coffee sipping, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. If that is the case, send 3 individuals to engage in a thorough discussion with them. That moment, the Marquis raised a chubby finger, resembling a plump white sausage. The foremost priority is to bring that particular alchemist to me, one who possesses the remarkable ability to concoct potions using the most commonplace plants and materials. This alchemist is undoubtedly a genius if we can secure his talents. Our trading guild will dominate this entire continent. Chapter 5. 3 Great Soul Masters. The sap extracted from the blue-silver grass possesses the remarkable ability to temporarily suppress the stimulating power of the red fireworks. This unique characteristic allows for the formulation of potions through their opposing properties. Furthermore, upon observing under a microscope, one would discern subtle differences in the cellular structures of both substances. In the laboratory, Liu Hao tirelessly instructs Tang-san on how to identify various materials and conduct experimental assessments. Tang-san's youthful visage is etched with seriousness as he stands before the microscope, scrutinizing the cells of the blue-silver grass. With ample financial resources at hand, Liu Hao promptly commissioned a plethora of experimental tools from prominent merchant associations. Although industrial production has not yet emerged in the Douluo continent, the presence of soul masters has endowed the craftsmen of this world with astonishing skills. The precision of the crafted lenses and various instruments is nothing short of breathtaking. I have observed the cells of the blue-silver grass, and I can even see the structures within the cells. Now, introduce pure water around the cells to induce them to absorb water and burst. Liu Hao articulated in a calm tone. Following Liu Hao's instructions, Tang-san carefully squeezed the pipette, allowing a drop of water to fall onto the surface of the blue-silver grass cells. Unexpectedly, a sinister voice echoed in the ears of Tang-san and Liu Hao. Who would have thought that 2 little brats were concocting potions here? Both boys turned to find 3 soul masters cloaked in black robes standing behind them, each adorned with 3 soul rings. It was indeed 3 great soul masters. Standing beside Liu Hao, Tang-san was taken aback. Although he had encountered more of the world than in the original tale, he had never envisioned confronting such formidable great soul masters with his current strength. You too. I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the alchemist from the Holy Soul Village factory. The 3 great soul masters encircled Liu Hao and Tang-san, their intentions clear. Without providing the desired answer, the 2 boys might face dire consequences. At that moment, neither Tang-san nor Liu Hao exhibited much fear. Tang San's innate disposition contributed to his calmness, and he understood that the trio sought Liu Hao, not him. Liu Hao, confident in his safety alongside Tang San, was assured that he need not worry. It was likely that Tang San had already sensed the arrival of the three great soul masters. Moreover, Liu Hao could transform into his Hulk form at any time, even though these great soul masters possessed considerable strength. A single punch from the nearly 40-ton Hulk would be sufficient to annihilate them. Liu Hao's only concern was the potential damage to the precious items within the laboratory should a confrontation ensue. At this moment, Liu Hao turned to Tang San beside him and said, "Please step back a bit." Observing Liu Hao's composed demeanor, Tang San understood that Liu Hao surely had some hidden cards yet to be played. Noticing that Liu Hao was indifferent to their presence, the three powerful soul masters could no longer suppress the brutality within them. One of them forcefully gripped Liu Hao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Kid, I demand to know, who is the apothecary in this holy soul village? If you refuse to answer, do not blame me for throwing you into that laboratory below." Tang San, standing nearby, quickly retreated 2 or 3 steps, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Liu Hao. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, perched beneath a large tree, had initially intended to leap down and eliminate the 3 soul masters. However, to his astonishment, Liu Hao suddenly stripped off his outer garment and cast it aside. "Now, you may speak to me freely. Come forth, Hulk." As soon as the words left his lips, Liu Hao, who stood at less than 1 meter tall, transformed into a deep green figure. His bones and muscles underwent rapid expansion and growth within mere seconds, morphing him into a terrifying green giant nearly 3 meters in height. The 3 soul masters were taken aback, instinctively retreating 2 or 3 steps. Yet, before them stood merely a hulking green figure, igniting their anger and humiliation. They had not anticipated that the apothecary would turn him into such a monster. "In that case, let us send you down to spare you this torment," they declared, summoning their martial spirits, blood-sucking bat, trident, and ghost staff. In an instant, they charged at Liu Hao. At that moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in Liu Hao's eyes. "You speak too much." His green-hued fists were raised high, wielding a terrifying force exceeding 10 tons, crashing down upon the trio like a tidal wave. Although the physical prowess of the 3 soul masters was extraordinary compared to ordinary individuals, they were mere ants beneath the might of Liu Hao's Hulk-like form. With a single punch, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed through the air. Chapter 6. Awakening of the Martial Spirit. Liu Hao underestimated the entrenched social hierarchy of the Douluo continent. Even after he developed a certain potion, an average of 1 soul master sought him out every 2 or 3 days. This frequency persisted for a staggering 3 years, until Liu Hao decided to introduce the Spirit Hall to Holy Soul Village, which gradually quelled the situation. However, the commercial rivalry and incessant slander never ceased. Even now, any merchant caravan daring to collaborate with Holy Soul Village faced the imminent threat of vanishing without a trace. Several times, Tang San's father was compelled to take matters into his own hands, not as a titled Douluo, but rather in the guise of an assassin. After all, the Sacred Soul Village was not lacking in financial resources. As long as one was willing to pay, there were ample malevolent soul masters in the black market eager to assist the village in eliminating its adversaries. Although the pursuit of profit had its challenges, overall, the situation remained relatively stable. Now, Liu Hao and Tang San had reached the age of 6, the time designated for awakening their martial souls. Within the Martial Soul Hall of Sacred Soul Village, there resided 1 soul master of the Soul Ancestor rank and 2 soul masters of the Soul Respect rank. Each year, a substantial tribute was required, reportedly amounting to an astonishing 2 million gold soul coins. Despite the exorbitant cost, these 3 soul masters offered a robust protection to the village. However, they remained oblivious to the origins of a particular potion, as Liu Hao had expressly instructed to keep a distance from the Martial Soul Hall for the time being. The Soul Ancestor, named Nangong Zhengqi, along with his 2 companions, the brothers Teng Ming and Teng Liang, shared identical martial souls. Upon entering the Martial Soul Hall, although Nangong Zhengqi was notoriously avaricious, he managed to muster a semblance of a gentle smile when confronted with children. Due to rapid economic growth, the population of Sacred Soul Village had surged from a few hundred to nearly 5,000, with the number of children alone reaching 700 or 800. This was the rationale behind the village's successful petition for the Martial Soul Hall to establish a long-term presence there. Children from neighboring villages also made the journey to Sacred Soul Village for the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. On this particular day, one could observe approximately 2,000 children queuing outside the Martial Soul Hall, guided by their parents. Naturally, the children from Sacred Soul Village were prioritized for awakening. Watching the children ahead in line, Liu Hao felt no apprehension. Even if his martial soul were to be of inferior quality, he possessed the means to enhance its strength. He merely needed to ascertain the conditions for martial soul mutation. By continually facilitating these mutations, he was confident that one of the martial souls would prove viable. Yet, standing beside Liu Hao, Tang exhibited signs of nervousness. The martial soul was a shovel, intended to test for soul power. Nangong Jingqi, having already facilitated the awakening of over 300 children, now exhibited signs of fatigue, and his tone had grown somewhat stern. Suddenly, Liu Hao's middle finger emitted a radiant red glow, and a voice resonated in his mind. As the words faded, a red ring materialized on his right middle finger, an emblem of the red lantern ring from the 9-lantern corps, signifying red fury. The searing and tumultuous energy emanating from the crimson lamp ring gradually lifted Liu Hao into the air, hovering 2 to 3 meters above the ground. The onlookers from the spirit hall gazed upward, captivated by Liu Hao's levitation. There was no longer any need to ascertain his possession of soul power, for it was now operating autonomously. Excellent. Quite remarkable. After such a long wait, we finally have a practical martial spirit. Young one, what is your name? What is your martial spirit? Slowly descending back to the ground, the resplendent glow radiating from the red lamp ring in Liu Hao's hand began to fade, resembling an ordinary red ring as it adorned his right middle finger. My name is Liu Hao, and my martial spirit is the crimson lamp ring, capable of unleashing a blazing inferno that consumes all combustible and incombustible materials. Upon hearing Liu Hao's declaration, Nangong Jingqi's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this martial spirit, known as the crimson lamp ring, was even more formidable than he had anticipated, perhaps even granting its bearer the ability to fly. Should he inform the hall of this young man? Nevertheless, it was prudent to first assess his innate soul power. Although you can already harness soul power to activate your martial spirit, we must adhere to protocol and conduct a thorough evaluation of your soul power. Please place your hand on this glass orb. Chapter 7. Encounter with bandits. Upon returning home, Liu Hao engaged in discussion with Old Jack. Initially, Liu Hao had no intention of pursuing formal education. His original plan was to delve into scientific research within the confines of Holy Soul Village. Over the past few years, he had successfully developed various inventions, including cement, instant noodles, penicillin, and aspirin. The reason these innovations had not yet penetrated the market was due to Liu Hao's insufficient strength. Once he attained the rank of a level 50 soul master, or even level 40 soul sovereign, he would confidently launch these products into the market. However, the unexpected invitation from the spirit hall had disrupted his plans, and there was a looming possibility of a confrontation with Tang's family in the future. This did not stem from fear, but rather a sense of futility. Yet, as a disciple of the spirit hall, he could leverage its immense influence to promote his products, thereby expediting a transformation in the world. This left him in a state of inner turmoil. Old Jack, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby, noticed the conflicted expression on Liu Hao's face. Since their fortunes had increased, Old Jack had adopted a more refined demeanor, learning to savor tea and appreciate various forms of art. However, he had never aspired to enter the so-called upper echelons of society. After all, he had lived a long life, and his sole desire was for Liu Hao to grow up safely. Ultimately, such matters depend on one's own aspirations. For who can truly predict the future? Joining the Spirit Hall offers you nothing but advantages at this moment, with no drawbacks to consider. As for the uncertainties of the future, no matter how daunting the challenges may seem, do you not trust in your own capabilities to overcome them? Given Liu Hao's remarkable talents displayed throughout his life, Old Jack was well aware that Liu Hao was no ordinary individual. Astonishingly, he could effortlessly tackle even the most formidable mathematical problems. Old Jack could hardly fathom any obstacle in this world that Liu Hao could not surmount. Upon hearing Old Jack's words, the furrow in Liu Hao's brow gradually eased, and he inwardly chastised himself for his indecisiveness. When did I become so hesitant? Grandfather, you are right. Joining the Spirit Hall presents only benefits. If that is the case, why not join directly? After returning home, Tang recounted the events that transpired in the Spirit Hall to his father, Tang Hao. Father, do you think Liu Hao will choose to join the Spirit Hall? Given his character, I believe he will. After all, we have developed numerous things together. However, I worry that some soul masters might come to seize them, forcing us to conceal our achievements. With the protection of the Spirit Hall, our merchant caravan from Holy Soul Village could undoubtedly flourish. Yet, when Tang Hao heard the mention of the Spirit Hall, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Do not speak of the Spirit Hall in my presence again, and you must cease all interactions with Liu Hao if he decides to join them. This left Tang perplexed. Over the years, he had been greatly impressed by Liu Hao's knowledge, finding his own once proud skills in crafting hidden weapons to be trivial in comparison. It seemed that Tang Hao had surmised Liu Hao's impending journey to the Spirit Hall to prevent any potential conflict from arising in the future. He felt compelled to take the merely 6-year-old Tang San away from Holy Soul Village. Gazing at the tidy home before him, Liu Hao could only sigh. It appeared that their future encounters would no longer be as friends. Closing the door, Liu Hao cast his gaze towards the distance, where the caravan from Holy Soul Village was ready to take him to his next destination. However, he remained uncertain about the exact location of the Spirit Hall's training for disciples, though he presumed it must be within a Soul Master Academy for further education. 3 days later, during this time, Liu Hao engaged in continuous discussions with Old Jack and the higher-ups at the factory. The primary focus was to ease market development and to employ more powerful Soul Masters, while also ensuring a good relationship with the Spirit Hall. After all, with the only title Douluo from Holy Soul Village having departed, recklessly pursuing the establishment of new markets as they had in previous years could potentially provoke a backlash from the various nobles across the Douluo continent. Now, as the situation appears favorable, it would be prudent to withdraw and engage in transactions with those nobles who have already allied with the Spirit Hall. While awaiting Liu Hao's maturation, our preparations complete. It is not Nan Gongjingqi, the Soul Master, who will escort Liu Hao and the young girl to the Academy of the Spirit Hall, but rather the two brothers, Teng Ming and Teng Liang, both esteemed Soul Elders. The brothers share the same martial spirit, known as the Bloodthirsty Thorn. However, Liu Hao is yet to witness the nature of their soul skills and soul rings. All is ready. Liu Hao and the young girl then boarded a remarkable carriage, a soul-guided vehicle. Once occupied, it would activate a defensive array, ensuring that even 2 Soul Elders could withstand the onslaught of 3 ordinary Soul Masters. Upon entering the carriage, the young girl seemed somewhat bashful, unable to lift her gaze to meet Liu Hao's eyes. In contrast, Liu Hao's nature was rather bold. "I am Liu Hao, may I ask your name?" "I am Jiang Qingxiu," came her barely audible reply, so faint that one would struggle to catch it without keen attention. Chapter 8. Transformation once more. The brothers could not acquiesce to the demands of over 10 assassins, for the Spirit Hall stands as the mightiest force in the Douluo continent. There was no question of relinquishing their disciples. Thus, they summoned their martial spirits without further ado. Each brother's right arm was entwined with a blood-red thorn, writhing like serpents. "To think it would be you too, the blood-red thorns," the assassins remarked, their voices dripping with menace. "Good that you know. Now perish." The elder brother, Teng Liang, was the first to strike. The blood-red thorn in his grasp swiftly transformed into a spear. With a forceful thrust, the thorn spear blossomed midair like a flower unfurling. Thorn explosion. Yet the assassins perched upon the boulder remained unfazed. Among them, 5 leaped into action. Martial spirit manifestation. As it turned out, these 5 assassins bore the heavy-armored turtle martial spirit, and upon manifestation, robust shells enveloped their bodies. The blossoming thorns struck like lightning against the shells, producing a cacophony of sound, yet merely leaving a few white marks on the armor. Witnessing this, the brothers' expressions grew grave. They were perplexed as to why over 10 assassins would target Liu Hao. Could he truly be the enigmatic alchemist from the Holy Soul Village? Yet he seemed rather too youthful for such a title. However, the remaining assassins would not afford the brothers much time for contemplation, as 3 more summoned their martial spirits. 3 crossbows. Curse it. These individuals are undoubtedly well prepared. Although they are merely a group of Grand Soul Masters, their coordination is impeccable, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. If this continues, we may very well perish here. Brother, quickly, ascend the carriage and activate the defensive array, or else we shall all meet our demise in this place. At that moment, however, the leader among the 10 or so assassins bellowed, "Only now do you wish to activate the defensive formation? It is rather too late for that. Prepare to die." Upon uttering these words, the assassin's body was instantly enveloped by his martial soul, transforming him into a monstrous hybrid of man and tiger. After that proclamation, the half-man, half-tiger roared and charged once more, with several assassins behind him also adopting their martial soul forms and rushing forward. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated as if something immense descended from the heavens. A colossal shockwave shattered the very rocks beneath the feet of the assassins, and the 3 assassins wielding the crossbows did not even have time to scream before being reduced to mere fragments. As for the 5 defensive Soul Masters, they were grievously injured by the tremendous shockwave and the splintering debris. Only a few assassins, rushing towards the Tang brothers, remained unscathed. Those shards of flying rock had still left deep gashes upon their bodies. The onlookers gazed, astonished, at the towering humanoid creature emerging from the dust. Could it be a humanoid soul beast? At that moment, the Tang brothers found themselves unwittingly standing alongside the assassins. If it were indeed a soul beast, they would require exceptional cooperation. As the dust settled, a terrifying figure stood revealed, a muscle-bound monster, 3 meters tall, its skin a deep green, with muscles bulging and twitching beneath the surface. The creature remained silent, its emerald eyes brimming with brutality and murderous intent, fixated intently on the assassins. Upon witnessing such a fearsome entity, the assassins trembled in fear, their legs shaking and their lips paling. Yet, at that instant, the Tang brothers' gaze was drawn to the red ring adorning the middle finger of the creature's right hand, emanating a faint crimson glow that struck them as eerily familiar. Before they could recall where they had seen that ring, another deafening crash echoed as the creature lunged forward, an immense force descending upon the assassins, exploding upon impact as if a deity were crushing mere mortals. Even the Grand Soul Masters could not withstand such power, akin to water balloons bursting under pressure. As they reopened their eyes, the ground had turned crimson, the nauseating stench of blood wafting through the canyon. When the dust finally settled, the green-skinned muscle monster had vanished without a trace. At this moment, in the carriage, Jiang Qingshu gazed in terror at Liu Hao, who had just climbed through the window. What on earth are you? Chapter 9. Liu Hao, Dad. Why are we leaving Shenghun Village in the dead of night? Was life there so unbearable? The two walked along the streets of Nodding City, their destination being the primary academy. Tang Hao, walking beside Tang San, wore a perpetually somber expression. I must warn you. Never get involved with the Spirit Hall, for they will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Always remember this. Upon hearing Tang Hao's grave words, Tang San felt a flicker of confusion and wished to inquire further, but at that moment, Tang Hao had already moved ahead. I have secured you a work-study position at the academy. You may enter now. Here's a card. It represents all the income we've earned over the years in Shenghun Village, with more to come your way in due course. Receiving the card from his father, Tang San remained somewhat puzzled, but by then, Tang Hao had vanished from his sight. The speed of a tidal Douluo was beyond Tang San's comprehension. Watching his father depart, a sense of loss enveloped him, yet he took a deep breath and stepped into the academy. When Liu Hao entered the primary academy of Jiashuan City, he found himself amidst over 20,000 students. Within such a vast institution, classes were divided into 4 tiers: A, B, C, and D, with Class A being the most prestigious and Class D the least. However, entry into Class A required one to be a descendant of the Spirit Hall or a member of the noble families, unless one possessed extraordinary talent. The same criteria applied to Class B, while only the final 2 tiers, Classes C and D, were accessible to commoners. I'll take you both to register. But I fear you won't qualify for Classes A or B and will only be placed in Classes C or D. Liu Hao was indifferent to this hierarchy, convinced that the so-called instructors at the academy could not impart any valuable knowledge to him. As for Jiang Qingshu, she was oblivious to these matters, captivated instead by the splendor surrounding her. The queue was long, and Liu Hao and his companions spent over half an hour before it was their turn. Where are you from? What is your name? What is your spirit? What is your level? The teacher receiving the students appeared visibly impatient and bombarded Liu Hao with questions in rapid succession. Shenghun Village. My name is Liu Hao. My spirit is the Red Lantern Ring, and my level is 10. A student from Shenghun Village? The teacher, Si Hongba, pointedly scrutinized Liu Hao's information. The instructor nodded in acknowledgement. He need not attend the A class. Let him be placed in the D class instead, while the remaining 2 individuals may ascend to the A class. Upon hearing Si Hongba's decision, the teacher expressed some confusion and remarked, among these 3 individuals, only Liu Hao possesses the strongest abilities. Moreover, his martial spirit enables flight even in the absence of soul rings, making it extraordinarily powerful. However, at that moment, the director of education raised his hand. In the A class, all are of noble birth, and these individuals harbor a deep-seated resentment towards those from Shenghun Village. Liu Hao, being the grandson of the village chief, would undoubtedly face hostility from the noble offspring. Conversely, the D class comprises predominantly the children of farmers, who are unlikely to harbor any prejudice against Liu Hao, nor would they contemplate any ill will towards him. It is there that he would have ample time for growth. So be it. Yet, the students in the D class would endure humiliation from the other 3 classes, and they are even required to wash their clothes and clean their rooms daily. Would this not lead to direct conflict between Liu Hao and the other 3 classes? The teacher continued. At this moment, however, a mysterious smile graced Si Hongba's lips as he gently tapped the wooden table before him, producing a rhythmic sound. Do you not perceive this as a better choice? In recent years, the strength of the students cultivated in our academy has diminished significantly. If Liu Hao, this catfish, can truly ignite conflict within the academy. Would that not be a boon? Ah, so this is your line of thinking, the admissions teacher sighed, silently praying that Liu Hao would not suffer too greatly at the hands of the other 3 classes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Liu Hao did not spend all his hours reading. Instead, he engaged in relentless physical training. As Liu Hao could transform into the Hulk, the power of Gamma allowed him to rapidly recover from injuries and fatigue. Furthermore, with the presence of the red lamp ring, Liu Hao need not fully transform into the Hulk's colossal green form. A mere circulation of Gamma energy within him sufficed for recovery. Thus, by the end of the first day, Liu Hao managed to bear a weight of 10 kilograms. It is noteworthy that he is merely a 6-year-old child. Yet he could perform push-ups with a weight of 20 pounds, sprint 2 kilometers, and execute a series of other exercises such as pull-ups. Although this rigorous training resulted in significant muscle tears, the Gamma energy within him facilitated swift healing. Moreover, his physical prowess surged dramatically. The reason for his relentless efforts was not rooted in fear of failing to gain admission to the Junior Academy of Adun City. Chapter 10. Enrollment. In my current physical state, I should be able to support an evolution of my martial soul. I possess over 1,200 units of original essence, just enough to expend 1,000 points for this transformation. The truth glasses are out of the question, as the required amount of original essence is far too excessive. They can only be utilized for the evolution of the Red Lantern Ring. In the courtyard, Liu Hao had already shed all burdens from his body. Sitting cross-legged atop a stone table, with his eyes gently closed, the Red Lantern Ring on his right middle finger emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted. The ring transformed into a fiery sphere, casting an intense light from his fingertip. As the original essence was infused, the brilliance swelled magnificently, enveloping the entire courtyard in a crimson luminescence. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and most people remained deep in slumber. This radiant spectacle lasted but a few heartbeats. The immense light, akin to a bubble, swiftly contracted. The moment Liu Hao opened his eyes, his body was ensconced in a flame as viscous as blood. This fire seemed devoid of heat, gently flickering, yet it moved with a languid grace, reminiscent of ribbons swaying in the breeze. However, the instant the flames touched the ground, they surged forth with a whoosh, as if a bucket of gasoline had been poured onto them. Yet, at that moment, Liu Hao waved his hand, and the sanguine flames vanished instantaneously. This evolution granted Liu Hao a more potent mastery over the Red Lantern Ring, allowing him to unleash flames externally without the need to draw forth his own blood. Once an individual becomes the host of the Red Lantern Ring, the ring supplants the person's heart, transforming their blood into a unique essence known as refined blood. This extraordinary fluid enables the release of viscous flames akin to blood, reminiscent of molten lava. Only a select few Red Lantern warriors can manipulate these flames externally. The majority, consumed by endless rage and hatred, spiral into madness. With this evolution of his martial soul, Liu Hao acquired a sophisticated ability, even producing Red Lantern flames of an elevated temperature. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from the door. It was now approximately 6 a.m. at this hour. The entire city of Jiaxuan was beginning to stir. The knocking grew more urgent, causing Liu Hao to furrow his brow, uncertain of who could be arriving at this early hour. With a creak, he opened the door to find a junior college teaching assistant from Jiaxuan Academy clad in a gray robe. "May I ask if you are Liu Hao?" the assistant inquired, urgency evident in his tone. "Isn't this separation a bit excessive? In recent days, you have been immersed in physical training within the confines of the courtyard, neglecting social interactions. Meanwhile, I have ventured outside and uncovered a wealth of information regarding the categorization of the 4 classes, A, B, C, and D, which is primarily based on the resources they receive, an astounding disparity. For instance, the A-class students, upon entering the school, are bestowed with the finest instructors and the assistance of the soul of the Tree of Life, engaging in rigorous training. Additionally, they are abundantly supplied with various elixirs and remedies. Conversely, the D-class students face a starkly different reality. They lack any supportive instruction and must arise an hour earlier than their peers to clean their classrooms and dormitories, with rumors even suggesting they are tasked with restroom maintenance. Should they refuse, students from the other classes may confront them violently, and the D class is notably the most populous, leading to rampant bullying with no oversight. At this point, Jiang Qingshu sighed, harboring a sense of lost opportunity to attend classes alongside Liu Hao, a prospect that now seems utterly unattainable. However, Liu Hao found Jiang Qingshu's remarks rather intriguing. The opportunity for amiable interactions with fellow students during school days could indeed evoke fond memories of campus life, even a decade later. Rest assured, even if I were to enter the D class, I would not be at a disadvantage. At that moment, the Tang brothers emerged from their room, having enjoyed a rather pleasant few days. For Liu Hao, financial constraints were non-existent, and he had invested a considerable sum to ensure the brothers' presence for their protection and to deepen his understanding of soul masters. With Liu Hao poised to commence his studies, it was time to vacate the courtyard, as he had received his enrollment notice. Nevertheless, you need not worry. Regardless of whether one belongs to the A, B, C, or D class, opportunities abound at the Spirit Hall after graduation. Many shopkeepers in various cities have emerged from the D class, and as long as one can claim affiliation with that class, there are ample senior peers willing to lend assistance. The brothers appeared somewhat skeptical of Liu Hao's class arrangements, offering little more than perfunctory responses. Liu Hao, however, remained unfazed by their indifference. After gathering their belongings, they made their way to the school. By the time they arrived at the school's entrance at 6:30, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. A long queue stretched from the school gate to the end of the street, resembling an unending serpent. With no choice but to join the end of the line, they waited patiently. After an arduous 2.5 hours, it was finally their turn to enter the school. Liu Hao presented his admission notice, while Jiang Qingshu merely displayed her student identification token from behind him. Chapter 11. The Provocation of Nobility in the Dormitory. 6 individuals who were previously engaged in light-hearted banter turned their attention towards Liu Hao, who was dragging a suitcase towards the door. One youthful boy, his face adorned with a broad smile and seemingly of similar age to Liu Hao, promptly approached him. Dressed in a dark red attire that resembled that of a tavern server, he took it upon himself to relieve Liu Hao of his suitcase. Greetings. My name is Jian Shuran. You must be the student from the last bed, right? Liu Hao, is it? Jian Shuran appeared to be an exceedingly amiable individual, prompting the other 5 classmates seated on the beds to rise in unison. Among them, a tall boy with golden hair stepped forward, a youthful grin gracing his face as he playfully patted Liu Hao's shoulder. I am Tiger, and the golden-haired one beside me is called Sophia. The 2 by the window are Lin Wei and Li Sun, while the one behind me is Gao Fei. Knowing he would reside in this dormitory for several years, Liu Hao understood the importance of fostering good relations with his classmates and promptly greeted the 6 of them. The other students, equally enthusiastic, assisted Liu Hao in organizing his belongings on the bed. At that moment, the loquacious Jian Shuran took a seat on the bed and resumed the conversation. By the way, do you all know that we are to commence classes tomorrow? Our class, Class D, must rise several hours earlier than the others. Are you aware of this? The sudden declaration from Jian Shuran left the others perplexed. Why is that? Liu Hao inquired, having finished arranging his clothes, a hint of confusion in his tone. It is simply because we are the lowest-ranked class among the 4, and we have the largest number of students. Moreover, throughout the years, our performance in class competitions has been the poorest. As a result, the other 3 classes have banded together to bully us, forcing students like us to rise an hour earlier to clean the school and our classrooms. Shouldn't each class be responsible for their own cleanliness? Interjected Li Sun, who was typically reticent. Tiger, with his tousled golden locks resembling a young tiger, let out a derisive snicker. Lin Wei, characterized by his gentle demeanor and penchant for humor, often engaged in playful antics, but harbored a deep-seated disdain for the nobility. Li Sun, true to his name, was not one for conversation and maintained a quiet presence. However, as the others conversed, he quietly poured a bowl of tea for each person, leaning against the bed and attentively listening. Regarding Gao Fei, he is a person of forthright speech, and when excitement overtakes him, he often brandishes his martial spirit, the triangular boomerang, displaying his skills within the dormitory. Liu Hao is aware that Gao Fei is the son of a hunter, having accompanied his father in the forests to hunt soul beasts since childhood, honing formidable boomerang techniques. According to Gao Fei, he can even strike a fly's eye with his boomerang, though Liu Hao remains uncertain of the truth behind this claim. Sitting beside Liu Hao is Suasia, a rather narcissistic individual who often rests her chin on her hands while speaking. Possessing striking beauty, she resembles a stunning maiden with golden curls, yet she displays a marked disdain whenever the topic of nobility arises. Among the 6, Jian Shuran is notably sociable, a trait cultivated by growing up in his family's tavern in the city, naturally fostering a generous and warm disposition. After conversing in the dormitory for approximately 2 to 3 hours, I felt a pang of hunger and suggested we venture out for a meal, simultaneously taking the opportunity to explore the campus. At that moment, Lin Wei stood up and addressed his classmates. Given Liu Hao's nature, he would have preferred to remain in the dormitory for some rest. However, Appearing so out of place on his first day at school felt somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he nodded in agreement to Lin Wei, and the others, also feeling hungry, readily concurred. Consequently, the 7 of them filed out of the dormitory. As they walked through the campus of the junior college, one could not help but marvel at its vastness. 5 streets sprawled before them, and in the distance stood nearly 10 teaching buildings, each towering at around 10 stories high. The 6 companions of Liu Hao were equally astonished by the grandeur of the campus. Even Suasia, who had seen much of the world, expressed her admiration. I have long heard that the junior college in Jiaxuan City is vast and magnificent, unlike anything ordinary. I never expected it to be this grand and imposing. Just as they were basking in awe, 3 children clad in opulent clothing approached, sharing a similar age. Upon noticing the attire of Liu Hao and his friends, the newcomers displayed expressions of utter contempt. The child in the center, adorned in golden garments, scoffed. I truly wonder where these country bumpkins emerged from. They have likely never even seen a teaching building. I cannot fathom why we must endure learning alongside such peasants. It is an affront to our dignity. Another child, dressed in black finery, echoed his sentiments. Indeed, I cannot comprehend why the spirit hall would stoop so low. It is a profound disgrace to us nobles. Chapter 12. A brutal assault on nobility. The injured tiger, you 3 worthless fools. We shall not resort to overwhelming you with numbers. 3 against 3. Tiger, enveloped in golden fur, declared as he gazed at the trio in elegant attire. The figure clad in resplendent golden attire scoffed disdainfully. You 7 worthless individuals combined would not stand a chance against us. What difference would it make if all 7 of you attacked together? A few among them could hardly tolerate such provocation. Even Sophia, who prided herself on her elegance, felt a flicker of platinum light in her eyes, clearly eager to engage. However, Liu Hao raised his hand. While it was indeed appropriate to teach those 3 a lesson, protocol dictated a fair match of 3 against 3. Otherwise, should this escalate to the teachers, we would have no justification for our actions. Among the 7, the fiery-tempered tiger could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let us fight." At that moment, Liu Hao gestured for those beside him to take 2 or 3 steps back, while he and Lin Wei advanced. Meanwhile, Tiger had already charged forward, clashing with the child in golden attire. How audacious! You dare to strike me! Thunderous meow blade. With a flash of blue electricity from the golden-clad figure's hand, a long meow blade, stretching 16 meters and towering over his own height, appeared. Lightning leopard. Transform. Lin Wei, standing beside Liu Hao, whispered, his body crackling with electricity as he morphed into a half-human, half-leopard form. Bang! Tiger and the golden-clad child collided instantly. Tiger's radiant golden palm striking the blade's surface. The immense force pushed the golden-clad child back a few steps, bolstered by the strength of his beast spirit. Seizing the opportunity as the enemy stumbled, Tiger inhaled deeply. First soul skill. Golden lion's roar. Sound waves rippled through the air, even causing cracks to form in the ground beneath them. The massive sound waves slammed into the golden-clad child, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, immediately bursting into tears. At that moment, Liu Hao and Lin Wei rushed forward to stand beside Tiger, facing the 2 children clad in red and black. The child in black was the 3rd offspring of Duke Pan Kaishan of Black Iron City. Although his status was not the most illustrious among the gathered children, his strength was formidable. With a cold snort, Panda inquired, "Where are they now?" The golden-clad child wiped away the tears still glistening in his eyes and replied, "I will lead you." Liu Hao and the other 6 sat upon a stone pillar by the roadside, patiently awaiting the arrival of the 3 elegantly attired children. After a few minutes, they indeed spotted a gathering of figures approaching from a distance. Compared to the Ding class, the number of students in the A class is markedly scarce, and many of them have known each other since childhood, as the nobility is limited in number. Many of them grew up together, so when summoned, it naturally draws a considerable crowd. Leading the group is a child with a black ponytail, clad in black leather armor, yet bearing a formidable black iron axe upon his back, which undoubtedly serves as his martial spirit. This individual is Pan, the leader of Class A1. Are you 7 lowly ones planning to confront us? Tig, perched upon a stone stool, immediately rose to his feet. The confrontation had been instigated by him, so evasion was not an option. Approaching Pan, Tig sneered, "It was indeed I who did this. What do you intend to do about it?" At that moment, Pan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cruelty flashing within them. The Forge Lord, Pan Kaishan, was not one to be trifled with. Within their domain, a brutal system of slavery was enforced, and from the tender age of 3, Pan was conditioned by his father to punish and torment slaves. taught to adopt the most savage demeanor towards the lower classes. You have truly excelled, Pan remarked through clenched teeth. Tig, filled with pride, raised his chin defiantly. In that instant, a flash of black light erupted as Pan swiftly seized the black iron axe from his back and brought it crashing down towards Tig. Before Tig could even react, a thunderous sound echoed as the immense force sent his body flying. Chapter 13. Revenge does not wait for nightfall. Flames burn hot since you little rascals are so full of energy. You shall forego dinner. All of you, proceed to the athletic field at once. It is time to expend that excess vigor, declared a female teacher clad in a tight-fitting dark green suit. Faced with the wrath of the teacher, even the obstinate Pan complied obediently, heading towards the nearby athletic field. Tig, whose injuries had only just healed, had no choice but to stand up as well. The teacher turned to Tig, her brows furrowing slightly. You, young man, should refrain from joining. You've lost so much blood, although your wounds have healed. It would be best to sit this one out. I do not wish for you to faint midway and require me to expend my soul power to rescue you. Tig opened his mouth to respond, but the teacher shot him a fierce glare. Startled, he retreated, muttering softly to Liu Hao and the others, I sincerely apologize, my friends. Given the circumstances, I must return to the dormitory. However, I have every intention of claiming Panda's head for daring to inflict such severe injuries upon me. Standing a short distance away, Pandey let out a cold laugh, choosing to remain silent. The school's track measures 1 kilometer in length. And as the academic year has only just commenced, the athletic field is devoid of spectators. In the Douluo continent, junior academies typically operate for only 3 years. For instance, the junior academy in Jiaxuan City can elevate students to level 20 Soul Masters within this period, with a select few reaching the stage of level 30 Great Soul Masters. Upon witnessing the expansive 1 kilometer track, the students gaped in astonishment. Only Liu Hao maintained a calm demeanor, for his stamina far surpassed that of the other children present. Even if he were fatigued, he could harness his anger to generate gamma divine power for rapid recovery. Observing the pale faces of some students, the female teacher smiled with a hint of pride and declared, Aren't you all brimming with energy? Now, I want you to run 60 laps around this track. However, considering your tender age of 6, you may utilize your soul power and martial spirits while running. But heed my warning, should you fail to complete the task, you shall learn just how harsh punishment can be. The 6-year-olds, sensing the underlying threat in their teacher's words, gazed fearfully at the lengthy track. Running 60 laps equates to a staggering distance of 60,000 meters, a feat even some adults might struggle to accomplish, let alone these 6-year-olds. Yet, it was evident that the teacher would not yield to their youth. But do not fret, you will not perish from exhaustion. As an auxiliary soul master, I can revive you as long as you still draw breath. Liu Hao and Pandey surged ahead, followed closely by Suya, Lin Wei, Li Sun, and Gao Fei, while other nobles trailed behind. As Liu Hao propelled himself forward, a faint red glow emanated from his right middle finger, enveloping his body in crimson soul power. With a powerful leap, Liu Hao soared into the air, prompting a surprised gasp from Pandey. At that moment, Liu Hao turned his gaze downward, locking eyes with Pandey. Realizing something too late, Pandey watched as Liu Hao's right hand conjured a swirling red fireball. Crimson flame. With a swift motion, Liu Hao hurled the massive fireball toward Pandey. Attempting to evade, Pandey found himself surrounded by others, unable to escape the fiery projectile's trajectory. With a resounding crash, Pandey summoned his martial spirit, a black iron axe. To shield himself, the fireball collided with the axe, creating a resonant sound akin to iron striking iron. The crimson flames can incinerate all that is combustible and even the incombustible. This includes your very soul. With a swift motion, the scarlet blaze surged upon the back of the black iron axe, swelling in the wind, relentlessly growing and spreading along the vast expanse of the Great Purification. In an instant, it enveloped Pander completely. The excruciating agony compelled Pander to emit a piercing scream as the blood-red flames coursed through his limbs and every sinew, seemingly intent on searing his internal organs and flesh. At this moment, a chilling voice resonated in Liu Hao's ears. I am aware of the personal enmity between you and this individual. However, having burned him to this extent is sufficient. Should you strike again, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon hearing his teacher's admonition, Liu Hao could only exhale a sigh of resignation. Initially, he had hoped to use the crimson flames to inflict severe injuries upon Pander, leaving him with irreparable internal wounds, but it appeared that such an opportunity would not arise. With a mere wave of his hand, he extinguished the blood-red flames that enveloped Pander, who lay on the ground, glaring at Liu Hao with resentment. yet chose to remain silent. Deep down, he understood that he was no match for Liu Hao. Chapter 14. Ensure the 7 little spirits adhere to the rules. By the time Liu Hao and his companions returned to the dormitory, it was already midnight. At that moment, Tiger lay in bed, still awake, eagerly inquiring about various matters upon their arrival. However, the 6 of them were utterly fatigued and merely shared a brief account of the events at the athletic field before washing up and succumbing to slumber. "I hear the new students this time are quite extraordinary," remarked David. "At the Junior Academy of Armor Shield City, there are 3 grades, with the majority of third-year students being Soul Masters or Grand Soul Masters. Among them, David stands as the most formidable, a level 32 Grand Soul Master." "What do you mean?" inquired Jackson. Before David stood a noble clad in a silver robe, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he leaned closer to observe David. "This year, 7 new students have audaciously attacked our noble academy members, even injuring one of our students." David raised his gaze to meet Jackson's, his expression betraying no emotion. "What do you wish for me to do?" Jackson returned the smile, his eyes narrowing as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within them. "The only reason your class has been able to live and study safely within the Junior Academy is due to the agreement we have established. It is this very agreement that grants you the privilege to study here. Now, those unruly new students have shattered this tradition. Are you not aware of its implications? David, this is a provocation against both your authority and ours. Rules are rules, and they must not be challenged. You understand what must be done, do you not?" At this moment, David's frigid expression began to thaw slightly. "You want me to take action against them?" Jackson replied with a faint smile. "My intentions are quite straightforward, to ensure those 7 miscreants adhere to the rules. As for the means you employ to achieve this, I remain indifferent. However, if you truly intend to resort to force, I possess a rather effective method." David lifted his head, his eyes half closed, gazing intently at Jackson. "Do enlighten me." He. "In a month's time, all newcomers will undergo combat training. At that juncture, you could arrange a 7-on-7 showdown between those 7 and your brother, where you can thoroughly teach them a lesson, making it clear that adherence to rules is paramount at the Junior Academy of the Shield City." Indeed, within this classroom, it appeared that no one had ever undertaken cleaning, as the air was thick with the scent of dust. "Let us not dwell on such matters," David mused. "I had hoped our arrival at this academy would be met with an exceptional instructor, but it seems such thoughts are futile. The only silver lining is that we are permitted to audit classes from other departments. Although we are spared from tuition fees, a practical assessment awaits us in a month. And I certainly do not wish for our performance to be so dismal that we are expelled from the institution." Leaning against the desk, Tiger surveyed his peers and remarked. Those around him nodded in agreement. Yet Liu Hao felt an increasing sense of frustration. Thus far, he had yet to acquire a soul ring, and it seemed there were no instructors available to guide them into the forest to hunt soul beasts for their rings. "What are we to do?" Liu Hao queried. Nearby, Lin Wei, Gao Fei, and Li Shun, all at level 10, were also ready to obtain their soul rings. At this moment, Sophia interjected. "Acquiring a soul ring is quite simple. You need only apply to the head of the academy, and a teacher will be arranged to escort you to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. However, should you desire a higher quality soul ring, it may require a bit of golden soul currency." Liu Hao and the others nodded in understanding, contemplating when they might venture into the forest to hunt soul beasts. Meanwhile, the classroom buzzed with lively discussions and conversations, fostering camaraderie among the students. Suddenly, a tall and robust figure emerged from outside. Upon closer inspection, the individual still bore a youthful visage, with even the beginnings of facial hair yet to sprout. However, the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. "Where are the occupants of dormitory number 19? His voice was deep and resonant, akin to a polar bear's low growl echoing across the glaciers. Liu Hao and others furrowed their brows slightly. It was evident that this individual was not a newcomer, but rather an upperclassman from the elementary academy. Could he be someone summoned by their aristocratic peers? This seemed plausible. When one cannot prevail, one calls upon their elders. "We are from dormitory 19. Sitting in his seat, Tejas' complexion was still somewhat pallid, having lost considerable blood the previous night. Nonetheless, he stood up and raised his hand, declaring, "You are from dormitory 19. I am David. You must have heard of my name, or rather, everyone in the Ding classes has surely heard of it." The members of class 39, who had previously engaged in lively conversation, fell abruptly silent upon hearing the name David, the atmosphere growing as still as the grave. Chapter 15. Austin David cast a deep glance at Liu Hao, but chose not to speak. He then turned and left the classroom without acknowledging Liu Hao's request. Nor did he decline it. What could this mean? Yet, Liu Hao did not pursue him for clarification. After all, Such an approach seemed beneath him. With a duel against David looming a month away, he knew he must acquire a soul ring as swiftly as possible. Today, I shall seek out the director, he thought, glancing back at his companions, who nodded gravely in agreement. However, the classroom remained enveloped in silence until, after a moment, a classmate approached them. There is something I am uncertain whether to share, he began. The group turned to face him. After a brief pause, he continued. The reason we have the privilege of studying here is largely thanks to David and the director. Initially, the Spirit Hall prohibited non-aristocrats and those not descended from the Spirit Hall from attending this institution. However, David brokered a deal with the aristocrats of classes A and B, allowing us to earn our place here by cleaning. Now that you have broken this rule, it is likely that the aristocrats will once again exert pressure on the director and the other teachers. Before Tej and Liu Hao could respond, Sophia, who had been frowning throughout, scoffed. What do you know? Do you truly believe that our presence here is due to that coward David or the director, who only knows how to appease? In truth, we are here solely because the Pope requires our presence. Without his permission, we would never have been allowed to study here. This is the reality, and what you consider the truth is merely rumor. The classmate, taken aback by her rebuttal, paled, and could only mutter, in a month. When you are forced to withdraw, you will understand the reason. After uttering those words, he turned and departed, still harboring an inflated sense of self. Daring to oppose David, how absurd. In the classroom, some students, not yet 6 years old, spat dismissively in front of Liu Hao and others. The somewhat impatient Jian Xiran remarked bluntly, prompting Liu Hao to immediately restrain him. Yet, Si Hongba merely smiled faintly. David would likely send his brother and a few childhood companions to confront you. It is important to note that each of them possesses considerable strength. While their martial soul potential may not rival yours, their coordination far surpasses that of your 7. After all, no matter how formidable your individual prowess, it is improbable that you could single-handedly defeat 7 opponents. At this moment, Liu Hao furrowed his brow. Could it be that the director was preparing to assist him in securing victory in this battle? Otherwise, why would he express such sentiments to Liu Hao? I do not quite grasp your intention, Liu Hao remarked. Si Hongba's smile remained unchanged. I hope you can achieve victory in this battle, for the competition within the academy has been dwindling. In such a perilous world, if my students do not learn to fight, how can we ensure the prosperity and strength of the Spirit Hall in the future? Therefore, I must ask, how can I assist you in attaining victory? At this juncture, Liu Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, as he delved deeper into the study of soul masters, he had developed several potions capable of enhancing a soul master's strength. However, due to his low rank, he hesitated to reveal these precious elixirs. Yet, with the endorsement of Director Si Hongba, not only could he secure victory in the upcoming battle, but he could also sell these potions, amassing substantial raw materials and gold soul coins. Thus, Liu Hao promptly responded, I genuinely require your assistance. Fear not, brother, they are merely a few freshmen. I have been at the academy for over half a year, and I am nearing level 20 with a proficient command of my soul skills. Coupled with the seamless synergy among our 7, I assure you we will conclude the battle within 3 minutes. In his dormitory, David's brother, Daihuada, thumped his chest confidently as he spoke to his brother. He indeed had reason to speak so boldly. For each of their 7 possessed a strength of at least level 15, while the highest among Liu Hao's group, Tej, was merely at level 12, with others hovering around level 10. Moreover, regarding the synergy of their martial souls, David's brother and his companions comprised 2 defenders, 2 controllers, and 3 powerful attackers, a quintessentially formidable combination. Liu Hao and his companions are devoid of any supportive or controlling abilities, their ranks solely filled with offensive martial souls. In a brief moment, their collective assault can indeed cause considerable disruption. However, their own soul power remains rather tenuous, making prolonged bursts of energy impossible. This is precisely why David's brother holds such confidence. My concern is not that you may falter in a month's time, but rather the potential threat posed by Liu Hao among the 7. His flames appear exceedingly peculiar, capable of igniting the very soul power within a human body. I fear that he might severely injure you, inflicting indelible harm and undermining your foundation. Meanwhile, his brother simply chuckled. Chapter 16. Someone approaches beneath the towering trees of the Star Doe forest, which reach heights of several dozen meters. Dappled sunlight filters through the leaves, casting patterns upon the ground. 2 figures tread upon the fallen leaves, their steps producing a crisp crunch. A gentle breeze wafts from the distant forest, alleviating the oppressive heat. Yet the incessant buzzing of insects nearby remains a source of annoyance. Leading the way is Austin, who seems thoroughly acquainted with his surroundings. The mottled shadows cast upon him create the illusion of a colossal dark wall advancing forward. What does your martial soul resemble? What type of soul ring are you seeking? My martial soul is known as the Red Lantern Ring, classified as a fire element martial soul. It can emit a flame called Red Lantern Blaze from my body, a fire of immense burning capacity and elevated temperature, capable of triggering explosions. Austin, leading the way, made no unnecessary gestures, merely parting the underbrush and shrubs in front of him. In that case, it would be prudent to seek out a fire-type soul beast for you. There is no need for that, for Liu Hao has already conceived a notion in his mind. The Red Lantern Ring he wields is derived from an organization within the Green Lantern comics, the Red Lantern Corps. Within the Green Lantern narrative, there exist 9 distinct lantern rings, each possessing unique abilities, yet all share the fundamental power of manifesting their energies. Even the Red Lantern Ring, emblematic of rage and hatred, retains this capability. Albeit most members of the Red Lantern Corps struggle to harness their powers accurately due to the overwhelming emotions that consume them. Consequently, in external portrayals and within the comics, the wielders of the Red Lantern Ring are often depicted merely as fireball-throwing mages. In truth, the Red Lantern Ring can facilitate the manifestation and shaping of energy. This means it can directly utilize Red Lantern energy to forge various objects and even life forms, such as crafting mechs and firearms, or condensing a multitude of creatures from Red Lantern energy. However, the most formidable ability in the creation of animals remains the Orange Lantern Ring. This does not imply that Liu Hao's martial soul, the Red Lantern Ring, cannot attain similar capabilities through evolution. Therefore, Liu Hao believes that his first soul ring should focus on developing the inherent abilities of his martial soul, specifically its capacity for tangible shaping. He aspires to hunt a soul beast, the illusory ape, that is at least 400 years old. Austin, who leads the way, acknowledges this with a slight nod. The illusory ape possesses an exceedingly peculiar ability, capable of conjuring phantasms in the real world. However, these illusions bear no actual power. Generally, only spirit-type soul masters pursue the illusory ape. Furthermore, these creatures are typically elusive, seldom seen within the forest, making the quest to locate them quite arduous. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive soul beast lunges forward, akin to a heavy truck hurtling towards Austin. In that moment, Austin grips his crimson scythe, advancing rather than retreating toward the heavily armored wild boar. He recalls, in the face of an enemy, one must never choose to retreat, only forward. For your adversary will not cease their assault simply because you turn your back. With a powerful leap, Austin raises the crimson scythe high above, bringing it down upon the armored boar. Soul skill, Crimson Moonslash. A deep purple soul ring manifests around Austin, while crimson light begins to pulsate from his scythe, flowing like blood. This red luminescence coalesces into a crescent shape in the air above. Below, the heavily armored boar bellows ferociously, opening its massive jaws in an attempt to leap and bite Austin. Yet, in a swift moment, the red light flickers, and Austin's scythe cleaves through the air like a red line piercing the darkness. With a resounding crack, the colossal beast, weighing several tons, is effortlessly split in two. Blood erupts from the boar's body, showering the grass and earth like an explosive firework, leaving a vivid trail of crimson. Simultaneously, a pale yellow soul ring ascends from the carcass. This wild boar, aged between 300 to 400 years, is a regrettable loss, as its soul ring could have been utilized by other soul masters. Observing the pale yellow soul ring, Austin lets out a sigh. He then unsheathes a dagger from his waist and approaches the fallen boar, slicing off several dozen pounds of flesh from its thigh. We will need to sustain ourselves in the forest for approximately another half-month before we have a chance to find the illusory ape you seek. Let us set forth. As Liu Hao gazes at the lifeless form of the soul beast, he nods solemnly. At last, he has truly entered the grand and tumultuous world of Douluo continent. Chapter 17. The annihilation of assassins in the pitch-black jungle. A series of rustling sounds emerged, for within this vast expanse of wilderness, nightfall heralded the activity of soul beasts. It was hardly surprising that a few soul beasts had ventured near the campsite of Liu Hao and Austin. However, the presence of a dozen or more soul beasts was decidedly unusual. Thus, Austin resolved to evict all the soul beasts surrounding their camp. Yet, as Liu Hao lay within the confines of the tent, he was startled by Austin's low, ominous words. Just as he poked his head out of the tent, he beheld Austin charging into the darkened jungle. "Oh, Austin, how could you fall for such an obvious ploy to divert your attention?" Liu Hao thought, yearning to call him back. As fate would have it, a wisp of mist materialized before his eyes, clearly not a disturbance caused by a soul beast. A sinister voice loomed above the tent, seemingly right beside Liu Hao's neck. "Boy, prepare to meet your end." A chilling sensation surged from his neck, as if a cold blade were poised to strike. In that fleeting moment, Liu Hao's muscles swelled with sudden intensity. Luring Austin away is indeed a clever strategy, one that grants me the opportunity to unleash my full power. Amidst the white mist, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and resembling a greenish monster, materialized before the assassin intent on ending Liu Hao's life. This particular assassin was neither tall nor robust, draped in a thick black cloak. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he had already manifested his martial soul, shrouded in the enveloping white mist, rendering his features indistinguishable. The misty assassin's reflexes were remarkably swift. Just as he was about to strike Liu Hao's neck, he was taken aback by the sight of Liu Hao's body rapidly expanding into a formidable green beast. Startled, he leapt onto a nearby tree branch. Upon further scrutiny, it became apparent that 3 other assassins lurked around the campsite. One held a golden spear, while another brandished a deep blue shield. With a resounding crash, the 2 factions clashed, but before the assassins could even comprehend the situation, Liu Hao's immense strength, exceeding 100 tons, sent them hurtling away. Their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. The sheer force generated a terrifying sonic boom, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and shudder. Even the misty assassin, perched precariously on a nearby branch, was nearly dislodged by the shockwave. As for the 2 assassins who had been struck, their bones creaked ominously, shattered instantaneously by the overwhelming power unleashed by Liu Hao. As blood spilled from his mouth, he fell silent. The cloud mist assassin, perched atop a tree trunk, swallowed hard, never anticipating that a mission to eliminate a mere 6-year-old child would turn into their own undoing. Yet, it appeared that the child had effortlessly dispatched them instead. The assassin wished to plead for mercy, but Liu Hao had already heard the approaching footsteps of Austin in the distance. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the assassin's skull with a resounding thud. After eliminating the 4 assassins, Liu Hao extracted some essence, for the Soul Master system was of utmost significance in the Douluo continent. The demise of each Soul Master brought subtle ripples across the world, which in turn provided Liu Hao with the essence he sought. Estimating that Austin would require several more seconds to reach the camp, Liu Hao swiftly cleared away all the bodies. Then, he unleashed a massive fireball from the Red Lantern ring surrounding the campsite. Indeed, within half a minute, Austin emerged from the flames, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, upon seeing Liu Hao amidst the fire, continuously releasing the crimson flames, he finally exhaled in relief. It was unexpected to find a group of evil soul masters lurking in this forest. It seemed the inferno had temporarily driven them away. There were many of them, perhaps over 10, and while he had managed to repel them, he had not slain them. They would likely attempt to strike again in the future. Should we return to the academy for now? Yet Liu Hao merely shook his head, fully aware that their strength posed no threat to him. There was no necessity to retreat. If they were to strike again, they would likely devise a more comprehensive plan, one that would require considerable time. If we can find the illusionary primate soon, we can depart immediately. Chapter 18. Astonishing soul skills. The 2 found a patch of grass, a rare sight amidst the dense forest. After slaying the red-tailed palm snake in the center of the clearing, they placed it upon the fire. Cooking the snake would release a richer aroma, one that would be nearly irresistible to the illusionary primate. All they had to do was wait. Austin sat beside the fire, rotating the skewer of the red-tailed palm snake, while Liu Hao looked on, his mouth watering at the sight. The fragrance, devoid of any spices, was enough to stimulate one's appetite. It was no wonder the illusionary primate was so captivated by the red-tailed palm snake. "It's here," Austin whispered softly from his seated position on the ground. At this moment, Liu Hao lifted his gaze, and the previously white sky transformed into a different hue. A flowing stream of purple light gradually meandered from the distance, resembling a majestic purple river traversing the heavens. The capabilities of the illusory monkey could conjure virtual illusions in the real world, making it challenging to discern reality from deception. Typically, the illusory monkey would create optical illusions with light and shadow in its surroundings, and the celestial phenomenon above us should be regarded as an aurora. Beside the fire, Austin had already risen, wielding his sole weapon, the crimson scythe. As the purple radiance in the sky drew nearer, it was accompanied by an entire regiment of soldiers. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the elite winged cavalry of the Tiando Empire. It seemed that this illusory monkey had encountered the winged cavalry on some battlefield, for it would not have included them in its crafted illusion otherwise. Austin, standing nearby, let out a cold chuckle. "You stay here and ensure that monkey doesn't take the red-tailed viper," Otherwise, finding that monkey again would be exceedingly difficult. Liu Hao nodded solemnly. With the red glow flickering from his right middle finger, Austin turned to Liu Hao with a slight smile. In truth, he did entertain the idea of letting the red-tailed viper be taken. That way, Liu Hao could hunt a flame-type soul beast. However, Austin was not one to impose his will on his students. Since Liu Hao was willing to utilize the illusory monkey's soul ring, Austin would not force him to pursue the acquisition of a flame-type soul beast's soul ring. Amidst the enveloping purple mist, Austin charged forward, scythe in hand, seemingly capable of detecting the illusory monkey's presence amidst the darkness and haze. Calculating the distance in his mind, Liu Hao suddenly twisted his hand, conjuring a sphere of red flames, which he then raised to the sky, continuously adjusting its angle. He prepared to hurl this fiery orb towards the distant purple monkey. The purple monkey stood in place, wearing a peculiar grin, but suddenly a red fireball descended from above. With a thunderous explosion, it detonated beneath the monkey's feet. The creature hardly had time to react before its left leg was shattered. Upon closer inspection, Liu Hao realized that the monkey was not the illusory monkey at all, but rather a Qingzong monkey, one of the species under the illusory monkey's control. It was astonishing how clever the illusory monkey proved to be. At that moment, a more thunderous roar echoed in Liu Hao's ears. Looking carefully, he saw a towering figure, a colossal 50-meter-tall diamond ape, approaching. Could it be that the illusory monkey could also command a diamond ape? At this moment, Liu Hao's entire right arm was enveloped in a scarlet flame, appearing from a distance as if it had been scorched by fire. Liu Hao now hesitated to ascertain the extent of the magical ape's mental manipulation abilities and its power to distort reality. Should that colossal gorilla truly exist, it seemed that Austin's utmost efforts would merely suffice to facilitate their escape from this place. If Liu Hao could transform into the Hulk, he might stand a chance to engage in a fierce battle with the gorilla. However, to incite the Hulk's fury to the level necessary to match the gorilla's strength would likely require several hours of conflict. By that time, Liu Hao's trump card would be entirely exposed, leaving one to wonder how the spirit hall would respond to him. Just as Liu Hao pondered whether the gorilla was an illusion, a sharp and crisp sound of shattering glass echoed in his ears. In an instant, all that surrounded him, the purple luminescence, the swirling mist, the blazing flames, and the towering gorilla standing at the edge of the heavens, vanished. What had just transpired was but a construct of illusion, save for the monkey whose leg Liu Hao had severed with fire. In the distance, Austin approached, carrying the corpse of a monkey, which bore purple and red fur, the purple serving as a base while the red formed intricate patterns akin to tattoos. A faint purple halo hovered above this magical ape, revealing it to be a 1,000-year spirit beast. Chapter 19. Begin. After 2 or 3 more days, Austin and Liu Hao finally emerged from the forest, and the journey back, along with the events that transpired, need not be elaborated upon. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liu Hao discovered that all his brothers bore bruises and cuts. What happened? He exclaimed. Did David ambush you? Gao Fei, grimacing through the pain on his face, held an ice pack and continuously rubbed it while responding with irritation. What other reason could there be? It was David's brother who assaulted us. With only 7 days remaining until the competition, although none of them had suffered fractures, their bodies were marked with bruises. This cannot continue, Tej fumed, angrily smashing his ice pack onto the ground. We should confront them head-on. I refuse to believe they would dare to play with our lives. The others shook their heads in unison. It's simply not worth it. Moreover, Teacher Sabina mentioned that our injuries would heal in a few days. So we haven't received any treatment. It seems those individuals have been preparing for this. I suspect they come to beat us up daily. Sophia carefully arranged her golden hair, her eyes reflecting an uncommon glimmer of anger. Liu Hao furrowed his brows slightly, taken aback to discover that the injuries sustained by his companions were so minor that they could not be treated. It appeared that David and his team had anticipated this situation long ago. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Hao's mind. During their time in Holy Soul Village, he and Tang Sen had collaborated on the creation of numerous potions, including those that accelerated a Soul Master's recovery of soul power and physical healing. If he could recreate those potions, not only would the individuals in Dormitory 19 recover swiftly, but their soul power could also see a significant enhancement. With a decisive slap on the table, a sharp sound echoed through the room, startling those seated on the beds. Li Sun, perched on the upper bunk, even jumped down in surprise. What on earth has gotten into you? He exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden commotion. Liu Hao responded, I've devised a plan. Gather around. I need to share my thoughts with you. The remaining 6, somewhat skeptical, leaned in closer to hear Liu Hao's strategy. Rest assured, brothers, we've got it all figured out. From now on, We will confront those 7 boys daily and give them a good beating, but nothing too severe, just enough to leave them bruised. After 7 days of this, they should be able to unleash 30% of their strength, which would be a testament to their resilience. Are you all ready? 14 heads nodded vigorously, their eyes ablaze with determination as they glared at their opponents. Once everyone confirmed their readiness, the teacher in the center raised his arm high. Let the battle commence. As the words fell, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from the teacher's back, and with a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, hovering approximately 20 meters above the arena, arms crossed, intently observing the unfolding combat below. From David's side, 2 teammates rushed forward. One was notably short and stout, carrying a heavy snail shell on his back. Upon reaching the front, he curled his limbs into the shell, transforming into a spherical form. Snail roll. Emerging alongside him was another individual cloaked in long hair, sporting a horn at the tip of his nose, yet wearing thick glasses perched on his bridge. Rhino charge. These 2 appeared to be defensive soul masters from David's team. Simultaneously, 2 more individuals were identified from the group. Unmistakably twins. They waved their hands, with the one in blue revealing a blue flower and the one in red unveiling a red flower. Speed amplification. Strength amplification. The twin in blue flung the blue flower with force, releasing a cascade of azure light that descended upon David and his companions. The figure clad in red also flung forth crimson blossoms, the radiant hues cascading gently, cleansing the bodies of Dai Huada and his companions. Meanwhile, at the center of Liu Hao's group stood not Tiger, but rather Suasia. At this moment, Suasia waved his hand, and a shimmering intermingling of white and gold light descended upon him. The onlookers in the audience gaped, their eyes wide in awe as a pair of immaculate wings unfurled behind Suasia, resembling an angel under the golden radiance. Golden-ringed swan manifest, divine light bestowed. With a delicate tremor of his palm in the air, golden holy light descended upon Liu Hao and his companions like droplets of rain. Chapter 20, Victory. Sandstorm serpent, manifest. Whirling fire staff. A woman beside Dai Huada suddenly let out a low growl, faint yellow scales sprouting upon her form, and from her fingertips emerged 5 sharp, venomous spikes, transforming her into a hybrid of human and serpent. Another figure, a stern-faced male wielding a long staff entwined with flames, dashed towards Tiger and his allies. The snail, rolling forth with determination, had its sights set on Liu Hao and Gao Fei standing at the rear, disregarding the advancing Tiger and his companions. Soul skill. Thunderclaw. Lin Wei bellowed, a flicker of azure lightning igniting in his left hand, crackling through the air with a resounding pop. In an instant, it struck fiercely against the shell of the snail. A series of crackling sounds echoed as the blue lightning coursed over the snail's body, eliciting a low, mournful wail from within its shell. The snail, previously curled within its protective casing, emerged, its gaze fixed intently on Lin Wei before it. Quite an impressive maneuver. It turned out that the snail's shell was coated with a viscous substance that facilitated rapid rolling, yet offered no protection against electricity. Once struck by a lightning attack, it was prone to paralysis. Thus Lin Wei's assault had successfully dislodged the snail from its defensive stance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Jian Xiaoran descended from above, dual shining blades in hand, golden light flickering within them, transforming into 2 flying blades. Let me handle it. I will take down those 2 support-type soul masters. Dai Huada is yours, Liu Hao. With that, Gao Fei's hand glimmered as a triangular boomerang materialized within it. Go. Triad launch. The triangular boomerang soared through the air, morphing from 1 into 3, targeting the trio standing at the rear of Dai Huada's team. Transformed into a half-human, half-bear form, Dai Huada's eyes perpetually glimmered with a subtle, almost imperceptible aura of menace, as he observed the triangular boomerang hurtling towards him. Slicing through the air with a faint hiss, he let out a cold snort. Truly a death wish. Bloodthirsty bear claw. With a resounding crack and a thunderous explosion of force, the air shattered, creating a void larger than a man. The boomerang, which had yet to approach the trio, was abruptly sent flying away by the terrifying shockwave. It appeared that in order to incapacitate the 2 support-type soul masters, defeating Dai Huada directly was the only option. Liu Hao emitted a faint crimson glow as he ascended into the air, addressing Gao Fei. I shall assist Tej and the others in dealing with the remaining opponents. Liu Hao nodded in quiet agreement. At the same time, a flame materialized in his hand. There was no need to reveal his ability to manifest tangible forms just yet. Beside the audience, Dai Huada's brother, David, furrowed his brow in concern. Why did those 7 individuals show no signs of injury? And it seemed their soul power had significantly advanced. Despite the confusion in his heart, he understood that as long as the fireproof suits were present, Liu Hao, the most formidable among the seven, would not pose a significant threat to his brother and the others. Dai Huada snarled coldly, revealing his fearsome bear maw. However, Liu Hao remained silent, noticing that Dai Huada was clad in a thin, light blue garment. "I didn't expect you to be wearing a fireproof suit," he exclaimed. "I have long been aware of your formidable flames. How could I not take precautions?" Dai Huada did not conceal this fact, proudly thumping his chest with his bare paw. Manifestation. Revolver. A crimson, flame-wreathed pistol appeared in Liu Hao's right hand. Initially, he had been reluctant to resort to such measures, as doing so would expose more of his hidden capabilities. Nevertheless, it was imperative to resolve the situation with Dai Huada swiftly. Thus, Liu Hao raised the revolver. The spectators and those on the arena were mystified by the peculiar object Liu Hao wielded. Was it a new type of concealed weapon crafted by him? Tej and the others recalled how Liu Hao had previously fashioned some hidden weapons for them, intended for use during critical moments in battle. Upon witnessing the revolver in Liu Hao's grasp, they all shared a similar thought. With a sharp crack, the revolver was activated, unleashing a bullet composed purely of concentrated crimson flames, hurtling towards Dai Huada. The speed of the bullet far surpassed Dai Huada's reflexes. In an instant, the revolver in Liu Hao's hand flashed with a crimson light, and a blood bloom erupted from the chest of the flower-adorned individual standing across from him. Chapter 21. Here comes again. The swiftness with which the battle concluded and the unforeseen nature of the circumstances took everyone by surprise. The entire confrontation lasted merely a few fleeting minutes before it abruptly ended. The horrific dominance exhibited by Liu Hao compelled all eyes to shift in his direction. Surely, Liu Hao's martial spirit must be extraordinarily potent, and what precisely was that peculiar concealed weapon he conjured? Its speed was astonishing, capable of piercing through Dahua's shoulder. It is indeed perplexing. Given Liu Hao's prodigious talent, he should have been placed in the elite class rather than the junior class. How could such formidable gifts and abilities lead to such a misplacement? Meanwhile, Jiang Qingxiu, who had been observing the battle from the edge of the arena, witnessed Liu Hao's effortless triumph. Though she harbored no doubts about his victory, she was astonished by the rapidity with which it was achieved. "I worried for nothing," she mused. Since the commencement of the battles, she had stood transfixed, particularly fixated on Liu Hao. "Are you well acquainted with Liu Hao?" A cold voice pierced through her thoughts, prompting her to turn her head. Beside her stood a strikingly handsome youth, his lips curved into a perpetual smile. "Master Wei," Jiang Qingxiu whispered. But the young man merely waved his hand dismissively. "Call me Wei Ran. After all, we are classmates." Jiang Qingxiu nodded, albeit with trepidation. In their class, Wei Ran was not to be trifled with. On the very first day of school, he had injured a teacher, although he had employed a soul-guiding device. It was indicative of his considerable influence, as the school had yet to impose any disciplinary measures, having outright dismissed the teacher instead. "Liu Hao and I hail from the same village, Saint Soul Village. I heard he was to duel with Dahua, so I came to watch," Wei Ran explained, nodding in understanding before once again directing his gaze to the arena. The battle had concluded, and a teacher with healing abilities promptly approached to tend to the injuries of all involved. Meanwhile, standing at the foot of the arena, Dahua glared at Liu Hao with eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, he remained silent, leading his younger brother away from the stage, while the spectators beside Dahua dared not utter a word, as if the very air had solidified. "It appears we have truly provoked Dahua this time," Si Hongba remarked. His eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at the vial in his hand, which resembled blood. "You cannot be suggesting that this potion was concocted by Liu Hao, can you?" Si Hongba nodded slightly. "May I have the opportunity to test the potency?" He placed the potion into Austin's hands. Fortunately, the young lad had already concocted several bottles, so consuming one would pose no harm. Gazing at the crimson liquid in his grasp, Austin gulped it down in one swift motion. How spicy! This boy had a penchant for savory and spicy beverages. Now, if he could calm his mind and absorb the soul energy in his surroundings, he would discover an enhanced rate of absorption. Austin immediately complied, closing his eyes, feeling the surge of soul energy coursing through him. Even the elements in the environment began to be drawn into him. Moments later, Austin opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. "This potion proves effective for both of us. Though it only amplifies by about threefold, if further developed, it could potentially influence individuals at levels 70 or 80. The person seated opposite nodded in agreement. The Pope was already aware of this matter. However, precise directives had yet to be communicated to him. Nevertheless, he surmised that the Pope would not allow Liu Hao to escape. Initially, he believed the boy's greatest strength lay in his martial soul. But it turned out that his intellect was his most formidable asset. Unbelievably, he was merely around 6 years old. Both individuals present contemplated Liu Hao, pondering the remarkable achievements he could attain in a decade, leaving everyone in uncertainty. It seems we need to have a serious discussion with Liu Hao, Austin remarked, looking at Si Hongba. Yet, Si Hongba waved his hand. This matter must be postponed for a while. We cannot allow the news of Liu Hao's potion-making abilities to reach others. This is a secret known only to the two of us. Remember, it must not be disclosed to a third party. Austin's expression grew solemn as he nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a few more words. Returning to their dormitory, Liu Hao and his companions were filled with exuberance, astonished that they had emerged victorious in the decisive battle. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 22. The Holy Dragon Douluo. Within the resplendent hall of the Spirit Hall, the faint glow of the luminous stone illuminated the entire chamber. At the front of the hall stood a colossal throne nearly 5 meters in height, yet it remained unoccupied, save for the Pope, Dong, who reclined languidly upon it. In her hand, she held a small vial of potion, gently shaking it, as bubbles emerged from the liquid within. It appeared as if a galaxy was swirling inside. How intriguing! I never anticipated that the renowned apothecist from Holy Soul Village, who caused such a stir throughout the Douluo continent, would merely be a 6-year-old child. Who could have possibly guessed? Indeed, Liu Hao had long contemplated the manner in which he would present himself before Dong. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to enlist the aid of Si Hongba for this task. While he could not guarantee that Si Hongba would relay the information regarding Liu Hao's identity as a pharmacist to Dong, this approach would effectively confine such invaluable intelligence within a controlled sphere. At present, Dong found herself in possession of a potion crafted by Liu Hao. "Come forth," commanded a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, emerging from the grand hall. To Liu Hao's astonishment, this individual was none other than the Saint Dragon Douluo of the Spirit Hall. "Your Holiness," the Saint Dragon Douluo proclaimed, kneeling with a voice both resonant and steady. Dong, reclining languidly upon her throne, raised a finger gently, and a postcard-sized piece of paper materialized in her hand. "Take this to the primary academy in Armor Shield City," she instructed. "I require you to bring me one of the students and deliver them to Death Island." The Saint Dragon Douluo, maintaining a calm demeanor, watched as the paper floated slowly before him, extending his hands to receive it. "As you command, Your Holiness," he replied, his tone unwavering. "Go forth. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Have you heard? Among the 7 new students, there is one named Liu Hao who dares to challenge David to a duel." Descending from the heavens, he walked into the garden before the director's office. Si Hongba, who had unexpectedly found such comfort in his role as director at the primary academy, marveled at the beauty of the surroundings. "To think that the esteemed Saint Dragon Douluo would grace us with your presence without sending anyone to receive you. My sincerest apologies." Si Hongba quickly exited his office and bowed respectfully in the garden. The Saint Dragon Douluo waved dismissively. "I trust you are aware of my purpose for being here. I must take one of the students from the primary academy, specifically one named Liu Hao." Si Hongba felt no surprise. After all, he had provided all pertinent information regarding Liu Hao. "I understand. How much do you know about this Liu Hao?" the Saint Dragon Douluo inquired, stepping closer to Si Hongba, indicating their familiarity. "Liu Hao is a remarkably unique student. His talents are such that he could have easily entered an elite class. Yet I placed him in a lower tier. He offered no significant resistance, and instead seemed quite content in the least prestigious class, even engaging in a rather intriguing form of rebellion." "What do you mean by that?" the Saint Dragon Douluo asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Si Hongba, leading the way, began to elaborate. On the very first day of school, this student found himself embroiled in a conflict with 3 nobles. In an unexpected turn of events, one of his companions injured one of the nobles, leading to further discord with David, the self-proclaimed leader of their class. A wager was proposed. Rather than engaging in the mundane task of cleaning, they sought to settle their differences through a duel. Liu Hao and David agreed to a genuine one-on-one confrontation. Oh, who would have imagined that this mere 6-year-old lad possessed such remarkable courage? As the two approached the office, Si Hongba offered a cup of tea to the esteemed Saint Dragon Douluo and remarked, "This young boy exhibits incredible bravery and, notably, exceptional intelligence. He possesses a clear understanding of his actions and recognizes whom to seek for assistance." When news of his duel with David spread, the entire class rallied behind him. And even students from the other 3 classes harbored less animosity towards him, albeit with some murmurs of discontent. Chapter 23. The Armored Steel Bear. I apologize for the delay in updating, as unforeseen circumstances arose this morning. On the arena, The two combatants stood with unwavering gazes locked upon each other, yet within David, a tempest of suppressed fury brewed. As the battle horn sounded, David's form was enveloped in shimmering silver fur, his body swelling rapidly. Muscles surged beneath his clothing, transforming him into a hybrid of man and bear. Adorned with glistening silver armor across his shoulders, arms, chest, back, and thighs. Today, you shall meet your end. With his martial spirit awakened, David's demeanor shifted, becoming more ferocious and irritable. Liu Hao, standing opposite him, dared not underestimate his opponent. With a swift motion, he summoned the power of the red light ring. Soaring into the air to a height of several dozen meters, casting a downward glance at David on the arena below. Seated in the audience, the Saint Dragon Douluo observed Liu Hao's aerial display with a subtle smile, astonished by the utility of his martial spirit, which granted him the ability to fly even at such a young level. Si Hongba, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. As Liu Hao soared, David could not suppress a cold smirk. Your martial spirit is undoubtedly formidable and versatile, but soaring in the air like a living target is exceedingly foolish. Soul skill. Steel bears roar. As Liu Hao gazed down, David opened his mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous sonic wave directed at him. The sound traveled with astonishing speed. Before Liu Hao could react, the wave struck him with the force of a mighty hammer, causing his body to tremble violently. Even the very essence of his being felt as though it had been mercilessly pounded, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Initially, Liu Hao had envisioned a relentless barrage of gunfire raining down from the skies, yet David's sonic assaults extended far beyond Liu Hao's expectations. Despite being propelled several meters away, David's strikes still managed to reach him. It appeared that the only recourse was to devise a swift strategy to eliminate David. Meanwhile, the aristocrats observing from the edge of the arena caught sight of the blood at Liu Hao's lip, their eyes glimmering with derision. Although Liu Hao possessed considerable talent, his excessive arrogance was his downfall. Had he and David been equals, David would surely have faltered, yet in reality, Liu Hao was merely a novice at level 10. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. As the sonic wave met the void, it dissipated instantly. The onlookers had anticipated that David's attack would send Liu Hao crashing to the ground, only to be taken aback when Liu Hao conjured a peculiar hidden weapon, causing the sonic wave to vanish as if punctured like a bubble. Cheating. That lad is undoubtedly cheating. David's brother, Douluo, roared, unable to restrain himself from forcefully striking the back of the seat in front of him. However, the individual seated ahead remained silent, simmering with anger, akin to a small boat tossed about by a tempest. Silence. At that moment, Si Hongba had no intention of interrupting the duel. Though he was uncertain of the nature of Liu Hao's strange contraption, any discerning observer could ascertain that there was no foul play involved. Douluo was scolded sharply by the disciplinary director, and despite his simmering rage, he obediently took his seat once more. Yet, his gaze directed at Liu Hao brimmed with resentment and malice. On the arena floor, David, witnessing the abrupt disappearance of his attack, was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as Liu Hao's assault rifle roared back to life, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets against David's steel armor, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. Simultaneously, a crimson light, reminiscent of blood, began to engulf the entire arena. It appeared as if the very ground was ablaze, with David resembling a piece of meat roasting amidst the flames. In that fiery inferno, David gritted his teeth, his soul energy rapidly depleting under the relentless effects of the crimson flames that consumed the incombustible. As he gazed upwards at Liu Hao soaring above the flames, his fury was palpable, yet he found himself powerless to strike back. The spectators surrounding the arena were equally astonished, caught in a moment of disbelief. It was unexpected that from the very onset of the battle, although Liu Hao sustained some injuries from David's initial attack, he swiftly gained the upper hand on the battlefield within mere seconds and has since maintained relentless pressure on David. Given the current circumstances, David's outlook is far from optimistic. If this inferno continues to rage for a few more minutes, all of his armor will likely be reduced to ashes, and his body will be grievously burned. I surrender. A muffled voice emerged from the sea of flames, but the audience outside the arena had yet to catch the words clearly. Thus, David called out again, louder this time. Chapter 24, Death Island. The three premier academies. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liu Hao was met with an atmosphere of palpable tension, and a sense of confusion enveloped him. What is going on? Could it be that those nobles have come to seek out Tai Gu and the others again? However, I have already secured victory against David. Surely these individuals would not act so unwisely? As he pushed the door open, he found Sasha, Tai Gu, and a few others fixated on him. Liu Hao, You must tell us honestly. Have you had any serious conflicts, even enmity, with the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall? What do you mean by that? No. I am merely an ordinary soul master from Holy Soul Village, and I have had no dealings with the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall, let alone any animosity. What is going on? Why does everyone appear so grave? Sasha furrowed her brow and replied, Do you not realize? You are truly in grave danger. Do not scare me with talk of impending doom. Is there someone within this vast junior academy who wishes to take my life? Liu Hao replied, somewhat dismissively, having just defeated David in the arena. He felt a sense of elation, even if he was usually composed. He walked straight to his bed and lay down. Whatever this impending doom is, I am not afraid. Seeing Liu Hao's nonchalance, the 6 individuals around him frowned, with Sasha even giving his thigh an exasperated slap. You had better take this seriously. A top-tier powerhouse has come from the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, and it is said that their intention is to take you to Death Island. Do you understand how perilous Death Island is? Just hearing the name made it clear how dangerous it must be. Liu Hao was not a fool. So he pouted and asked, How dangerous? Observing Liu Hao's indifference, the 6 occupants of the dormitory felt a sense of frustration. Death Island is one of the 3 premier academies controlled by the Spirit Hall. The other 2 you should have heard of, the Magma Academy located in the southern volcanic region, and the Ice Mountain Academy in the far north, alongside Death Island. Situated in the Sea of Death. I have indeed heard of them. Liu Hao, seated on his bed, shrugged nonchalantly. But what issue does this present? Is it not a fortunate circumstance to arrive at the esteemed academy a little earlier? At this moment, Liu Hao smiled faintly and remarked, Since it is destined for me to journey to Death Island, why should I wear a frown? After all, it is I who must go, not you. Let us not dwell on it. We shall face whatever comes our way. The 6 individuals, witnessing Liu Hao's buoyant demeanor, could only manage a wry smile. Once you truly set foot on Death Island, you will understand the reason behind its ominous name. In the office of the Director of Education, Si Hongba remained perplexed as to why Liu Hao was to be sent to Death Island. Lord Sacred Dragon Douluo, might it be possible to contact Her Holiness the Pope? I must inquire about this matter in person. Deep within the heart of the Sacred Dragon Douluo lay a profound confusion. Although whispers in the outside world suggested that Death Island was one of the 3 prestigious academies of the Spirit Hall, those in the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall knew well that Death Island was merely a vast prison, designed to hone the practical combat skills of students. Occasionally, the island would be opened for students to engage in fierce battles. However, it was rare for a mere 6-year-old child to be directly sent to Death Island. Despite the presence of numerous soul beasts within, the average lifespan of these creatures exceeded 3,000 years. It was unheard of for a soul master of level 20 to absorb a soul ring of such ancient origin. Consequently, the Sacred Dragon Douluo was left with a lingering sense of uncertainty. I too find myself puzzled. We ought to seek clarification from Her Holiness regarding this arrangement. While the Sacred Dragon Douluo was generally more peaceable compared to other titled Douluos, he remained resolute about the advancement of the Spirit Hall. I shall return to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. You and I will escort Liu Hao to the headquarters. And if Her Holiness insists on sending him to Death Island, there will be little I can do. The Director of Education, Si Hongba, nodded gravely, harboring an instinctive feeling that the Pope would not reverse her decision. The following day, news of Liu Hao's victory did not dominate the headlines of the Junior Academy in Jiashield City. Rather, the talk of the town was Liu Hao's potential journey to Death Island. Whispers regarding the island began to circulate among the elite classes. Wei Ran, do you know how one might escape from Death Island? In Jiang Qingshu's heart, a deep concern for Liu Hao lingered. Despite his absence and seeking her out these past few days, the funds for her meals during this time had been provided by Liu Hao. Chapter 25, Setting Sail. The devouring celestial dragon kneeling before her, the sacred dragon Douluo promptly addressed Pope Bibi Dong, articulating his concerns. Your Holiness, Liu Hao's innate talent and capabilities are of utmost significance to us. Would it not be excessively perilous to confine him to Death Island? Despite the delicacy of his phrasing, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flickering within their slits. Yet, this menace dissipated swiftly as she reclined languidly upon her throne, gradually lifting her head to regard the sacred dragon Douluo below. You speak the truth, she conceded, but this is contingent upon one condition. Liu Hao's existence must remain undisclosed. His strength is woefully inadequate. However, should he be concealed within Death Island, what consequence would it bear even if others became aware of his presence there? Is there a more treacherous environment in this world than Death Island itself? Upon hearing the Pope's rationale, the sacred dragon Douluo nodded vigorously. After all, he had summoned considerable courage to pose such inquiries to the Pope. Within the realm of soul masters, there exists a hierarchy, even among the highest-ranking titled Douluos. Some titled Douluos possess strength comparable to formidable soul masters of levels 70 or 80, while others can single-handedly vanquish several peers. It was the latter that defined the imposing figure of Pope Bibi Dong before him. Since you comprehend the situation, take Liu Hao away. I have prepared an excellent refuge for him on Death Island. Rest assured, I shall ensure his survival for several years, she declared. The sacred dragon Douluo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Liu Hao held great importance in his heart. Then I shall take my leave, he responded, rising to depart. As he watched the sacred dragon Douluo's retreating figure, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Liu Hao was enveloped in a cloud of perplexity, struggling to fathom why a woman of Bibi Dong's extraordinary caliber would be drawn to someone like Yu Shaojiang, whose disposition was steeped in despair. Yu Shaojiang not only lamented his circumstances, but also merely served as a compiler of theoretical knowledge, lacking the finesse to endear himself to others. Even when confronted by adversaries of greater strength, he maintained an air of superiority. Unable to grasp the rationale behind Bibi Dong's affections for Yu Shaojiang, Liu Hao resigned himself to the situation. The vessel sailed across the tumultuous sea, where a distant, surging black vortex loomed ominously like a black hole, threatening to engulf all ships in its grasp. Accompanying Liu Hao were over 40 disciples from the Spirit Hall, hailing from 2 other prestigious academies. Clad in azure attire adorned with golden trims, their garments were intricately woven with golden threads, forming the shape of an iceberg upon their backs. It appears that this group of individuals is adorned in the uniforms they typically wear. When they caught sight of Liu Hao alongside the holy dragon Douluo, they did not dare to approach and greet him, for as disciples of the Spirit Hall, they were well acquainted with the esteemed titled Douluos, including the holy dragon Douluo. The waves crashed against the ship's side, and the golden light of dusk streamed from afar, transforming from a soft yellow to a delicate purple as it illuminated the frothy waves, rendering them even more resplendent. Simultaneously, droplets of water danced in the air, and through the refraction of light, a rainbow seemed to emerge at the horizon of the setting sun. Such a serene spectacle evoked silent admiration among many. However, in the distance, the crowd noticed that the azure sea gradually morphed into an inky black, with a long line of blue and black converging beneath the vessel. They had entered the Sea of Death. Everyone must exercise caution and avoid falling into the waters, for beneath the surface lurked a multitude of oceanic soul beasts. Who could fathom the horrors that lay beneath? The lookout on the ship called out loudly to the students of the Spirit Hall on the deck. Among them were several students who seemed familiar with the Sea of Death, and they quickly reassured their fellow classmates. Do not be overly concerned. Although the Sea of Death is home to many formidable soul beasts, most have never encountered human vessels and typically refrain from attacking. Moreover, with a titled Douluo aboard, we need only to maintain our footing on the ship. Upon hearing this, the students felt a wave of relief wash over them, calming their racing hearts. Suddenly, a resounding thunder echoed in the ears of those present, as a vast expanse of dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, overtaking the previously golden-tinged sky. Within the massive black clouds, flashes of white lightning could be seen tearing through the darkness, only to be devoured once more by the storm. Chapter 26. A Close Call. Arrival at the port town, the thunderstorm rumbled incessantly, and a droplet of rain fell upon the holy dragon Douluo's face, gently caressing his skin. Amidst the ominous clouds, a pair of golden eyes emerged, piercing through the darkness like beams of light, resting upon the holy dragon Douluo. These were the eyes of the devouring sky Kunlong. Although the intelligence of the devouring sky Kunlong is notably low compared to other 10,000-year soul beasts, it does not imply an inability to discern strength. While the devouring sky Kunlong could potentially engage in combat with the holy dragon Douluo, even defeating him, its purpose in this vast ocean is to hunt and feed, not to battle. Thus, upon encountering the holy dragon Douluo beneath the cloud cover, it chose to withdraw, steering the dark clouds away from the ship above. The sacred dragon Douluo gazed intently at the departing expanse of dark clouds, unable to fathom the sight of a mountain soaring through the sky, commanding the clouds. It was only when the clouds vanished completely beyond the horizon that the sacred dragon Douluo exhaled a sigh of relief. For if a confrontation were to ensue, the vessel beneath them would likely be reduced to mere powder, leaving no one capable of survival aside from himself. Moreover, given that they were in the Sea of Death, any unfortunate soul who fell into the waters would likely become prey to the soul beasts lurking beneath. Engaging in battle with the sky-swallowing Kunlong was certainly not a prudent choice. As the ominous clouds dissipated, the Sea of Death gradually descended into tranquility once more. In the ensuing days, nothing of note occurred, and Liu Hao gradually acclimated to life upon the ocean. often utilizing his martial spirit to conjure a fishing rod and cast his line into the sea. On one occasion, he even managed to reel in a 1,000-year soul beast. To speak truthfully, the flesh of the 1,000-year soul beast was indeed exquisite. Even when consumed raw, it was smooth and sweet, akin to savoring a meat-flavored ice cream. It was not until half a month later that they traversed the black waters of the Sea of Death, arriving at a realm of azure waves. From a distance, a series of islands emerged before them, reminiscent of celestial stars scattered across the sky. These islands were interconnected, resembling a lustrous pearl necklace stretching toward the horizon. This was the Starry Isles. In ancient times, humanity, upon first crossing the Sea of Death, would behold the Starry Isles, a domain inhabited by numerous soul beasts and even ancient indigenous peoples. However, due to the scarcity of freshwater, no formidable civilizations or cities had developed there. The sacred dragon Douluo, standing beside Liu Hao, pointed toward the distant chain of islands and explained to him, pondering what kind of monstrosities could emerge from the confinement of all the most nefarious soul masters on Death Island. When their ship finally reached Death Island, it had been 3 days since they first glimpsed its towering walls. They arrived at the northernmost port of Death Island. At first glance, the northern port appeared rather modest, roughly the size of a small town housing a few thousand inhabitants, yet every individual there seemed to possess an average level of around 30. Liu Hao had also heard tales of a titled Douluo who was stationed there year-round. On the wharf of the northern port, a group of over a dozen individuals awaited their arrival, exuding an air of lethal intent. It seemed that all 3 ports of Death Island bore immense pressure. At the edge of the port town, towering walls crafted from purple mystic ice rose to great heights, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that the crystalline purple ice was reflecting a myriad of glimmers. The arrival of the ships has incited an overwhelming frenzy among the malevolent soul masters confined on Death Island, driving them to launch an assault on the port town. Most of the soul masters imprisoned here are not condemned for their crimes to the point of death. Rather, the majority possess ranks merely between level 40 and 50. After all, those with more formidable powers have either been subdued or eliminated by the Spirit Hall and other powerful factions. Dozens of students descended from the gangway, their curiosity piqued by the sights surrounding the northern port town. Among the crowd emerged a soul sage, boasting a rank exceeding level 70. Approaching the Holy Dragon Douluo, he inclined his head and expressed his gratitude. Holy Dragon Douluo, I sincerely appreciate your bringing the students here. The Holy Dragon Douluo waved his hand dismissively, replying, Deng Yi, I entrust these individuals to you, including this young lad. He then nudged Liu Hao, who was merely 6 years old, forward. The soul sage, Deng Yi, furrowed his brow at the sight of the young boy. Holy Dragon Douluo, it is unprecedented to bring a soul master below level 30 to undergo trials on Death Island. This is exceedingly perilous. The Holy Dragon Douluo cast a glance at the individuals present, signaling them to withdraw. Chapter 27. Collaboration on Death Island. 3 small towns have spontaneously formed by the malevolent soul masters. Due to the presence of numerous powerful soul beasts, survival for these malevolent beings is exceedingly challenging. They dare only to inhabit the fringes of the icy mountains, cultivating a meager harvest from the melting snow of the ancient ice, and occasionally hunting weaker millennium soul beasts. It is precisely because these malevolent soul masters have long dwelled at the edge of the ice that they have had the opportunity to witness the arrival of ships from beyond the island. Olga, a new vessel has appeared at the northern port town. Surely you are aware? In one of the 3 soul master towns, the Emerald Town, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. A soul master seated across from Olga, who resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, spoke up. Jifiel, have you come to suggest that I send forces to attack the northern port town? Olga's demeanor was that of a fearsome beast. Yet one should not overlook the glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. To establish a semblance of order in a place as sinister as Death Island, and to possess one's own town requires not only formidable strength, but also keen intellect. Jifiel, seated opposite, merely smiled softly. We have been confined here for over 2 decades. Every 6 months, a ship docks at the harbor, bringing with it a multitude of malevolent soul masters, who are subsequently driven into the wilderness. Most of them meet their demise at the hands of soul beasts, with only a select few given the chance to join our ranks. However, the ship that has arrived this time is markedly different. It carries the detritus of the Spirit Hall, whose purpose is undoubtedly clear, to hunt us for training. This vessel will surely remain anchored in the harbor for at least a month. During this time, do you truly believe that we will not find an opportunity to board that ship and escape this accursed place? Upon hearing Jeffrey's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Olga's crimson eyes, as she weighed the prospect of collaborating with the man before her. Do you have a plan, Jeffrey? I cannot believe this cunning old fox would seek me out without a well-conceived strategy in mind. Pray, share your plan. I shall consider whether to ally with you. With a faint smile, Jeffrey rose from his seat and approached the window beside the hall. Sunlight cast a contrasting light upon his face, illuminating one side while shadowing the other, as he gently brushed his dark hair back. We can disguise ourselves as students of the Spirit Hall and infiltrate the port town. Ultimately, we will eliminate those ruffians within the harbor and commandeer their ship to flee from Death Island. Olga scoffed derisively. Decades ago, you employed the same method and were recognized by that scoundrel, Tang. He even shattered one of your legs. Were it not for your 3 brothers risking their lives to protect you, you would have surely perished in that harbor. At her words, fury ignited within Jeffrey, his fists clenching tightly as a murderous glint flashed across his face. Whatever you require for your experiments, you need only ask. This Death Island may lack many things, but it is replete with various spiritual herbs, and we can even procure some malevolent soul masters if need be. Liu Hao nodded in agreement, but emphasized that the most pressing matter was the need to forge some tools and subsequently capture those malevolent soul masters for experimentation. Upon departing from the town, they found themselves before an expansive jungle where aerial vines dangled from the trunks, accompanied by the incessant buzz of insects. The students from Ice Mountain Academy had long since acclimated to such an environment. The 4 of them formed a small team, which was one of over 10 units that ventured into the depths of the jungle. Their objective on Death Island was not merely to hunt the malevolent soul masters, but to survive amidst their predation for a fortnight to 20 days. The leader of the first team was named Lester, accompanied by 3 classmates with whom he shared a close bond. Do not be so tense, Lester. Though some necromancers are indeed cruel and brutal, their prolonged existence on the Isle of Death, a place steeped in despair and devoid of sustenance, has likely led to a significant decline in their abilities. Your evident anxiety may inadvertently increase the likelihood of failure should you encounter them. A tall classmate remarked, yet Lester remained with his brow furrowed, a perpetual sign of worry. There was something inexplicably odd about this place. Unlike before, where the forest floor was often littered with decaying leaves and their accompanying foul odor, this time such scents eluded him. Just as he contemplated this, a voice emerged from the depths of the woods, as if they had unwittingly stumbled into a spider's web. The 4 individuals were suddenly alarmed, turning their gazes towards the source of the sound. A figure, masked and clad in tattered white robes, with long black hair obscuring their visage, stood at a distance. Upon sighting the masked individual, a chill ran through the hearts of the 4. How unfortunate to encounter one of the 3 town leaders, the cunning fox, Jeffiel. With a grace reminiscent of a swallow, Jeffiel leaped before them, his gaze frigid and devoid of any emotion. Chapter 28. Let us play a game. Morton considered himself well-versed in many matters, having once served as the president of the student council at the Magma Academy, a testament to his exceptional talent and formidable strength. Yet, witnessing the flames flickering at Liu Hao's fingertips, effortlessly incinerating the surrounding sand into transparent, crystal-like glass, left him astounded. The nearby ores, under the sanguine flames, transformed into a molten state. With a mere wave of his hand, Liu Hao conjured a high furnace seemingly out of thin air. The ores extracted from the Isle of Death quickly melted into iron. Liu Hao's fingers danced rapidly through the air, as if playing an ethereal piano. Under his fiery command, the molten iron clashed and morphed into an array of alloys and components that Morton could scarcely comprehend. Liu Hao's eyes gleamed with a deep green light. Such intense utilization of his martial soul placed immense strain on his soul power. Were it not for his ability to incessantly convert his wrath into gamma divine power, and subsequently into soul power, he would not have been capable of maintaining such high-intensity usage for several hours. At last, he had crafted all the scientific instruments he desired within a short span of time. The once empty 2-story space was now brimming with these devices. Morton, standing nearby, was rendered speechless in astonishment, yet he could hear Liu Hao muttering peculiar phrases under his breath. What a computer, a galactic computer, artificial intelligence, and even particle colliders. The things spoken are utterly incomprehensible. As Liu Hao entered the state of a scientist, an insatiable thirst for knowledge ignited within him, and at that moment, he donned a pair of spectacles, his second spirit, the spectacles of truth. During this period, Liu Hao had accumulated relatively little primordial essence. To evolve the spectacles of truth to the next stage, he would require thousands of units of primordial essence. Standing nearby, Morton gazed awkwardly at Liu Hao, who suddenly turned his head, and the eyes beneath those glasses seemed to shimmer with a mysterious light. At the instant Morton summoned his spirit, the computer in Liu Hao's hands began to emit a series of beeping sounds. Morton, still bewildered, was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. However, a subtle smile lingered on Liu Hao's lips as he observed the sequence of numbers appearing on the screen, his joy intensifying. Indeed, my judgment was correct. The spirit is a manifestation born of one's consciousness and soul power, shaped by one's mental will and physical lineage. If a family possesses a common spirit, it is likely that their descendants will share the same spirit. Liu Hao articulated this in remarkably simple terms, comprehensible even to Morton, yet within him a myriad of questions brewed, and he yearned to voice his curiosities but found himself at a loss for words, fidgeting restlessly as if intoxicated. "Come on out," Liu Hao urged, not paying much heed to Morton as he stepped out from the examination device. Morton's face radiated excitement, for he had nearly grasped Liu Hao's intentions. "You're not delving into the essence of spirits, soul power, and soul rings, are you?" Liu Hao lowered his gaze at the computer in his hands, named Eighth Day. This machine was a collaborative creation of Liu Hao, Captain Marvel, and Dr. Doom. Although its computational capabilities paled in comparison to Iron Man's AI, Jarvis, it possessed a significant advantage. The AI, Eighth Day, was capable of autonomous learning and rapid evolution. While Liu Hao still identified as Bruce Banner, this AI had been learning alongside the trio for several years. Even Captain Marvel, Richard, marveled that Eighth Day had achieved an intellect level of 110. With the assistance of this intelligent entity, Liu Hao was now able to assess the external manifestations of spirits and hypothesize and research their mutations. Although Liu Hao remained silent, Morton gazed with great curiosity at the computer in Liu Hao's hands. On the red computer, the graphics continuously transformed in Liu Hao's hands, reminiscent of a game of Tetris. "This little box you hold is rather intriguing. May I have a look?" The deep green glimmer in Liu Hao's eyes sparked once more, coalescing into a computer in his hands, though upon closer inspection, it appeared to be something else entirely. Chapter 29. The realm of soul power. The existence of martial souls is influenced by the interplay between one's mental will and soul power, as well as by one's lineage. For instance, the descendants of farmers often possess martial souls that resemble agricultural tools. However, this phenomenon is not immutable, as martial souls are subject to potential mutations. Typically, martial souls take form around the age of 6, a period during which the majority of humans begin to attain mental maturity, leading to a stable amalgamation of their mental will and soul power. If, at this juncture, a soul master stimulates their martial soul with soul power, it will manifest instantaneously, akin to Schrodinger's cat collapsing from a state of chaos into a definitive state. Thus, to induce a mutation in a martial soul, it must occur before a human reaches the age of 6. This is the conclusion Liu Hao has drawn. Yet, he is further astonished by the fact that soul beasts, existing for over 100,000 years, can transform into humans and even awaken their own martial souls. Why do soul beasts lack martial souls? What is the relationship between soul rings and martial souls? A multitude of questions flooded Liu Hao's mind, but rather than feeling daunted, he was invigorated by the thrill of uncovering the truths of this world. As Liu Hao delved deeper into the essence of martial souls, the truths and rules of this realm continuously imparted their essence to him. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. By the time of the second part of Douluo Dalu, the protagonist, Liu Hao, possessed 3 martial souls. Aside from his own mutated spiritual martial soul, he also held the Ice Emperor Scorpion and a martial soul named Soul Spirit, of which the second and third were not originally born or awakened by Liu Hao himself. The Ice Emperor Scorpion was discovered by Liu Hao in an ancient glacier under the guidance of the wise Dream Ice Silkworm, where a dying soul beast voluntarily infused its soul into Liu Hao's body. The third martial soul was a boon bestowed by the author, which shall remain unexamined for now. If the circumstances truly mirror Liu Hao's experiences, it implies that the birth of martial souls may indeed be influenced by the soul beasts themselves. It is even conceivable that if a human soul is willing, it could voluntarily become a martial soul for a soul master, provided that the individual possesses formidable strength. Such phenomena can only be tested indirectly, as direct experimentation would incur immense resource expenditure and costs, given the exceedingly rare existence of million-year-old soul beasts on Douluo continent. Moreover, Liu Hao's current capabilities are insufficient to confront a million-year soul beast. However, he possesses the ability to cultivate one manually. As the most crucial aspect of a million-year soul beast lies in the exceptionally high limit of its inherent soul power, akin to Liu Hao's wisdom soul ring. The Dream Ice Silkworm. A brief but heavy knocking resonated from outside the laboratory, indicating someone was at the door. With a throbbing headache, Morton set aside his game console. Muttering to himself in irritation, Who on earth could it be? Didn't we agree that we wouldn't be eating just yet? He opened the door to find several students from the Iceberg Academy standing outside. The expressions on their faces were a mix of eagerness and trepidation, revealing their youthful innocence. What brings you here? Morton inquired, unable to express his annoyance towards the younger students. They responded with a hint of flattery. We heard Liu Hao is conducting experiments here, and we wish to purchase some potions from him. It is said that Liu Hao is an exceptionally powerful alchemist. Morton was uncertain about Liu Hao's status as an alchemist, yet he understood that being an alchemist was likely one of the least significant facets of Liu Hao's multifaceted identity. Furrowing his brow slightly at the sight of the Iceberg Academy students, Morton ultimately decided to inquire on their behalf. Stay here, I will check inside. The students nodded in agreement. With a decisive slam, Morton closed the door behind him. Observing Morton's retreating figure, the tallest among the students narrowed his eyes slightly. Do not fret, Olga. Once we gain entry, that rotund fellow will be disposed of without delay, stated Jeffiel, as he stood among the group, with Olga, the tallest, nodding in agreement. After approximately half a minute, the door swung open once more, revealing Morton standing behind it. Liu Hao has consented. You may enter with me now. Chapter 30. Casual Slaughter. Acquiring the second soul ring, casually placing the potions he had concocted onto a nearby wooden shelf. Liu Hao suddenly sensed an unusual soul power within the laboratory. All the surveillance devices in the lab were constructed using Liu Hao's own martial spirit, the red lamp ring, which granted him acute perception of different soul powers. This particular soul power felt profoundly unfamiliar. Who could it be? At that moment, Liu Hao rose from his seat in the laboratory, preparing to step outside. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted, and a semi-transparent protective shield enveloped Liu Hao. Damn it! It's the cunning fox, Jeffiel. I cannot believe you managed to deceive even the mayor, Morton shouted, simultaneously using his martial spirit to shield Liu Hao. However, as the protective range of his martial spirit expanded, its defensive strength diminished, seemingly unable to withstand the enemy's onslaught for an extended period. Molten, you insufferable glutton. May you meet your demise. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus, with a menacing open maw, bellowed fiercely at Molten. Its body was adorned with a base of azure skin, marred by red patterns resembling scars, rendering it both grotesque and fearsome. The soul power emanating from it blazed a vivid red, akin to roaring flames. However, Molten, having long dealt with malevolent spirit masters, was acutely aware of how to confront such deranged individuals. The instability of their mental states was a direct consequence of their martial spirits. Take Olga, for instance, whose bloodthirsty dinosaur spirit bestowed upon him formidable strength and regenerative abilities, yet rendered him fiercely combative and prone to madness. At this moment, Olga flailed about like a lunatic, neglecting to employ any soul skills, repeatedly battering against the translucent barrier. It was bewildering how these sinister soul masters were so deluded as to believe that the rotund Molten was in any way safeguarding me. A cool, slightly youthful voice pierced the air, revealing itself to be Liu Hao. Suddenly, a massive green figure appeared before them. What in the world is this? It's even larger than I am, exclaimed the half-human, half-dinosaur Olga in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal fist from Hulk descended upon his abdomen, sending him flying. The impact resonated as his body crashed against scientific instruments, shattering the precious tools in an instant. Yet this assault only served to enrage Olga further, as the crimson light surrounding him intensified. Like a wild beast driven to madness, he roared and surged forward from the debris. Observing the charging Olga, a sly smile curled upon Liu Hao's lips. Mental spike. With fists larger than sandbags, he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon Olga's face. Each strike reminiscent of cannon fire from the most formidable tank, shaking the ground with its immense power. Nearby, Jeffer and his companions were left astounded, collapsing in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Once Olga was stripped of his martial spirit's enhancement, Liu Hao rose from the fallen creature and turned to face the more than 10 individuals behind him. The red light of the ring on his middle finger flickered in the air, swiftly conjuring a multitude of chains that ensnared the group in place. Just as I sought some test subjects, it seems fortune smiled upon me as you all arrived, Liu Hao remarked with a smile directed at the sinister soul masters. As Morton gradually regained consciousness, he beheld the sight of more than 10 individuals, who had previously stormed the laboratory, now ensnared by chains conjured from Liu Hao's martial spirit. Confined within a crimson cell, rubbing the back of his head in confusion, he wondered if perhaps a tidal law had intervened, resolving the situation. Although perplexed, he felt a sense of relief seeing Liu Hao unscathed. Yet, he could not help but notice that the captives' mouths were bound by a red, metallic apparatus, their eyes wide with terror, as if confronted by some unspeakable horror. Regarding the recent assault on the laboratory by these evil spirit masters, Liu Hao had merely provided a brief explanation to Deng Yi, who mistakenly believed that Morton had single-handedly dealt with the attackers, offering Liu Hao a few words of apology. They then proceeded to discuss the items Liu Hao required. In the ensuing days, Liu Hao remained within the laboratory, where a steady stream of supplies was transported from various locations on Death Island to the northern port town. The entirety of Death Island was remarkably abundant in resources, further supplemented by provisions from the Star Islands, ample enough for Liu Hao's exclusive use. Coupled with Liu Hao's first soul skill, which allowed for the manifestation of forms, he had essentially met the conditions necessary for his current scientific experiments. Chapter 31. As Liu Hao prepared to depart from the northern port town, he informed Deng Yi briefly, who made no significant objections. After all, Liu Hao's purpose here was to conduct experiments, and in the days that followed, he had indeed concocted a considerable number of potions. Since Liu Hao had grasped the essence of soul power, the creation of potions had become second nature to him. Soul power, being a complex state of existence, allowed Liu Hao to customize a variety of potions utilizing its intrinsic characteristics, whether for physical healing, enhancing one's soul power cultivation, or even crafting potions for short-term surges of strength. He was capable of producing them all. This proficiency further elevated Liu Hao's standing in Deng Yi's eyes. Consequently, when Liu Hao set out, he was accompanied not only by Morton, but also by 8 members of the town's defense team. The leader, named Wang Hu, was a stern, middle-aged man with a square face and an imposing stature, standing around 6 feet tall, muscular, and formidable. Upon encountering Liu Hao, Wang Hu nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from speaking. The group of 10 swiftly prepared all necessary supplies for their expedition into Death Island, where hunting for soul beasts typically required over half a month of diligent searching to locate a suitable target. The internal expanse of Death Island is approximately equivalent to that of Australia, encompassing a remarkably intricate topography that includes rainforests, swamps, deserts, and plateaus. The soul beasts inhabiting this island exhibit a distinct variety from those found on the mainland. Much like the diverse marsupials of Australia, the species thriving on Death Island differ significantly from their mainland counterparts, with many ancient and unique soul beasts that have persisted since primordial times, remaining unseen on the continent. Beyond the narrative of the Douluo continent and its derived comics and animations, Douluo continent presents an expansive and awe-inspiring world. After departing from their small town, 10 individuals traverse the fields surrounding the outskirts, ultimately entering the dense jungle. Within this forest, Wang Hu, a person of serious demeanor, finds himself speaking more than usual. It is prudent for the group to exercise caution, as the jungle harbors numerous venomous soul beasts. Although these creatures may be only a couple of centuries old, their toxicity is formidable. There was an incident where a team member inadvertently ventured into the forest and was stung on the ankle by a scorpion, necessitating the removal of a section of bone from the ankle to prevent complete leg necrosis. The Red Lantern Ring is one of the most powerful rings within the 7 Lantern Corps. Each ring possesses distinct attributes. The Green Lantern Ring, symbolizing a formidable will, can harness green light energy to shape objects. The Red Lantern Ring, representing hatred, unleashes fierce crimson flames, while the Orange Lantern Ring, emblematic of greed, can manifest the enemies slain by its bearer into energy puppets known as Orange Lantern Specters. In truth, all rings are crafted from the same template. Their varied abilities arise from the differing emotional energies contained within, as well as the unique lantern beasts serving as their mediums. Should Liu Hao desire, he could even imbue his Red Lantern Ring with the capabilities of all 9 Lantern Rings, including the formidable White and Black Lantern Rings. Nevertheless, Liu Hao does not feel the urgency to rush. He possesses ample time to contemplate the nature of the soul rings he truly requires. Having resolved not to provoke the Thunderfire Two-Headed Serpent, Wang Hu leads the team on a lengthy detour, circumventing the serpent's territory. As they pass through the domain of the Thunderfire Two-Headed Serpent, they catch sight of a colossal python, nearly 20 meters long, with heads adorned in crimson and azure. A flame flickers at the center of the red head, while electrical sparks dance at the brow of the blue head. The serpent's body, exceeding 20 meters in length, is cloaked in purple scales, embellished with black and red patterns, exuding an otherworldly allure. Simultaneously, the serpent's amber eyes, with slitted pupils, embody the enigma of the rainforest. Uncertain whether this formidable soul beast had observed them, the group pressed onward through the territory of the Thunderfire Two-Headed Serpent towards the quaint town ahead. The forest before them was not particularly vast, and under the guidance of the king tiger, they traversed it in less than 8 hours. Eventually, they emerged onto a sprawling grassland, where the sun hung low on the horizon, casting its rays upon the myriad hues of the purple eternal ice, transforming the landscape from a gentle azure to a deep violet, creating a peculiar twilight ambience. Light danced upon the dewdrops scattered across the grass and along the meandering brook, as if thousands of feathers had been strewn across the air. Gazing at the dewdrops on the flora, it appeared as though a heavy rain had just fallen. In the distance, a rainbow arched gracefully over the northwestern and southeastern shores of the Isle of Death, enveloping the enigmatic and eerie island within its embrace. As dusk approached, they were not far from the brook ahead, and they hastened their pace to reach it, intending to set up camp there. Chapter 32 Indeed. The silvery moonlight bathed the purple ice mountains, casting a dreamlike glow across the grassland, reminiscent of silken threads swirling and unfurling in the air, as if celestial nymphs descended from the heavens to dance. By the warmth of the campfire, King Tiger and Morton conversed quietly, their camaraderie forged through years of collaboration. Morton's martial soul was particularly adept at defense, making their adventures within the depths of the Isle of Death a frequent endeavor. Under the clear moonlight, the small camp grew increasingly distant, while the dark sorcerers from the coastal town of Seawave, perched atop the hillside, had already spotted the diminutive encampment on the grassland. The number of dark sorcerers residing on the Isle of Death was approximately over 5,000, each averaging a strength between the 30s and 40s. With sufficient talent and fortune, one might hunt a suitable soul beast on the isle to attain a new soul ring, elevating their level to 50. Overall, the dark sorcerers on the Isle of Death possessed formidable strength and outnumbered the members of the Spirit Hall in the 3 port towns. Having engaged in dealings for decades, these dark sorcerers were well aware of the preferred camping sites of the Spirit Hall members in the coastal towns. Are we prepared? The voice was hoarse, yet carried a chilling clarity. Had King Tiger been present, he would have recognized it as that of Bellamy, the mayor of Seawave. Originally, Bellamy, along with Jeffel and Olga, had ventured into the northern port. Unfortunately, Jeffel and Olga had not emerged from the laboratory since their entry, forcing Bellamy to retreat from the northern port to avoid detection by Deng Yi. However, it was unexpected that on the very day he chose to depart, Liu Hao had reached level 20 and sought to venture into the depths of Death Island to hunt soul beasts. Bellamy immediately recognized Liu Hao, who was ensconced within the crowd. Although he had never laid eyes on Liu Hao before, he was aware from inquiries made in the small town that the significant figure within the laboratory was indeed that young boy in the team. Understanding this, Bellamy promptly summoned all the malevolent soul masters who had entered the northern port town, preparing to capture Liu Hao alive on the prairie. As night descended, the moon shone brightly while the stars vanished from the sky. It was a challenging time to assault the camp, yet Bellamy could no longer afford to wait. One of his subordinates spoke up. "Boss, we are prepared, but our numbers do not exceed 20. We fear we may not stand a chance against those 10. Thus, I instructed you to venture north for that task. Have you accomplished it?" Bellamy's voice remained as hoarse as ever, akin to the sound of sulfuric acid pouring down his throat. His subordinates all nodded in unison. The sight of so many green, ghostly flames could not possibly belong to a mere wolf pack. Liu Hao gazed into the distance, his nose adorned with the truth glasses, which enabled him to pierce through the darkness and discern the distant green flames. The remaining individuals, upon hearing Liu Hao's words, changed their expressions. Encountering a vast pack of wolves on such an open plain was undoubtedly unfavorable news. The prairie was exceedingly barren, and the meandering stream before them was barely deep enough to reach a person's shins. The surrounding terrain offered no fortifications. Even the nearest forest would require over half an hour to traverse. By that time, it would be too late. Although a sense of gloom settled over the group, there was little fear among them. After all, for Wang Hu and others, encountering wolves in the dark was a common occurrence. Generally, wolf packs would not initiate attacks on humans, as their leader was aware that directly assaulting a human soul master would yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, the number of humans that a wolf pack could defeat was significantly less than their own numbers, and the resistance from humans could inflict severe casualties upon the wolves. Unless absolutely necessary, wolves would not opt to hunt humans, but rather drive them away. Thus, the group felt astonished by the sheer number of wolves. Yet there was no overwhelming dread. Meanwhile, Bellamy, perched atop a distant peak, displayed a sinister grin. "Is everything prepared?" he inquired, turning to his scarred subordinate. This individual bore a visage marred by scars, with one running from his left eye, across the bridge of his nose, to his right cheek, and another similarly crossing from his right eye to his left cheek, forming a distinctive pattern on his face. The scarred-faced man addressed Bellamy, stating, "Everything is prepared. The wolves have become addicted to the perilla grass. Once we ignite it on this plain, the pack will frantically assault any living creature before them." Bellamy's haunting gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. The loss of others was inconsequential, but that young child must be captured. Only he possessed the means to unlock the ship and lead us to the mainland. The group nodded in agreement. In the distance, the eerie green flames continued to flicker. Yet without warning, layers of purple smoke erupted across the grassland, releasing a faint, intoxicating fragrance. This aroma was exquisite, a delicate blend of cucumber, gardenia, and rose, wafting gently into the nostrils of Liu Hao and his companions. Chapter 33. Luring the wolves. As Liu Hao observed the approaching wolves, his brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling feeling nagging at him. The sudden emergence of the pack and the smoke from the perilla grass seemed far too coincidental to be mere bad luck. After all, although this plain was indeed covered in perilla grass, it had rained heavily just a day prior, leaving the dew on the grass not yet fully dried. How could a great fire ignite here? Though Liu Hao was filled with doubt, this was not the time for speculation. Waves of green, ghostly flames emerged from the darkness, revealing a group of colossal wolves, their thick black fur concealing spines that jutted ominously from their shoulders, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Bone-spike black wolves. Wang Hu exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the massive beasts. Even the usually composed Morton gasped in disbelief. Who would have anticipated such a horde of bone-spike black wolves lurking here? The wolves charged towards the protective shield with ferocious speed. The impact was akin to that of a tank, producing a deep, resonating boom as they collided with the barrier. The shield shuddered violently, and those within it braced themselves, fearing it might shatter at any moment. However, after a fierce tremor, the shield remained steadfast, though Morton's complexion had turned pale. Damn it! The speed and strength of these bone-spike black wolves are overwhelming. At this rate, my shield may not hold. Beside him, Wang Hu and the others furrowed their brows deeply. In his original plan, he had hoped to use Morton's shield to buy at least 2 hours. But now it appeared that even 30 minutes would be a stroke of luck. The wolves continued their relentless assault, crashing against the shield in a frenzied frenzy. The translucent barrier trembled under the moonlight, seeming as though it might shatter at any moment. The situation has become untenable. Tu and Chong, along with Long, you three must charge out first to divert a portion of the surrounding wolf pack. I shall follow closely behind, eliminating them all. 3 individuals stepped forward from the group. The 2 nodded at Wang Hu with his large head before turning to Chong and Long, calling out to them. Morton opened a small aperture at the apex of the protective barrier. The 3 of them leaped from the top, with the 2 clutching a whistle in his mouth. Bellamy, the malevolent soul master and the mayor of the coastal town among the 3 settlements on Death Island, is the most formidable of his kind. His martial soul, known as the Twisted Light Blade, is embodied in the long-handled sword he now wields. Due to the nature of his martial soul, he is unable to draw soul power from the natural world to enhance his strength. Instead, he resorts to hunting humans to absorb the myriad emotions of despair, anger, and jealousy, transforming them into his own soul power. Thus, he is deemed the most perilous malevolent soul master on Death Island. The expressions of those within the protective barrier turned grave, for they could not fathom why they encountered Bellamy here. It is known that his coastal town is situated in the southern part of Death Island, making it exceedingly difficult for him to arrive at the northern region in such a short time. Bellamy, wielding his twisted light blade, spoke little as he advanced through the grass, illuminated by a brilliant white light, approaching the protective barrier. Under the harsh glare, Liu Hao finally discerned Bellamy's visage, a strange and contorted face. One of Bellamy's eyes was large, resembling a bulb, threatening to burst from its socket, while the other was minuscule, reduced to a mere white dot, barely visible beneath drooping eyelids. 3 deep furrows marred his forehead, as if an axe had brutally struck him. His mouth curled into an unsettling arc, revealing a nauseating grin, with the right corner perpetually pulled upwards as if hooked by an iron claw, while the left corner drooped desperately downwards, creating a slant from left to right. Strangely, when he spoke, he did not reveal his front teeth or lower jaw, but rather exposed the molars on the right side of his face, a grotesque and repulsive sight. I have come here solely to capture one person, Bellamy rasped, directing a bony finger towards Liu Hao, who stood at the center of the barrier. No one was surprised, as Liu Hao held the highest status among them. It was evident to all that Bellamy's purpose for being here was undoubtedly to target him. Do not even think about it. Simply draw your weapon if that is your intention. A mere furrow of my brow does not render me a member of the Spirit Hall. Observing this, Bellamy revealed a disdainful smile. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Liu Hao. The two locked eyes in an ephemeral exchange, each perceiving the lethal intent within the other's gaze. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as a fireball materialized in Liu Hao's hand. Witnessing Liu Hao's readiness to strike, those surrounding him also summoned their respective martial spirits. Chapter 34. The Demise of Bellamy. The void links within the shadowy depths of the forest. A shaft of white light relentlessly pursued a flickering flame of red ahead. Yet in an instant, the vibrant blaze came to an abrupt halt. "Why have you ceased your flight, little one?" Bellamy inquired, as he gracefully alighted before Liu Hao, his twisted light saber radiating an unwavering brilliance. Meanwhile, a cryptic smile crept upon Liu Hao's lips. "You should not have followed me, Bellamy, for doing so is akin to courting death." Bellamy's solitary large eye narrowed with trepidation as a massive figure of green loomed before him, exuding a brutal and terrifying aura that even Olga had never unleashed. "What manner of creature are you?" Bellamy gasped. However, the might of Hulk surged forth with ferocity, materializing before Bellamy in an instant. Soul skill, blood-red fury blade. The twisted lightsaber transformed, ablaze with a fierce crimson hue, and within a blink, it collided with Hulk's fist. Boom! The shockwave ravaged the ground beneath them, fissures erupting in the earth while nearby trees trembled in the wake of the terrifying force. Boom! Another punch struck the lightsaber, causing Bellamy's form to quiver violently, as if he were a nail driven deep into the soil. Boom! A subsequent strike resounded, unleashing another shockwave that sent cracks sprawling across the ground, a cacophony of snapping sounds echoing as the earth appeared to shatter like fragile pottery. Yet, the resonant sounds reached the ears of those nearby Morton, who were astonished that Liu Hao could indeed vanquish Bellamy. Only Morton maintained an expression of indifference. After all, if Liu Hao could achieve this, what feat was beyond his capability? Upon returning to the protective formation, Liu Hao retrieved some garments from his pack, donning them without elaborating on the means by which he had subdued Bellamy. The others dared not inquire further, as the violet-red smoke began to dissipate, sculpted by the gentle caress of the wind. In the distance, the spiny black wolves concealed in darkness gradually returned to a state of calm. Moreover, most of the wolves had suffered significant exhaustion and were reluctant to linger any longer. After approximately half an hour, Wang Hu, along with Datu and Chong, finally returned to the camp. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, yet aside from a semblance of fatigue, they appeared uninjured. Without uttering much, they entered the protective enclosure, retrieved cups from their backpacks, and eagerly quenched their thirst with several gulps of water. The wolf pack on the grassland had seemingly vanished, likely due to the actions of the soul sorcerer. I had extinguished the burning purple perilla grass. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that in the coming years, the wolf population would not reach such numbers again. As the morning sun once more cast its golden rays upon the earth, the distant corpses of the wolf beasts sprawled like a series of small mounds, stretching into the horizon, the end obscured from view. It was unclear just how many spiny black wolves Wang Hu and his companions had hunted that night. Throughout the night, none of the 10 members of the team had slept. After all, even including Liu Hao, they were all soul masters, and one sleepless night was hardly consequential. The corpses scattered across the grass would soon be cleared away by other soul beasts. Liu Hao, have you contemplated what type of soul beast you wish to seek as your martial spirit? Ideally, one of the space attribute would be splendid. And if that were not available, then a soul beast capable of producing crystals would suffice. If neither of those options were viable, then simply seek out the most powerful fire attribute soul beast. Upon hearing Liu Hao's thoughts, Wang Hu nodded, though he refrained from questioning why Liu Hao sought a space attribute soul beast. Liu Hao's desire for a space attribute soul beast was to awaken the abilities of the Qingdang ring, which could traverse and teleport swiftly through the cosmos. It could harness its powers to construct vast spatial defensive arrays or utilize spatial forces for attacks. All rings of the Seven Lantern Legion were crafted using the same techniques, though their manifestations varied due to the differing emotional energies contained within. However, the power of soul rings could alter the nature of such energy distinctions. If Liu Hao could find a space attribute soul beast, he would be able to teleport quickly and frequently, akin to the Qingdang ring, providing immense advantages in both retreat and direct combat. Chapter 35. The space of the Qingdang. The mountain, sculpted from millions of years of purple profound ice, was not particularly tall. Looking up, it barely reached over 100 meters. Yet, the peak was exceedingly sharp, resembling a blade that pierced the earth. "Come with me," Liu Hao urged, as the red lantern ring on his right middle finger emitted a brilliant crimson light, an inexplicable force lifting the small wolf beside him as they soared toward the summit of the profound ice mountain. Indeed, atop the mountain peak lay a plump red and white raccoon, its ample tail enveloping its corpulent form, while its black and white fur pulsated rhythmically between expansion and contraction. It had succumbed to a deep slumber. The void raccoon, capable of traversing the emptiness, could not be captured by ordinary means. However, my spirit ability, the beast capture net, was an exception. Observing the slumbering creature, I raised my precious vial. In an instant, a translucent white net enveloped the void raccoon. Startled from its dreams, the creature blinked, but it was too late. It seemed that the spirit of my little wolf could pin down beings that traversed the void. A burst of red flames erupted. The void raccoon let out a pained cry as a fiery beam pierced through its forehead, and a faint violet spirit ring began to ascend from its lifeless body. Without the aid of my little wolf, subduing a spatial-type spirit beast would have demanded considerable effort. Liu Hao's body floated gently in the air, rising to the summit of the icy mountain as the faint violet spirit ring, stirred by his soul power, drifted into his being. Meanwhile, the crowd below furrowed their brows in concern as they gazed at Liu Hao, though only Morton understood that this would not pose a significant problem. I recalled that Liu Hao's spirit was of the fire element. It was perplexing why he would choose to absorb a spatial-type void raccoon's spirit ring. DTU, stroking his oversized head, remarked that although spirit beasts were said to possess immense lifespans, it did not necessarily imply they had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The years attributed to spirit beasts merely summarize the historical context of the Douluo continent. The so-called lifespan of a spirit beast is derived from the accumulation of its own soul power, compared against the soul power a human cultivator would amass in a year. Thus, a spirit beast of merely a decade in age is roughly equivalent to a human soul master of less than level 10. In fact, certain exceptionally skilled, ordinary individuals could potentially defeat these spirit beasts. Upon returning to the town harbor, Liu Hao immediately retreated into the laboratory, as he had yet to decipher the laws governing the transformation of soul power. Once he grasped this principle, he could directly apply his abilities to cultivate spirit beasts. Observing the captured spirit beasts, each with a decade of life, Liu Hao skillfully grasped one of the white-tailed mice. With a swift flash of his crimson blade, he severed the mouse's head. Spirit beasts like the white-tailed mouse reproduce at an astonishing rate upon reaching maturity. They possess the strength of a decade's worth of soul power, yet lack any combat skills, excelling only in reproduction and procreation. Comparable to the laboratory mice frequently employed by scientists, a pale light gradually ascended from the lifeless body of the white-tailed mouse, coalescing into a soul ring within mere seconds. Dr. Banner explained that the power of the soul ring emanated from the soul of the soul beast itself, as well as its own soul power. Whenever a soul ring was formed, the surrounding concentration of soul power would diminish, only to surge rapidly upon completion. Yet, the source of this sudden influx of soul power remained undetermined. The voice of the artificial intelligence, Week 8, echoed in Liu Hao's ears. The information relayed by Week 8 was something Liu Hao had already discerned through his truth glasses. If the origin of the soul ring lay in the soul and soul power of the soul beast, what precisely is the essence of the soul? Ancient Taoist philosophy posited that the soul comprises 3 souls and 7 spirits, applicable to both humans and livestock. Conversely, Western thought regards the soul as a unique manifestation of one's thoughts, a form of cognition and intention. Could it be possible to harness human thoughts to fabricate a soul? Contemplating this notion, Liu Hao turned his gaze towards the captured evil soul masters. If he could extract the souls of these masters from their physical forms, might it be feasible to implant a human soul into the body of a soul beast, subsequently slaying it to observe whether a soul ring could be formed? However, achieving this was no trifling task. Nevertheless, Liu Hao conceived a rather unconventional approach, utilizing brain transmission technology to transfer the thoughts of these evil soul masters into a computer, and thereafter implanting the stored thoughts into the body of the soul beast. With this in mind, he promptly set to work. The evil soul masters confined in the cell had already been subjected to various experimental tortures, rendering them almost unrecognizable. Chapter 36. The arrival of Hulaina. The experiments had been conducted 3 times, and Liu Hao had fragmented Olga's consciousness 2 or 3 times. Yet, each attempt to transfer Olga's thoughts into the body of the soul beast ended in failure. Upon exterminating the soul beast that housed Olga's human consciousness, no soul ring materialized. Only soul power was released. What could be the reason for this? Did the formation of the soul ring have no connection to the physical body of the soul beast? Doctor, perhaps we might consider an alternative approach, injecting the soul of the soul beast into a human body. The emergence of the soul ring may indeed relate to the essence of the soul beast, Week 8 suggested in a cold, dry tone. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Liu Hao's mind. Week 8. Please investigate the differences between the soul data of soul beasts and humans. If we can identify the discrepancies in soul data, I may uncover the true secret behind the formation of the soul ring. On the computer screen, the binary numbers 0 and 1 surged forth in rapid succession, and suddenly, a sharp sound resonated, punctuating the air. Upon hearing that sound, Liu Hao immediately directed his gaze towards the display screen of the Week 8. A substantial segment of data began to transform into shades of red and green. The red side represented the distinctions of human souls, while the green side depicted the differences of soul beasts. Doctor, the disparities between human souls and soul beasts encompass approximately 10 of the soul data. This disparate soul data appears as a mere jumble of characters, devoid of any discernible pattern. Observing the zeros and ones on the screen, Liu Hao furrowed his brow deeply. If these figures were to be converted into decimal numbers, they would reveal an utter lack of order, even more intricate than pi. Convert all these symbols into decimal numbers, Liu Hao instructed Week 8. The zeros and ones on the display swiftly morphed into a series of meaningless figures, which also bore no pattern. Gazing at these numbers, Liu Hao's frown deepened. It was imperative to uncover the internal of these numbers in the shortest possible time. Merely segmenting the figures for testing was an exceedingly foolish approach. Creaking sounds echoed as the two approached the entrance. The grand metallic door gradually opened before them, revealing a robot emanating a crimson glow. While Deng Yi had long grown accustomed to Week 8, given that all of Liu Hao's supplies and meals were procured from the town by this robotic entity, Hulaina had never before encountered a being like Week 8. The two followed closely behind Week 8 as they entered the vast laboratory. What exactly is this? Hulaina inquired softly to Deng Yi. Observing Week 8 leading the way, Deng Yi replied in a calm tone, "This is Liu Hao's creation. It is said that the divine being took 7 days to create all that exists, yet Week 8 was not among them. Thus, Liu Hao named his mechanical creation Week 8. Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, though she truly grasped little of what Deng Yi was articulating. Guided by Week 8, the two navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the laboratory until they finally reached the basement. The array of experimental apparatuses surrounding them left Hulaina in awe, as she found it difficult to fathom the peculiar items and their intended purposes. It wasn't until they encountered Liu Hao, seated before a computer with hair resembling a bird's nest and a somber expression, that they recognized the gravity of the situation. Throughout the past fortnight, Liu Hao had made little progress regarding soul data, having only managed to analyze about 1 of it. The remaining 99 remained elusive. As if all methods had long surpassed any known mathematical tools Liu Hao had acquired thus far. For him, it was imperative to devise a novel mathematical tool. Without it, interpreting the soul data would be an insurmountable challenge, rendering the subsequent 99 content utterly incomprehensible. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed behind Liu Hao. Yet he did not turn to glance at the source. "Have you come to learn potion-making techniques from me, Hulaina?" At that moment, Hulaina stood astounded, absorbing the grandeur of the vast and luminous laboratory. A massive rectangular display, towering 5 meters high and 8 meters wide, flickered incessantly with the digits 0 and 1. The array of peculiar buttons surrounding her only heightened her astonishment. Chapter 37. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall, the covetousness of the title Douluo deep in thought. Liu Hao was startled when a small face suddenly appeared before him. However, he quickly regained his composure. "How did you appear before me so suddenly?" Hulaina, equally taken aback, remarked, "Your reaction startled me. Do you realize that?" Observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Liu Hao felt a twinge of exasperation. Had he known, he would have refrained from allowing a disciple of the Pope into the laboratory. Turning to the figure standing behind him, Deng Yi, Liu Hao could only relent, his internal frustration unvoiced. "Thank you very much, Mayor Deng." Deng Yi waved dismissively. Then, after a moment of awkward silence, inquired, Liu Hao, may I ask if you still possess that potent potion?" As he spoke, Deng Yi gestured with a motion of his hands. Liu Hao, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "Did I not give you a bottle? How could you have exhausted it in merely half a month? Your usage is rather excessive." Liu Hao then redirected his gaze to the side, where Ingbi promptly retrieved several bottles from a nearby box. While the kidney tonics are indeed beneficial, one must not overindulge. Deng Yi joyfully accepted the potions from Ingbi, stuffing them into his garments before hastily departing the laboratory. Naturally mature, Hulaina was aware of the true nature of the potions in Deng Ye's possession. and a slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she turned to Liu Hao and asked, "Am I also to concoct those potions?" Before she could finish, Bibi Dong raised her hand, interrupting the conversation. "Do not concern yourself with matters pertaining to the apothecary. Should I hear of your inquiries regarding that potion master again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The beads of sweat on the forehead of the porcupine Douluo quickly grew to the size of yellow peas, dripping to the ground as he hastily replied in acquiescence, then fled the grand hall as if his life depended on it. As he stepped through the grand entrance, the initially frantic expression of the porcupine Douluo transformed into one of shadowy malice. The confusion in his eyes dissipated in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of resentment and hatred. The porcupine Douluo was among the eldest of the over 10 titled Douluos within the spirit hall. He had long followed the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, but due to some unknown circumstances, Qin Xuanji suddenly perished, allowing Bibi Dong to ascend rapidly. The swiftness of these events, coupled with the support of the Grand Elder, rendered courtiers like the porcupine Douluo in a position of great awkwardness, especially in recent times. With the mysterious pharmacist aiding Bibi Dong, her influence within the spirit hall had grown increasingly formidable, while the authority of the elder courtiers, like him, had begun to wane. This was intolerable for the porcupine Douluo and his companions. Moreover, he harbored a persistent intuition that the death of the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, was shrouded in ulterior motives, likely intertwined with the current pope, Bibi Dong. If they could uncover evidence linking Bibi Dong to Qin Xuanji's demise, the balance of power within the spirit hall would surely shift. However, such a plan necessitated sufficient strength to challenge Bibi Dong, who was a limit Douluo of level 99. No one had ever reached such a terrifying realm before the age of 40. Furthermore, Bibi Dong was a dual martial soul master, rendering her considerably more powerful than those with a single martial soul. To augment their strength, they must find a way to secure the assistance of the enigmatic pharmacist. As he traversed the corridor of the Grand Hall, the porcupine Douluo remained furrowed in thought. At that moment, a flash of golden light caught his attention as the Holy Dragon Douluo passed before him. He recalled that the Holy Dragon Douluo had once interacted with the mysterious pharmacist. If he could extract information from him, it would be advantageous. With a sudden spark of determination, the porcupine Douluo quickened his pace, hastening toward the Holy Dragon Douluo. Upon seeing the porcupine Douluo approach, the Holy Dragon Douluo was taken aback, aware that their relationship was far from amicable, compounded by the porcupine Douluo's habit of flaunting his seniority, which had not endeared him to the other titled Douluos. Chapter 38. The arrival of the porcupine Douluo. I must apologize to everyone for the lack of an update yesterday. It seems that many are not particularly fond of the narrative surrounding Douluo Dalu, prompting me to spend the day revising the outline. Consequently, the storyline of Douluo Dalu will conclude in the next chapter or two. I understand that Douluo Dalu has not garnered much affection, yet as a web novelist, fulfilling my contract is paramount, and if the first world I write is Douluo Dalu, it significantly eases the difficulty of signing a contract. On Death Island, Hulaina gazed at the purple potion in her hand, her small face puffed up in frustration. As a disciple of the Pope, I find it utterly demeaning to be treated in such a manner, instructed by an entity devoid of humanity, bearing the peculiar name of Sunday 8, on the art of potion making. This is a grave underestimation of my abilities. With this thought, Hulaina lifted her gaze towards Sunday 8, only to find that it had already closed its crimson eyes, seemingly in a state of recharge. Well, since you are currently in slumber, I shall not hesitate to see what Liu Hao is engaged in. With this resolve, Hulaina cautiously rose from the altar and stealthily exited the potion room. However, at the very moment Hulaina turned, Sunday 8's eyes snapped open. Yet it paid no heed to her pursuit of Liu Hao, clearly aware of her intentions. In the laboratory, Liu Hao remained seated before the computer, data flashing incessantly before him. The truth glasses continually augmented his inspiration and wisdom. After all, he was merely around 7 years of age. Had Liu Hao possessed the cognitive faculties of a 20-something, he would undoubtedly construct mathematical rules for soul data in a remarkably brief span. Noticing Liu Hao's focused demeanor, Hulaina cautiously approached him on tiptoe, intent on discovering what he had been working on. In truth, her innate talent was not lacking. Under the guidance of her martial spirit, the demon gourd, Hulaina could swiftly concoct various potions. Although most of these potions were of a grade akin to the blue-silver potion, it is worth noting that Tang-san required an entire year of practice to master the blue-silver potion. Thus, in certain respects, Hulaina's talent could be considered superior to Tang-san's. Stealthily positioning herself behind Liu Hao, Hulaina took a deep breath, preparing to startle him from behind. Yet, at that moment, Liu Hao abruptly sprang to his feet. Hulaina, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by the swiftly moving chair. "What are you doing here?" Liu Hao inquired, having already anticipated her arrival. Quickly rising from the floor, Hulaina brushed off the dust as if nonchalantly, and replied, "It's nothing. I merely came to see how your experiment was progressing. I shall take my leave now." With that, she promptly turned away, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. What on earth is happening? Why did Liu Hao stand up just as I was behind him? This is infuriating. I shall have to give him a proper fright in the future. The one seeking you this time is the fearsome porcupine Douluo, renowned for his notoriously difficult temperament among all the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. He has specifically come to the northern port, evidently intent on finding you. Although it is a mystery how he came by your information. Observing the flustered expression on Deng Ye's face, one can surmise that the fearsome porcupine Douluo's reputation within the Spirit Hall is rather grim, perhaps even instilling a deep-seated fear. Consequently, Liu Hao raised his hand to signal Deng Yi to remain calm and stated, "What is meant to be will be. Since the fearsome porcupine Douluo has expressly come to seek me, there is little I can do to evade this. Let us go and meet him." With that, Liu Hao strode confidently out of the laboratory, while Hulaina remained engrossed in her handheld gaming device, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. At the northern port town, a colossal warship loomed majestically at the dock, resembling a moving mountain. Upon the vessel, the fearsome porcupine Douluo stood with his arms crossed. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the anxious townsfolk of the northern port. The previously tranquil crowd began to stir, and as they turned their gazes, they spotted Deng Yi approaching with a small child in tow. The townspeople recognized the child as Liu Hao. Upon seeing Liu Hao's arrival, the once stern expression of the fearsome porcupine Douluo softened into a smile tinged with a hint of cruelty. As Deng Yi reached the warship, he clasped his hands in greeting and announced, "Fearsome porcupine Douluo, the pharmacist Liu Hao has arrived." The fearsome porcupine Douluo's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration as he regarded Liu Hao, who stood behind Deng Yi, displaying an unremarkable demeanor. No wonder the Pope, Bibi Dong, is so intent on safeguarding him. "Come forth, esteemed pharmacist," he beckoned. However, Liu Hao remained motionless behind Deng Yi, which caused Deng Yi to become increasingly anxious, whispering urgently, "Liu Hao, you should go up. Otherwise, the fearsome porcupine Douluo may resort to force." "Liu Hao, I am engaged in potion crafting on Death Island with the special permission of Her Holiness the Pope. Without her explicit decree, I cannot board the warship," Liu Hao replied, preparing to turn away. At that moment, a figure leapt down from the warship with the swiftness of lightning, landing right before Liu Hao. Upon closer inspection, the person was clad in tight-fitting black attire, sporting elongated peach blossom eyes, and their physique made it impossible to discern whether they were male or female. Chapter 39. The Divine King Tang San. Departing from Douluo, leaning against the railing of the warship, Liu Hao's gaze drifted towards the distant white froth of the waves. As the tumultuous sea relentlessly battered the side of the vessel, the entire ship was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the chirping of seabirds soaring overhead. Beside Liu Hao stood but one individual, the titled Douluo known as the. At that moment, gazed at Liu Hao with a face full of curiosity. Unable to fathom how a child not yet 10 years of age could single-handedly establish such an expansive pharmacological system. Within a mere few months, a myriad of potions had swiftly captivated the entirety of the Spirit Hall's territories, and remarkably, the side effects of these potions were minimal. Indeed, many of these concoctions were suitable for soul masters of level 50 and above. Just as Douluo was about to engage in a meaningful conversation with Liu Hao, a deep rumble emanated from beneath their warship, followed by a series of thunderous sounds, as if some colossal sea creature had collided violently with the vessel. Upon hearing this noise, S' expression shifted dramatically. It was essential to note that his warship weighed nearly 1,000 tons. What could possibly possess the strength to jolt such a heavy ship? One could only imagine the formidable power of the soul beast responsible. Originally intent on forging a closer rapport with Liu Hao, the titled Douluo immediately ascended into the air, unwilling to risk the predicament of having to compensate for the damaged warship. A cacophony of terrifying impacts echoed, indicating that indeed, some gigantic entity was forcefully battering against the ship's hull. It was crucial to recognize that its warship was not an ironclad, but rather a wooden vessel. Should the assault persist, it might very well be reduced to splinters. In midair, Douluo waved his hand, summoning an immense sphere of energy, dark as ink, which coalesced between his palms. This energy orb swelled uncontrollably in his grasp, akin to a balloon suddenly filled with a ton of air. "Damn it! Whatever you are, how dare you strike my ship?" he bellowed from the skies. Yet, The thunderous sounds continued unabated, leaving Liu Hao with no choice but to rely on his martial spirit to hover in the air. The others aboard the ship lacked such capabilities, helplessly tossed about by the tumultuous forces. At that moment, a figure atop the lookout raised his hand, pointing toward the depths below. "Everyone look!" Tang exclaimed, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a knowing expression. "I knew you would recognize my voice. After all, your influence on this world surpasses my imagination. What is it you wish to convey to me?" Liu Hao inquired, gazing up at the man before him. "I regret to inform you, Liu Hao, that you must perish here. Your future impact on the Douluo continent is far too significant, even indirectly precipitating the continent's ultimate demise. I am truly sorry, but I must kill you." With those words, Tang raised the trident in his hand, preparing to strike Liu Hao down where he stood. As Tang prepared to strike, Liu Hao instantaneously transformed into his Hulk form. "Your resistance is futile before me, who has already ascended to divinity. Even in the guise of a demon god, it holds no significance." However, Liu Hao was not one to surrender easily. His formidable muscles trembled with an unsettling power, as if a titan lurked within him. "You should be aware of my nature. I shall not yield." Observing Liu Hao's Hulk transformation, Tang lips curled into a slight smirk as he declared, "In that case, I have no desire to engage in battle upon this vast sea. Instead, I shall send you away from this world." With that, Tang raised his hand and waved forcefully. Before Liu Hao could react, a colossal vortex of time and space materialized behind him. A low hum emanated from the vortex, and in an instant, Liu Hao was expelled from Douluo continent. In the blink of an eye, the once tumultuous sea had transformed into a tranquil expanse. "In gratitude for your future assistance to Douluo continent, Liu Hao, I grant you passage from this world, hoping that we shall never cross paths again," Tang murmured. Chapter 40, Pirates, Deserted Island. A tremendous rumbling echoed as a colossal elephant, akin to a mountain, was effortlessly lifted by a mere child and subsequently smashed to the ground, creating a massive crater as if bombarded by countless cannonballs. "I never anticipated the strength of this elephant king to be so formidable. It can indeed match my might." It had been 6 months since Liu Hao traversed from Douluo continent to the world of One Piece. Initially, he contemplated cutting down the towering trees on the island to construct a vessel for sailing. Yet, after much deliberation, he resolved to hone his abilities on this island. For the world of One Piece was far from the tranquility of Douluo continent. The pirates of this realm were exceedingly ruthless, although there were exceptions like Roger and Luffy. The majority were the dregs of humanity. Through extensive physical transformations, Liu Hao's body had reached the level of a common inhabitant in the world of One Piece, and his innate talents were severely amplified by the Gamma Divine power. Remarkably, within just 6 months, he was capable of engaging in a one-on-one contest of strength with the Elephant King on the island. Today, he had even lifted the massive creature and slammed it down with tremendous force. The elephant's tusks shattered upon their violent contact with the ground. Observing the fallen giant, Liu Hao skillfully grasped a nearby fragment of tusk and plunged it into the creature's neck. Blood gushed forth like a small spring. After casually clearing the massive corpse, Liu Hao indulged in the consumption of entrails, particularly relishing the fact that the majority of the natural environment in the world of One Piece remains untainted by pollution. As a result, the internal organs of the animals here, after undergoing simple culinary preparation, are exceedingly delectable. It is uncertain whether Liu Hao's physical form underwent an intrinsic transformation upon traversing into the realm of One Piece, or if the substantial fusion of his soul energy precipitated an evolution within his own body. Regardless, Liu Hao's physical prowess has escalated exponentially compared to his previous state, now rivaling the might of an Elephant King. It remains unclear whether his strength in these vast seas is formidable or feeble. Perhaps a venture out to sea is warranted. Gazing at the slowly rotating roast above the fire, Liu Hao found himself lost in contemplation. The day was splendid, with a gentle breeze sweeping in from afar, causing the white clouds in the sky to retreat from sight. From Liu Hao's vantage point, he discerned a small dark speck on the horizon, seemingly navigating towards the deserted island. Astonishingly, a vessel was approaching. In the past 6 months, not a single ship had traversed this route. It appeared that this ship was heading directly for the deserted island. Was it fleeing from something, or was there another reason for its haste? Instead of feeling exhilarated by the sight of a ship amidst his isolation, Liu Hao was filled with suspicion. In the world of One Piece, a ship so urgently making its way to the next island likely meant it was either being pursued or that the island held something of immense value to them. During the past 6 months, Liu Hao had only conducted a brief exploration for potable freshwater and hunted various large animals. neglecting to thoroughly investigate potential storage locations on the island. Clearly, a meticulous search of the island was in order. Yet it was essential to ascertain whether the incoming ship was a pirate vessel, a mere merchant ship, or one belonging to the Navy. As the distant dark speck drew nearer, Liu Hao's keen eyesight quickly identified the flag hoisted upon the ship, undeniably a pirate flag. A skull adorned the emblem, with two crossed bones behind it, rugged yet fiercely wild, indicative of a pirate ship. However, Liu Hao remained unperturbed. After all, with the ability to transform into the Hulk, fleeing was always an option should conflict arise. Thus, he rose to his feet, the sizable rock that had been atop him tumbling to the side, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brushing off the dust from his body, Liu Hao estimated the distance to the ship, concluding that it would require at least half a day to reach the deserted island. By the time it arrived, dusk or night would likely have fallen. In this interval, Liu Hao should be able to uncover some clues on the island and examine the cargo for anything of value to him. Resolving to act upon this thought, he set his intentions into motion. The island in question is not particularly vast. To the west, a succession of towering peaks rises majestically, and atop these mountains lies a freshwater lake, the sole source of drinking water for Liu Hao. Although this lake is not large, it remains perpetually full, indicating that the island experiences considerable rainfall. The rest of the terrain consists of flat plains, composed of rich humus formed from decayed foliage, interspersed with sandy beaches. It would be impractical to conceal a significant quantity of goods in these areas. Therefore, Liu Hao speculates that the hidden treasures sought by the band of pirates must be concealed within the caves of the western peaks. As evening descends, a gentle breeze wafts over the shoreline, leaving ripples upon the fine, soft sand. Zygra's vessel slowly approaches the beach. They have visited this island numerous times in the past. Chapter 41. Slaying the pirates suddenly, from the depths of the inky black jungle. A thunderous roar reverberates through the air. Zygra and his companions' expressions shift dramatically. Having frequented this island before, they are well aware of the formidable beasts that inhabit it and recognize the nature of such sounds. Upon hearing the roar, Zygra whispers urgently, "Damn it. It's that enormous gorilla coming this way. What on earth is happening? Why would such a creature venture here?" Though perplexed, he soon spots a massive, pitch-black gorilla emerging from the distant jungle, towering nearly 20 meters tall, resembling a small hill. Its crimson eyes fixate intently on Zygra, whose once somber demeanor quickly transforms into determination. While he has no desire to provoke the mighty silverback, he is undaunted by the prospect of battle should it arise. "I had intended to spare your life while you guarded my goods on this island, but since you are so recklessly oblivious to danger, you shall meet your demise," he declares. With that, Zygra gestures dramatically, and his hands, already enveloped in white bone, suddenly elongate into two lethal blades. Bone blades. In response, the gorilla lets out a furious bellow and seizes a colossal tree beside it. With a deafening crack, it uproots the tree effortlessly, its terrifying strength shaking the very ground beneath them. Zygra, with a cold gaze fixed on the gorilla, prepares for battle. Kill. With his bone blades raised, Zygra dashes forward, a flash of white lightning charging towards the gorilla. In a swift motion, he slices the air, delivering two deep, bone-exposing gashes to the gorilla's thigh. Despite its massive size, the gorilla is not particularly swift. The sudden, excruciating pain compels it to unleash a heart-wrenching howl. At this moment, a cruel smile crept upon Zygra's lips. The skeletal weapon. He suddenly raised his left hand, and under the manipulation of his bone abilities, the white bones swiftly morphed through the air like melting wax, instantly transforming into a long spear nearly 10 meters in length. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided midair. The shockwave surged forth, akin to a sickle slicing through the trees. The terrifying force was so sharp that it effortlessly cleaved through the thick trunks in an instant. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated your strength would be so formidable. Have you ever considered joining my crew? Although my bounty is merely 40 million at present, it is a reflection of my cautious nature. My true power rivals that of notorious pirates with bounties reaching 100 million. To be fair, Zygra's strength was indeed remarkable, enabling him to engage Liu Hao in a direct confrontation. Even now, the skeletal formations on Zygra's arm continued to shift, seemingly attempting to pierce Liu Hao's skin and sever his flesh. However, Liu Hao's regenerative abilities proved too resilient, further bolstered by the continuous healing derived from the Gamma Divine Power, rendering the white bones sprouting from Zygra's arm incapable of inflicting significant harm. To think you could enlist me as your crew member is a grave miscalculation. Prepare to die. With that declaration, Liu Hao waved his hand and seized Zygra by the waist. With a resounding crack, Zygra's rigid skeletal armor shattered under Liu Hao's immense strength. As Liu Hao's anger surged, so too did his power. The relentless gamma divine energy transformed into overwhelming force, making him appear akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. Realizing the sudden destruction of his skeletal armor, Zygra's previously arrogant expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, how are you capable of this?" Before he could fully articulate his bewilderment, Liu Hao raised his hand, wielding enough strength to shift mountains and part rivers, lifting Zygra into the air effortlessly. "Come, strike me down." With a terrifying roar, the force reverberated throughout his body, akin to a multitude of cannonballs crashing upon the earth. Zygra's body slammed against the solid earthen ground, the skeletal armor unable to withstand the full fury of the enraged Hulk. The sound of shattering echoed repeatedly, reminiscent of a mere chip being crushed. Upon closer inspection, Zygra was already drenched in blood, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at Liu Hao as though he were a monster. Yet, Liu Hao merely regarded him with cold indifference. As he raised his hand, Zygra stammered, "No, I still boom." Chapter 42. The Powers of the Mask Fruit. Ultimately, Liu Hao chose to consume the mask fruit, incurring a cost of approximately 2,000 points of primal essence exemption. He discovered that the primal essence required for exemption varied among different devil fruits. The more potent the devil fruit, the greater the amount of primal essence it demanded. Presently, Liu Hao's total primal essence was barely over 5,000, a portion of which was essential for evolving his own devil fruit abilities. Additionally, primal essence was necessary to repair the various modules and functionalities of the system, leaving Liu Hao with scant surplus. Moreover, the capabilities of the mask fruit were indeed impressive, particularly suitable for Liu Hao to amass a considerable amount of primal essence. Another significant factor was that Luffy's brother, Ace, had already set sail and received an invitation from Whitebeard to join his crew. This indicated that the plot would commence in less than a year. As Liu Hao had yet to reach adulthood, it was quite challenging for him to integrate into the unfolding narrative. However, by utilizing the impersonation abilities of the mask fruit, he could assume a role within the storyline, thereby acquiring substantial primal essence. The powers of the mask fruit, in contrast to the mimic fruit, were far more intricate. The essence of the mask fruit encompassed three core abilities: character mask, mask creation, and role-playing. The character mask, as its name suggests, allows one to don another's visage and harness all their abilities. However, one cannot perform actions beyond the inherent capabilities of that individual, although gradual transformation is possible. For instance, if Liu Hao were to impersonate an overweight individual, he could, through diligent training, gradually appear slimmer in the eyes of others. Such transformation is feasible. The mask creation ability permits one to alter their physique and appearance at will, akin to the capabilities of the mimic fruit, thus requiring no further elaboration. The role-playing ability, also known as mask devouring, entails that once one adopts the identity of another through the mask, they become bound by the constraints of that identity. The essence of mask devouring lies in the slow and prolonged performance that gradually alters the perceptions of those around the performer regarding the character being portrayed, ultimately leading to the complete assimilation of the mask and the acquisition of all the abilities of the character performed. In essence, through the power of role-playing, Liu Hao could wield multiple devil fruit abilities merely by utilizing his mask fruit. This was the very reason for his decision to ingest the mask fruit. Although the powers of the mask fruit offered numerous advantages, they were not without their limitations. Firstly, the original characters of those impersonated by the mask fruit user could not appear simultaneously before the same individual. Secondly, until the mask was devoured through the mask devouring ability, one could not act in contradiction to the identity they were embodying. In other words, if Liu Hao transformed into Luffy, he could not employ his ability to morph into the Hulk. Indeed, the most compelling role to play is that of a deceased individual, provided that the death remains a secret to all, much like the fate of Ziegler, who has been vanquished by Liu Hao on this very island. Those who were aware of Ziegler's demise have all met their end at Liu Hao's hands. Approaching Ziegler's lifeless body, Liu Hao gradually raised his hand, and in his grasp materialized a translucent mask, devoid of any facial features. Ziegler's vessel, already quite antiquated, struggled against the ferocious winds and tumultuous waves. Had it not been for Liu Hao's diligent repairs while navigating, it would have surely succumbed to the depths of the ocean long ago. Alu Island stands as the nearest inhabited landmass on the maritime charts to this desolate isle. At last, they had arrived. Gazing at the distant island, Liu Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, for he was still embodying the persona of the skeletal sorcerer, Ziegler. The ship gradually approached the shore, and as Liu Hao cast his gaze toward the island, He recognized that to harness the mask's devouring abilities, he must immerse himself in the role for an extended period. Henceforth, all of Liu Hao's actions would be governed by the characteristics of Ziegler. In contrast to other pirates, Ziegler was notably cautious throughout his endeavors. He never revealed his true visage, eternally concealed behind a bone-white mask. Only in solitary ventures would Ziegler unveil his authentic appearance, which explains why the entire Navy remains oblivious to his true form. Thus, Liu Hao could seamlessly don Ziegler's countenance as he ventured onto the island. Upon entering Liu Island, one would find it rather modest, comprising merely a small town, yet it boasted a sizable dock on its periphery. The town's population was scant, likely due to the absence of pirate incursions over the years. Consequently, Liu Hao, a stranger, walked the streets without attracting any peculiar glances. His objectives for arriving here were twofold: to repair his vessel and to procure ample supplies. True to Ziegler's character, he would not engage in actions that would incite undue commotion. As Liu Hao delved deeper into the embodiment of Ziegler, the physical exertion required to maintain the mask's fade gradually diminished. However, due to Liu Hao's inherent human strength being considerably less than that of his Hulk form, sustaining the prolonged usage of Ziegler's mask necessitated a continuous conversion of his gamma energy into stamina. Thus, Liu Hao bore a subtle flaw. His pupils were a striking shade of emerald green. This imperfection could only be discerned by those intimately familiar with him. But Ziegler's former crewmates had all been eliminated by Liu Hao. Naturally, no one would discover such a flaw. As Liu Hao walked through the streets, he observed the quaint town while contemplating what goods to procure for his vessel. Chapter 43. Confrontation. Gazing into the distance, where a tumultuous wave of black smoke surged like a tide, Liu Hao's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Although most of the plot of One Piece had faded from his memory, he retained a clear recollection of certain pivotal characters. Such black smoke could only emanate from a crucial figure within the narrative, Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, one of the future emperors of the sea. Astonishingly, he had already acquired the powers of the dark fruit, and judging by the situation, it seemed he had arrived in the first half of the Grand Line. As the ominous clouds of black smoke enveloped the surroundings, Liu Hao's expression grew serious. Yet, soon his demeanor shifted. If I could stage a grand performance before Blackbeard and the naval branch, convincing them that I am Zygra, perhaps the powers of my mask fruit could truly allow me to don a mask. The darkness in the distance rapidly crept toward the street, causing the villagers to become exceedingly anxious. "Run!" someone suddenly shouted, and the villagers scattered like startled sheep, leaving Liu Hao standing alone on the street. In the distance, a towering middle-aged man followed closely behind Blackbeard, striding forward with an air of arrogance, his hands outstretched as he laughed boisterously. However, Blackbeard's laughter abruptly ceased as he spotted a figure standing like a rock amidst his tide of darkness, a person wearing a menacing skeletal mask. At that moment, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed. His nature was indeed arrogant and conceited, which explained his audacity in surrendering Ace to the Navy, subsequently luring the entire Whitebeard pirates into a trap, and even attempting to defeat Whitebeard single-handedly in a final gambit. Although this gamble ultimately led to his victory, even a slight deviation could have resulted in his demise during the future Marineford War, revealing the essence of Blackbeard's character. Thus, when he laid eyes on Liu Hao, a brutal killing intent flashed in his gaze, but he quickly resumed his laughter. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the bone demon Zygra from the first half of the Grand Line to possess such formidable strength, remaining unfazed within my dark domain. Would you care to join me as my companion?" Upon hearing the invitation, Liu Hao remained silent. "Who are you?" I cannot allow your fist to strike my captain." "Well done, Bagus. Little did I expect that this individual is none other than the renowned captain and helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the champion, Gizes Bagus. Now, it is your turn to fall, Zygra." Dark water. The swirling darkness in his hands grew increasingly powerful, immediately ensnaring Liu Hao's body. "Shatter your skeletal armor." The vortex in Blackbeard's grasp expanded, resembling a gaping maw of the abyss, intent on devouring Liu Hao's form. Yet, despite the vortex's immense power, Liu Hao remained unmoved. Moments passed, and Blackbeard's expression soured. The abilities of the dark fruit are capable of suppressing other devil fruit powers. How is it that Zygra's bone fruit ability remains unyielded? A rare flicker of panic surged within Blackbeard's heart. However, Liu Hao coldly chuckled. For the suppressive ability of the dark fruit also extends to the mask fruit's powers. The caveat lies in the necessity of utilizing the mask's abilities, rather than relying on an exhausted power. Thus, Blackbeard found himself unable to impose his will upon Liu Hao. Yet, such revelations would remain unspoken. I wonder if you have heard of something called hockey, particularly the armament hockey. Upon hearing Liu Hao's words, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with recognition. After all, he hails from the Whitebeard pirates and possesses knowledge of armament hockey and its deeper applications of energy. I have indeed been rather careless, believing that the paradise harbors no masters capable of wielding hockey. However, this is understandable. Beneath the barrier of armament hockey, my dark fruit abilities are indeed unable to suppress him. Seeing the dawning comprehension on Blackbeard's face, Liu Hao felt a surge of joy within. The ruse had succeeded. The capabilities of Liu Hao's masked fruit are intricate, one of which allows him to impersonate others. Through this ability, Liu Hao can transform his persona, akin to transitioning from a corpulent figure to a slender one through diligent practice. Similarly, before Blackbeard, Liu Hao demonstrated that he would not be subdued by the dark fruit's power. He then provided an explanation. The portion enveloped by the dark fruit's ability had, in fact, been coated with armament hockey. At this moment, Blackbeard evidently accepted this notion, signifying that Liu Hao's impersonation was indeed triumphant. Consequently, a mysterious, inky power began to flow steadily and persistently from Liu Hao's being. Chapter 44. The sword Chi Soars. Liu Hao had not anticipated that Beast's punch would shatter the external skeletal armor encasing him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The milky white bones swiftly grew across Liu Hao's surface, and in the blink of an eye, he had completely restored himself. At this moment, Beast also quickly emerged from his shock, raising his hand and clenching his fist, preparing to strike once more. However, at that moment, Blackbeard's voice echoed in Beast's ears, declaring an end to the battle. From a distance, Blackbeard approached with a somber expression, looking towards Liu Hao and stating, "Let this fight conclude." Despite Blackbeard's inherently arrogant nature and his belief that he and Beast could easily defeat Liu Hao, he was keenly aware that, given their current strengths, they stood no chance against the Whitebeard pirates. "I shall spare your life for now, Ziegra. Once I have dealt with my father, I will ensure your dismemberment." Upon hearing his captain's command, Beast chuckled, gradually loosening his fist. Liu Hao, too, was reluctant to engage in a fierce battle with these two members of the Blackbeard pirates, slowly reverting from his colossal form to his original state. "You fought me without cause, and now you wish to depart?" Upon hearing Liu Hao's words, Blackbeard narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of murderous intent emanating from them. Yet, he soon burst into laughter. "If that is the case, what do you desire?" Lowering his gaze to Blackbeard, Liu Hao spoke deliberately. "I know you are a member of the Whitebeard pirates. I seek the head of the 2nd Division Commander, Ace." Blackbeard's pupils constricted at Liu Hao's audacious request, hardly believing that this skeletal sorcerer, Ziegra, would dare to make such a demand. To strike against a member of the Whitebeard pirates was tantamount to provoking the entire crew and challenging the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. Yet, Blackbeard soon erupted with laughter, for he was an exceedingly arrogant individual. "Ha! You are quite amusing, Ziegra. So audacious and oblivious to your own mortality. If you desire Ace's head, then I shall grant it to you, but the condition is that you must seize it from my hands." Liu Hao responded with a cold smile. "Then let our abilities determine the outcome." Initially, Liu Hao thought that as an outsider, he would soon be expelled from Alu Island, only to discover that the majority of its inhabitants were also from distant lands. He remained inconspicuous throughout Alu Island. Consequently, he had been faring well, performing before the masses while simultaneously honing his physical prowess. The primary focus was on learning, or rather, immersing himself in the world of One Piece. To become a formidable force in this realm, there are predominantly 3 paths one may pursue. Of course, these 3 styles do not necessitate a rigid distinction. Much like how Luffy's greatest strength lies in his own devil fruit and combat prowess, embodying martial capability. However, if one must assess offensive power, it is evident that he stands unrivaled among these 3 styles. This explains why many assert that Mihawk possesses combat strength on par with Yonko. Aside from his frequent duels with Shanks, which consistently end in a stalemate, he wields a terrifying offensive capability that sends chills down the spine of all who encounter him. After all, he is the world's foremost swordsman. Now, Liu Hao, as Ziegler, possesses the power of the Bone fruit, enabling him to manipulate his own skeletal structure, transforming his hands into blades, a most fitting skill to acquire. With Blackbeard's acknowledgement, Liu Hao has begun to harness armament hockey, albeit in a nascent form. This marks a metamorphosis from nothing to something. By simply increasing the quantity of his hockey, he can allow it to permeate his bones, forging them into an indestructible weapon akin to a black blade. Only with the strongest defenses can one achieve an invincible stance. However, on Auru Island, There exists not a single dojo dedicated to swordsmanship, compelling Liu Hao to stand by the sea each day, conjuring a white bone longsword from his skeletal essence. He incessantly swings it, yearning to cleave the ocean with his bone blade. In the realm of scientific inquiry, Liu Hao could effortlessly surpass 999 of the Pirate King world, yet when it comes to studying himself, he finds no method available. Yet, the years of dedicated study and research have imparted a crucial lesson: to embark on an endeavor he has never attempted. It is prudent to commence with the simplest of tasks. Thus, Liu Hao's daily ritual by the seaside consists of a singular pursuit: drawing his sword. He draws it 200 times each hour, equating to 20 draws per minute. While this may seem trivial, drawing a sword every 3 seconds is attainable with sufficient strength and focus. Even the average person could accomplish it. However, in a fantastical world like that of One Piece, each of Liu Hao's draws generates a tempest. The blade slices through the air, evoking a mournful wail, as if the very atmosphere laments its passage. Chapter 45, Departure. Night falls, cool as water. Liu Hao continues his routine, seated cross-legged by the sea. In a year or two, this ocean will be stirred into turmoil by Luffy's emergence. The time remaining for Liu Hao is scant. He must act swiftly. In these fleeting years, he has not envisioned altering the entire world of One Piece. Instead, his singular ambition is to become the Pirate King. Liu Hao must acquire a sufficient amount of original essence. And the most effective way to attain this in the world of One Piece is to become the Pirate King before Luffy does. After all, the central narrative of this world revolves around Luffy's adventures on his path to becoming the Pirate King. Furthermore, ambitious figures like Blackbeard have emerged from the depths of the abyss, and the top-tier powers of the sea are beginning to showcase their abilities. Therefore, Liu Hao must set sail in search of his companions and embark on the journey to become the Pirate King. On the night of Alu Island, it was not only Liu Hao who found himself unable to sleep. Commodore Mercedes of the Alu Island Navy branch was in the same predicament. Ever since the Navy branch was assaulted by Blackbeard a month ago, and the blame was unjustly placed upon Liu Hao's alter ego, Ziegler, Mercedes had not received any news of Ziegler's whereabouts. Particularly in recent days, the pressure from Navy headquarters had intensified. Mercedes, whose hair was already sparse, found himself nearly bald after the past few days of stress. Damn, Ziegler, where the hell have you gone? Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Mercedes understood that his anxiety was of no avail. A walk would do him good. It was his habit. Whenever he felt extreme anxiety and anger, he would find a way to calm himself, typically by smoking while strolling along the beach. Walking along the shoreline, with the soft sand beneath his feet, he gazed into the distance. The moon had risen high over the sea, casting a bright and clear light that turned the entire beach into a silvery hue. As Mercedes walked, puffing on his cigar, he suddenly noticed, illuminated by the bright moonlight, a figure seated on the beach. The person sat cross-legged, with a pale long sword resting between her legs, appearing not to be forged from metal, but rather resembling bone. Nearby, Liu Hao smiled gently. The name Ziegler, and the meaning it conjured in one's mind, were essentially the same. What does that mean? Mercedes struggled to comprehend the significance of Liu Hao's words. I must be going, Mercedes. If you wish to apprehend me, now is the time to act. It was only then that Mercedes realized the person before him was none other than the bone demon Ziegler, whom he had been obsessively seeking. You are. Liu Hao regarded Mercedes with a slight smile, indifferent to the blame Blackbeard had placed upon him. He had already resolved to set sail and embrace the life of a pirate. In the pirate world, it was quite rare for a pirate to attack a Navy branch. And this incident would surely elevate Liu Hao's notoriety. It is far too late, Mercedes. As Liu Hao spoke, he abruptly raised his hand, delivering a powerful punch directly to Moxis's face. At the moment of impact, the astonishment on Moxis's face had not yet faded. It was only when Liu Hao's fist struck his head with tremendous force that he succumbed to unconsciousness. The gentle morning breeze and the dawn of the rising sun illuminated Moxis's face, while several seagulls perched upon his back, incessantly pecking at the beads of sweat that trickled down his body. Slowly rising from the sand, Moxis stood up, yet the pain from Liu Hao's blow still throbbed in his head. As he gingerly touched the injured area, a surge of anger welled up within him. A pirate had lived under his very nose for an entire month, and he had been utterly oblivious. More absurdly, this pirate was none other than Ziegler, the very individual he had been desperately seeking. If this matter were to reach the ears of the Navy headquarters, it was anyone's guess whether he would still retain his position as a brigadier general at the Aru Island Naval Branch. This secret must not be divulged to anyone else. Moxis pondered how he could explain his awakening beside the beach, when suddenly, a flurry of rustling sounds drew his attention. Turning his gaze, he spotted a procession of naval soldiers approaching from a distance. These were Moxis's subordinates, and their faces were filled with alarm. Upon seeing Moxis, they frantically waved their arms. "This is bad. Brigadier General, the Bone Demon Ziegra has returned to our branch. He has taken all the supplies and the permanent pointer with him. What should we do now?" Upon hearing this news, Moxis's expression shifted drastically, a wave of heat flooding to his head. Chapter 46. Seeking a Culinary Companion, the Grand Line. Emerald Isle. This marked the onset of the annual Emerald Festival, a distinctive celebration on Emerald Isle. Unlike other islands in the Grand Line, Emerald Isle is home to a unique lobster known as the emerald lobster. During this season, the meat of the emerald lobster is at its most exquisite, prompting the island to host a lobster feast, aptly named the Emerald Festival. Due to the immense fame of the emerald lobster and the festival being a gastronomic dream for many, renowned chefs from across the seas and the Grand Line converge upon Emerald Isle on this day. Liu Hao's purpose for coming here was to find a chef who would meet his expectations. After all, sailing the seas with subpar food would be an unbearable ordeal. Although Liu Hao could prepare some basic dishes, he was not a professional chef. His creations often lacked the right amount of salt, rendering them barely palatable. Certainly not deserving of the label delicious. As he navigated through the crowd, Liu Hao surveyed his surroundings amidst the clamor. Along the streets, a myriad of vendors are offering delectable delicacies. Although the primary dish of the Emerald Isle's Emerald Festival is the famed emerald lobster, it does not imply that other culinary treasures are absent. For instance, the meat-sliced starfish that Liu Hao currently holds in his hand. The starfish, a member of the echinoderm family, is typically dried to be used in soups. However, this particular meat-sliced starfish can be savored raw. Its flavor is exquisitely sweet, exuding a unique sweetness characteristic of proteins. Many might assume that sweetness is foreign to proteins and amino acids, but that is a misconception. The flesh of sea urchins, for example, is also remarkably sweet. As Liu Hao indulges in his treat, he listens attentively to the surrounding chatter about renowned chefs. The Emerald Festival is celebrated across dozens of nearby islands, and with the distinctive emerald lobster as a key ingredient, a diverse array of chefs has gathered here. The reporter, being of petite stature, stands atop a stool, gesturing towards the photograph on Liu Hao's left. The image depicts a jovial, rotund man with a white beard and a bald head, exuding warmth and approachability. This esteemed chef is named Agila, affectionately dubbed the King of Cuisine. It is said that he once prepared meals for one of the four emperors. For reasons unknown, he later relocated his establishment to Paradise, even garnering the respect of the notorious ant pirate crew, which speaks volumes of his culinary prowess. Gazing at the picture of Agila, Liu Hao feels a surge of excitement. Enlisting Agila as his culinary partner seems a fitting choice, especially given his connections with the pirate crew. However, Liu Hao is uncertain about Agila's combat abilities. While he need not possess Sanji's extraordinary talent, he should at least have a modicum of self-defense skills when facing formidable foes. Nonetheless, Liu Hao refrains from inquiring about Agila's fighting prowess. At this juncture, the reporter shifts their finger to the photograph in the center. The individual in this image is exceptionally tall, with a muscular physique and dark skin. One might easily mistake him for a bodybuilding champion were he not identified as a chef. This chef is named Gyulank, and his appearance suggests a mastery in preparing various meat dishes, renowned for their high caloric and fat content. Often referred to as the bodybuilder chef, his creations are ideal for swiftly replenishing energy at sea. Moreover, Gyulank's formidable strength is noted, as he reportedly secured first place in a karate competition in Mariawa, making him a prominent figure among the three chefs. Observing Gyulank among the trio, Liu Hao feels a jolt of inspiration, his interest piqued. After all, the previous Agila appeared quite large and somewhat portly, likely lacking in combat prowess. However, the Gyulank before him was an entirely different matter. With a physique brimming with sinewy muscle and a champion in karate, not only could he assist Liu Hao in confronting formidable foes, but he was also more than capable of self-defense. If one were to choose a chef as a companion, Gyulank would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Albeit his muscular build bore a slight resemblance to that of a certain Mr. Jia. The reporter took another bite of the seafood feast and eagerly poured himself a few sips of beverage. He placed his finger on the third photograph. The figure captured in this image was a striking beauty with cascading red waves, a small teardrop mole at the corner of her left eye, and a radiant smile that suggested a bold and cheerful disposition. This remarkable chef, known as Sabina, hailed from the culinary paradise of the South Sea. Although it was her inaugural participation in the Emerald Festival, she had already prepared an astonishing 200 servings for the festival's dinner. Guests who sampled her culinary creations spoke of their exquisite flavors. Sabina excelled in crafting a variety of seafood dishes, including those featuring majestic sea creatures. And she was particularly adept at utilizing the natural flavors of her ingredients, rarely resorting to an array of spices or seasonings. A visit to savor Sabina's dishes would surely be a worthwhile experience. The moment Liu Hao laid eyes on Sabina, he instinctively knew she was the chef he sought, not merely due to her striking beauty, but because her expertise in seafood and majestic marine dishes was undeniably a significant advantage. Chapter 47. The Chef Pirate Crew arrives. Good evening, esteemed diners. After 3 days of meticulous preparation, the final day of the Emerald Festival's chef competition is nearing its climax. This time, 3 chefs are vying for victory. Chef Angela from the New World, the renowned bodybuilder Chef Golank, and the beloved beauty chef, Miss Sabina. Let us extend a warm welcome with resounding applause. The multitude of diners below erupted in fervent applause. It was unexpected that Chef Angela had been invited to the final competition of the Emerald Festival. I had once indulged in the culinary delights crafted by Chef Angela on the Chambord Islands, an experience that lingers in one's memory. While I acknowledge that Chef Angela's creations are indeed impressive, his heavy reliance on various spices and the predominance of sweet dishes left me preferring the flavors crafted by Chef Golank, which are rich in meat and immensely satisfying with every bite. Why do you all fixate solely on the men? Is Miss Sabina not beautiful? Just gazing at her is enough to satiate my appetite. Upon uttering these words, the speaker inadvertently let saliva trickle from the corner of his mouth, resembling a silly grin akin to that of a pig. The onlookers regarded the individual with disdain, stepping aside with disapproval. They believed they had come to the Emerald Festival primarily to indulge in culinary delights, while also taking the opportunity to admire the beauty of Sabina. Among the crowd, Liu Hao stood with his arms crossed, a calm expression on his face as he observed the 3 chefs on stage. These chefs exuded an extraordinary presence. And despite Sabina's debut at such a grand festival and her participation in the culinary competition, her personality was strikingly remarkable. The other 2 chefs were equally impressive, both renowned for their expertise, and this was not their first time showcasing their culinary skills in front of an audience. As Liu Hao watched Sabina on stage, he appeared composed, yet a flicker of concern stirred within him. After all, Sabina had gained considerable fame, and there was no need for her to engage in piracy. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, Liu Hao lacked the eloquence to vanquish opponents through mere words. He needed to discern Sabina's true aspirations. Only then could he devise a strategy to integrate her into his team. Several nautical miles from the Emerald Isle, a flotilla of pirate ships gradually approached the destination. The largest vessel was commanded by a rotund pirate, resembling a plump meatball. In his left hand, he wielded a spiked club reminiscent of a chicken leg, while his right hand held a cup of juice, which he sipped greedily. After months of waiting, we have finally arrived at the Emerald Festival. Our culinary pirate crew will capture every chef in attendance. Even the deckhands are considered chefs in our crew. So I have set my sights on those culinary talents at the festival. Unbeknownst to him, the disdainful gaze of the chef Golank on stage was directed at the portly pirate in the distance. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly through the ranks of the culinary pirate crew. Upon hearing this, the pirate captain's expression shifted dramatically, only to erupt in laughter moments later. Ha! I never expected to encounter the renowned chef Golank. Your culinary skills indeed surpass mine, granting you the right to look down upon our culinary pirate crew. However, at the mention of this word, the captain's demeanor darkened ominously. Once I capture you aboard my ship, your culinary skills will belong to me. Brothers, seize every chef on that stage. Aye, Captain. The pirates surged forward from the crowd towards the stage. Golank, standing tall, let out a cold laugh and raised his hand. A pack of pitiful pirates, utterly unaware of their impending doom. If you seek destruction, then come forth. Karate, 10th Dan, Iron Hand Slash. Standing on the stage, Golank leapt fiercely, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, and descended from the platform with a powerful thrust of his palm that struck a pirate with tremendous force. The pirate gasped, and blood gushed forth in an instant. His chest was ruthlessly cleaved open by Golank's hand strike, nearly severing him in 2. Fear not. The Navy shall arrive shortly. These pirates are doomed without a doubt. We need only hold out for a few more minutes, Golank proclaimed, having dispatched one pirate. As he stood atop the fallen foe's chest, addressing the panicked crowd nearby. However, the tourists had already transformed into terrified prey, darting about like frenzied flies amidst a cacophony of screams and wails, utterly oblivious to Golank's words. Golank, I never anticipated you possessed such prowess. If that is the case, allow me to personally deal with you. With that, the captain of the pirate crew gripped his massive spiked club, charging towards Golang. The weapon whirling through the air with ferocious momentum, akin to a tornado. Chapter 48. Resolution and Departure. Liu Hao descended from the heavens, his legs moving like the wind, swifter than lightning. The pirates surrounding Shabina had no time to react, only realizing their impending doom as Liu Hao crushed their skulls with powerful kicks. A series of explosive thuds echoed in Shabina's ears. Upon closer inspection, the pirates beside her lay lifeless on the ground, their heads severed. Before her stood a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, wearing a smile as he gazed at her. Seeing this young man, Shabina finally exhaled in relief. After all, compared to the grotesque and repugnant pirates, Liu Hao was not merely handsome, but strikingly dapper. At that moment, her racing heart began to settle, having been greatly accelerated by the earlier tension. Observing closely, Liu Hao was quite concerned that Shabina's 2 large rabbits might leap from his attire. "Who are you?" Shabina inquired. Looking at Liu Hao, unreserved in his intentions, surveyed the chaotic surroundings before responding, "This is not the place for conversation. Allow me to first deal with these pirates, and then we shall have a proper discussion." Realizing that this young man had undoubtedly come to seek her out, Shabina pondered why he would venture to rescue her in such a perilous situation. It was not that she believed her charm was so compelling as to inspire someone to risk their life for her. She understood that in this world, regardless of a woman's allure, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to abandon their own life for another. "I cannot fathom why this individual, who so unexpectedly saved my life, would desire anything from me. Given his striking handsomeness, I might consider acquiescing to certain demands." With this thought, Shabina felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Although she appeared quite carefree, this was merely a fade. In truth, Shabina was rather reserved. However, Liu Hao paid no heed to her musings at that moment. The situation had devolved into chaos. While the captain of the Cook pirate crew claimed to spare tourists, his crew did not heed his words. The surrounding rooms echoed with screams of terror and despair. Liu Hao had resolved to become a pirate upon the seas, yet his aspirations did not include descending into savagery. Thus, he promptly advised Shabina, "The current turmoil is far too disordered, and I cannot ascertain a safe place here. It would be prudent for you to remain by my side." Observing Liu Hao, Shabina nodded repeatedly, her bosom undulating in tandem. The two prepared to extricate themselves from the throng and locate their ship to depart from the Emerald Isles. As they navigated through the crowd, the pirate's keen eyes were ever watchful. Suddenly, a pirate's head was severed by a razor-sharp bone dagger, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, soaring to a height of 3 meters. In the midst of the flames, this spectacle garnered little attention from the other pirates. Within mere seconds, Liu Hao had dispatched all pirates who dared to approach. Shabina's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. "If only I could secure this handsome fellow aboard my ship, I would no longer need to worry about dangers while gathering ingredients for competitions on other islands. But how might I accomplish that?" Liu Hao, oblivious to Shabina's thoughts, grasped her wrist and continued onward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. "Karate! 10,000-watt shattering fist!" Golang stood before the captain of the Cook pirate crew, unleashing a colossal shockwave as his fist collided with the captain's spiked club. The two immense forces clashed violently, producing a cacophony akin to firecrackers, as the very air strained under the pressure and was forcefully ruptured. The ground beneath their feet shattered as if bombarded by a barrage of cannonballs. "Wow, Golang! I had no idea your strength was so formidable. However, I must apologize. We of the Cook pirate crew shall certainly take you aboard. For once we capture all the chefs in this world, we shall ascend to become the pirate king. After all, pirates must eat." However, the muscular Golang let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "You are truly lost in a daydream. In a short while, the navy will arrive. No matter how formidable your chef pirate crew may be, you shall surely perish upon the sea." The captain of the pirate crew erupted into a hearty laugh. Unwilling to engage further, and grasped his spiked club, beginning to swing it with the speed of a tornado. The spiked club whirled in a frenetic dance, resembling a blender in the air. The terrifying weapon, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, sliced through the atmosphere with a chilling shriek. Golang, standing not far away, was filled with dread. He had not anticipated the enemy's strength to be so overwhelming. If he were struck by that club, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm, if not death. Damn it, I never imagined this hefty fellow possessed such power. What should I do now? Chapter 49. The Captain's Contest. What? You are a pirate, and the infamous bone demon, Ziagra. You seek me out to serve as the chef on your pirate ship. The pirate vessel swayed gently upon the ocean. As Liu Hao sat at the dining table, continuously stuffing his mouth with delectable morsels, nodding enthusiastically at the opposite side where Shabina sat. "But fret not. for I am unlike those other pirates. I am destined to become the king of pirates." However, Shabina slammed her hand on the table with a resounding clap. "I am a renowned chef in my own right. Now I find myself aboard this pirate ship. What should I do?" At that moment, a flicker of concern crossed Shabina's mind, despite her typically vivacious and buoyant personality. "You need not worry. You are my chef. As long as I stand, I will ensure your safety. I have already stated that I am not like those other pirates." Shabina shot Liu Hao a skeptical glance. Although there was still a hint of worry in her heart, they were now bound together in this journey. Having accepted their fate, she decided to push her anxieties aside. "By the way, since we are now comrades, I must share something with you." With that, Liu Hao set down his knife and fork and rose from his seat. Shabina looked at him with curiosity. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Liu Hao, who had been over 2 meters tall, transformed into a diminutive figure. Gazing at this small child before her, Shabina's eyes widened in astonishment. "What happened to you? Are you a dwarf?" Liu Hao shot her an irritated glare and retorted. After exchanging a few playful jabs with Liu Hao, Shabina's earlier embarrassment began to fade. She then took a seat across from him, observing as he continued to eat. Suddenly, an idea struck Shabina, and she slammed her hand on the table, raising her finger to point at Liu Hao as she spoke. "Indeed, there is one more matter to discuss. Since you are but a child, it is time for us to engage in a proper conversation." Having finished his meal, Liu Hao wiped his mouth with a napkin and, lifting his gaze towards Sabrina, inquired, "Is there anything else we need to discuss? Did I not mention that you are now the chef aboard our vessel?" Sabrina waved her hand dismissively, her disdain evident. "What does being a chef signify? I was referring to your true identity as Ziegler. Should that be the case, I would have no objections to you assuming the role of captain. However, at present, you are merely a 7-year-old child. Allowing you to take command seems perilously unwise." Liu Hao raised his gaze to meet Sabrina's eyes. "So, you harbor some doubts regarding my position as captain." With that, he stood up from his seat, his expression inscrutable. Observing his demeanor, Sabrina felt a flicker of fear and also rose to her feet, puffing out her chest, and glared fiercely at Liu Hao. "I am looking out for your best interests. Consider this. If you were to become captain, the enemy would undoubtedly focus their fire upon you. Even if your devil fruit abilities are formidable, they cannot compare to the relentless onslaught of foes. Furthermore, entrusting a 7-year-old with such responsibilities is simply inappropriate." With a slight twitch of her brows, Sabrina continued, "You do possess a point. However, the matter of the captaincy cannot be decided so lightly. If both of us aspire to leadership, we must determine who is truly more deserving of the title." Sabrina was taken aback by Liu Hao's choice to seek a resolution through competition rather than resorting to violence. A smile crept onto her face as she remarked, "You, a mere 7-year-old, wish to compete with me? To be frank, in a physical confrontation, 10 of me would be no match for you. Yet, in other endeavors, you are simply incomparable to me." With that, she proudly took a seat opposite Liu Hao, even raising her legs onto the table. 2 minutes passed, and Sabrina stared at him with an expression of utter despondency, murmuring to herself, "How is this possible? How could it be? Am I truly less intelligent than a 7-year-old child? I cannot even solve such a simple problem." Liu Hao remained silent, merely taking up a pen and paper to award himself a point. "Since your nautical knowledge pales in comparison to mine, your skills in maintaining the ship are likely inferior as well. Your mathematical prowess is also lacking. Not to mention, I can assume the guise of others and gather intelligence, abilities you cannot match. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall dutifully serve as my chef." It was only then that Sabrina emerged from her shock, rolling her eyes dramatically at Liu Hao. "Understood, Captain." After expressing her irritation, Shabina snatched away the plate that Liu Hao had just finished his meal from. Before departing, she even stomped on Liu Hao's foot with considerable force. Observing Shabina's demeanor, Liu Hao could only manage a wry smile. He never anticipated that an adult could be so ungracious towards a mere child, exhibiting such pettiness. The following day, the newsbird, as usual, perched atop the ship's mast, peering down at Liu Hao, who was animatedly directing the skeletal puppets to clean the deck. "Bring me a newspaper and show me those bounty notices," Liu Hao instructed, producing several bills from his pocket and snapping his fingers at the newsbird. The bird promptly descended from the mast, retrieving several newspapers from its own pouch and dropping them at Liu Hao's feet. Chapter 50. Eluding the Navy. Why are these naval forces so relentlessly tenacious, like a stubborn adhesive? They've been tailing us since 3 days ago. The thunderous booms of cannonballs striking the sea echoed incessantly as Liu Hao exerted all his strength to steer the ship towards Upside Down Mountain. Yet, the naval ships behind him remained undeterred. I never expected to find such fortune as a major general. The boisterous major general. resembling a wild boar with his ample features and bushy beard, exclaimed. He was the user of the animal type wild boar fruit. Fire relentlessly. I want the waters surrounding the bone demon Zygra's vessel filled with cannon fire. The Major General bellowed at his subordinates, who were well accustomed to his temperament and enthusiastically complied, launching cannonballs towards Liu Hao's ship. Amidst the tumultuous waves, the ship swayed perilously, dodging the onslaught. But the gaps ahead were narrowing. If this continued, the entire vessel would be engulfed in cannon fire. Liu Hao realized he could not afford to let this situation persist. They must devise a strategy to shake off the pursuing naval fleet. On the swaying deck, Shabina stumbled over to Liu Hao's side, exclaiming loudly. Liu Hao turned to survey the naval vessels trailing behind him, estimating there were over 10 ships in pursuit, including Major General Bohr and 3 colonels. Certainly a formidable force. It would not be an easy task to elude such a powerful group. Do you have any plans, Shabina? He inquired, approaching the helm. Shabina wiped the seawater from her face and opened the nautical chart. The nearest area to their current position featured a seaweed-filled expanse. We can plunge directly into that expanse of seaweed, and then devise a way to shake off the pursuing navy. Without waiting for Sabina's consent, Liu Hao forcefully pulled her and pressed her against the ship's helm. The skeletal puppets Liu Hao commanded were exceedingly rigid, while they could manage simple tasks. Anything more complex proved to be a considerable challenge. Thus, steering the vessel was solely entrusted to Sabina. You mustn't perish. She anxiously regarded Liu Hao's silhouette, acutely aware that he was merely a child at this moment. Do not underestimate me, my companion. Steer the ship well, and I shall resolve all incoming cannonballs. 2 skeletal blades materialized in Liu Hao's grasp, his cold gaze fixed upon the approaching navy vessels, resembling a pack of wolves. Meanwhile, Major Bohr wore a smirk of disdain. Open fire. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted. In an instant, a deluge of cannon fire began to rain down upon Liu Hao's ship. As he beheld the ominous black projectiles in the sky, Liu Hao's expression hardened. Draw and slash. Although Liu Hao was a master of the single-blade style, the technique of drawing and slashing had become second nature to him. With a swift motion, he unleashed the blade, the sword energy blossoming in the air like celestial flowers. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a black and white firework unfurling into a parasol shape in the sky. A resounding boom followed. The projectiles, akin to raindrops and hail, were shattered by the terrifying sword energy in a single strike. Upon uttering this command, Major Bohr flung his justice coat to the ground. His already robust and muscular form swiftly transformed, morphing into a half-human, half-boar visage in less than a second. Fists of the boar. He clenched his fists, relentlessly pounding towards the marine leviathan. A fearsome shockwave surged forth, akin to meteors striking the earth. The air was filled with a deafening roar. The monstrous tsunami, towering over 20 meters, was obliterated by Major Bohr's relentless assault, leaving only a cascade of seawater to plummet to the ground like rain. Nearby, his subordinates hastily raised an umbrella over Major Bohr's head. However, Liu Hao and his companions had dwindled to a mere speck. If this continued, they would be lost. At this juncture, Liu Hao and his group finally entered the seaweed region. Within this realm, the seaweed was entirely composed of python seaweed. This peculiar plant possesses sensory organs at its apex, capable of detecting any creature on the sea's surface. We must not venture deep into the seaweed territory, for we cannot fathom how many python seaweeds might ensnare our vessel in a frenzy. Beside him, Shabina had finally recovered, though her complexion remained somewhat pallid as she leaned against the railing and whispered to Liu Hao. However, Liu Hao's expression was as grave as ever. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming white blade materialized in his hand. There was no time for hesitation. If we did not venture into the ocean's depths, the Navy would not relent. With that, Liu Hao prepared to cleave the sea with a single stroke, intending to lead the vessel into the chasm he created. At that moment, an odd sound of a whirlpool drawing in air reached his ears. Chapter 51. Arrival at the North Sea. Moshi Moshi, Vice Admiral Crane. This is Major Bohr. Amidst the wreckage of the shattered vessel, Major Bohr had managed to piece together a sizable plank, upon which he lay and retrieved his transponder snail. The voice on the other end was cool and distant. Speak, what is it? Vice Admiral Crane was the chief commander of the Navy General Staff. Not just anyone had the privilege of contacting the Fleet Admiral directly. Calls to the Admiral typically connected through the General Staff. Major Bohr recounted his encounter with Liu Hao in brief. This is what transpired during my return from the mission. I suspect that Bone Demon Ziegler possesses strength comparable to that of the 7 warlords. His bounty must be increased significantly. Is this merely a pretext to cover your failure? Plegue? Came the icy retort. Plegue was Major Bohr's name. Despite his somewhat cunning nature, Major Boar was reliable when it came to matters of great importance. He asserted, "I assure you, there is not a hint of exaggeration. Bone Demon Ziegler's power is astonishing, capable of shredding barges with a single strike." After a moment of silence, Vice Admiral Crane responded, "I have taken note of your information. Return to Navy headquarters for your punishment." With that, he ended the call abruptly, leaving no room for further explanation. Though the call had ended, the awkwardness on Major Boar's face lingered. "I hope I am not assigned to that wretched place in the Four Seas for retirement upon my return to headquarters. Damn Bone Demon Ziegler. I shall not let you escape. The next time I see you, I will ensure you are imprisoned and impelled down." Meanwhile, Liu Hao and his companions had already traversed the upside-down mountain and reached the North Sea. However, due to their confrontation with the Navy and Liu Hao's reckless maneuvering into the chasm formed by his own blade's aura, their ship had become severely damaged. Consequently, Liu Hao spent more than 3 hours restoring Shabina's face. "I believe this nose requires a slight adjustment. It seems to be a millimeter too wide." After undergoing her transformation, Shabina stood before the mirror, endlessly scrutinizing her new visage. It must be said, compared to her former appearance, this face exudes an extraordinary purity, reminiscent of an innocent maiden emerging from the distant icy mountains. "Come now, to perfect this countenance, we have already devoted at least 3 hours. It is merely a matter of a millimeter. Why the need for further alterations? After all, this face will only be used once. You men will never comprehend our feelings as women do. Please, rectify this minor flaw for me." To Shabina's surprise, she reacted with irritation, and Liu Hao, with no other option, reluctantly made the adjustment to her nose. Indeed, once the nose was refined, Shabina presented even more demands. Ultimately, an entire night was consumed before she begrudgingly accepted her new face. At that moment, Liu Hao wore an expression of sheer exhaustion, akin to someone who had gamed for 10 consecutive days and nights, yearning to collapse onto his bed and sleep as though on the brink of death. Yet, Shabina was brimming with excitement, as if she had just returned from a delightful shopping spree, continuously admiring her new visage in the mirror. "Enough of this. You must not gaze any longer. Once you become enamored with this exterior, you will find it impossible to accept your true self." Liu Hao stood up and removed the mirror from Shabina's sight, addressing her directly. "Fear not, I understand. I merely wish to glimpse a visage entirely different from my own." Liu Hao offered Shabina a gentle smile, choosing not to say more. The following day, the damaged vessel creaked upon the waves, finally docking at the harbor of Kalakala Island. Upon sighting the battered ship, a throng of children gathered around, as though it were a rare treasure. Liu Hao offered no explanation as they entered a nearby restaurant. One after the other. It was merely around 10 in the morning, and the establishment was still quite empty. Thus, they opted for a table by the window. After a short while, a boy of about 15 or 16 approached with a menu. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Shabina resting by the window, a shaft of sunlight illuminating her face, her long black hair gently caressed by the breeze, rendering her akin to an angel. I must admit, the face Liu Hao had crafted for Shabina was indeed captivating. Had he not grown weary of it, he might have supported his chin with his hands, admiring her closely. The boy swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Excuse me, sir, ma'am. What would you like to order?" Liu Hao, with a smile gracing his lips, took the menu from the hands of the young boy. "Fry them all," he exclaimed, without further elaboration, as he nonchalantly tucked the menu into the boy's embrace. Then added with an air of grandeur. The youth was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" he queried, sitting beside them. Sabina gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and clarified. "He means to have every dish on the menu prepared. There's nothing amiss with that. Is there, young lad?" She then flashed a reassuring smile at the boy. Chapter 52. Collaboration with the guild. The clamor outside the restaurant failed to disrupt the conversation between Sabina and Liu Hao. The chef worked with remarkable speed, and in no time at all the dishes were ready. Had it not been for Sabina's expertise as a professional chef, Liu Hao might have assumed that the dishes had been prepared in advance and merely reheated for service. To his astonishment, the chef's efficiency was impressive, and though he was merely an average cook, his skills were sufficient for a decent livelihood. As Sabina dined, she scoffed lightly, "Yet, as a chef of my caliber, I am indeed entitled to such an assessment." Liu Hao, however, remained silent, indulging himself by voraciously consuming the food before him, oblivious to its quality. Observing Liu Hao's lack of restraint, Sabina felt her own appetite wane, prompting her to set down her utensils. However, her diminished appetite did not deter others, as evidenced by the arrival of a young man in a white suit who entered the restaurant. He had easily spotted Sabina from outside, and upon seeing her, He was taken aback, for he had expected the companions of Golem Zygra to appear rather unimpressive. Instead, he was met with breathtaking beauty, an angelic visage paired with a devilish figure. He had initially contemplated employing his charm to enlist Golem Zygra's assistance, but now he felt confident that he would not emerge at a disadvantage. With a self-assured smile adorning his face, he approached Liu Hao and Sabina. "May I inquire the name of this lovely lady?" "I am George, the Deputy General Manager of the Blue Politeness Guild." Yet, Sabina did not even glance at George. Instead, she maintained her gaze, smiling at Liu Hao. "Do you see? Trouble has already found my captain," she remarked. Liu Hao could only manage a wry smile in response. "I've long warned you that bearing such a face is hardly advantageous. As the saying goes, beauty brings calamity. We ought to refrain from drawing too much attention to ourselves." The young man in the white suit merely smiled faintly in response. "Mr. Zygra, based on our investigation, we have determined that you are not a particularly bloodthirsty pirate. In fact, it can be said that most of your defeated foes are merely fellow pirates of your ilk. Thus, we believe you may be a suitable candidate for collaboration." Sabina observed her captain and the impeccably dressed George with great interest. Her curiosity piqued regarding this vice president of the Blue Hat Merchants Guild. After all, as a commercial entity, it is only natural for them to be at odds with pirates. And now they are seeking cooperation. There must be a compelling narrative behind this. However, the items I seek may not be within your purview to provide. For Liu Hao, collaborating with the Blue Hat Merchants Guild to accomplish a task is not unfeasible. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his purpose for venturing into the North Sea is to procure certain scientific supplies from Germa 666. If the opportunity arises to find a few companions along the way, that would be fortuitous, but he had not anticipated forging ties with others. "I wonder what Mr. Zygra desires?" It is worth noting that our Blue Hat Merchants Guild has collaborations with numerous nations throughout the North Sea, including the Dominion's overlord. At this point, George, in his white suit, proudly elevated his chin. As for the reputation of the Blue Hat Merchants Guild, Liu Hao had indeed not heard of it in the Grand Line. However, it stands to reason that this guild primarily engages in commerce within the North Sea. My objective in coming to the North Sea is to acquire tools from Germa 666. If you can facilitate this, then perhaps you might reveal your purpose for seeking me. Upon hearing that Liu Hao's goal in the North Sea is to seek out Germa 666 for purchases, George felt a wave of relief. If it is merely a matter of procuring tools, the Blue Hat Merchants Guild can certainly assist, and you would not need to expend any cost. Customization is also available. Oh, although Liu Hao's words elicited some surprise, his expression remained notably placid. Were it not for the fact that his sole ring, the Red Lantern, was inoperative, he likely would not have needed to invest much time in acquiring scientific supplies from Germa 666. Once he defeats Ace and obtains the power of the Flame Fruit, he would awaken the Red Lantern. While defeating Akainu would yield similar results, it is evident that Ace's strength is far inferior to that of Akainu. Observing Liu Hao's calm demeanor caused George to feel a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 53, The Pirate Alliance Strikes. Marineford. This is the headquarters of the Navy, the epicenter of the most formidable military organization upon the seas. Upon the return of Major General Wild Boar, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, he had been attempting to reach Admiral Tsuru by phone for several days without receiving any response. Would this return to the staff office result in my dismissal and investigation? Cursed bone Demon Zygra. Had I known, I would not have led the entire fleet to pursue you. I should have simply charged forth alone to capture you. The mere thought of Liu Hao's face infuriates Major Wild Boar, yet the pressing concern remains to report back to the Navy headquarters. General Crane, Major Wild Boar has returned, whispered the secretary to the aging General Crane. Let him in, replied General Crane in a voice that was notably somber. Moments later, the corpulent figure of Major Wild Boar squeezed through the door, approaching General Crane with an obsequious demeanor. Chief of Staff, he began. Yet General Crane remained engrossed in his paperwork, not lifting his gaze to acknowledge Major Wild Boar. This left the hefty officer feeling quite awkward, nervously rubbing his thigh, afraid to make any further movements. He was acutely aware that although General Crane was gentle and kind, one should never underestimate the capabilities of a seasoned general who had survived for decades. Moreover, General Crane was recognized as a formidable force by the Navy Marshal. After approximately half an hour, General Crane finally finished processing the pile of documents before him and lifted his head, gazing upon the mountain-like figure of Major Wild Boar. Pryak, he began, do you understand that due to your blunder, we have lost over 1,000 soldiers? Your mistake led a multitude of ships directly into the treacherous waters of the Python seaweed. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, You may as well resign yourself to a life as a brigadier in the Navy's 4 Seas. Though General Crane's tone was remarkably calm, it struck Major Wild Boar like a bolt of thunder. In a team, the loss of even a single ship could lead to its annihilation by the pirate wolves. Observing the massive fleet slicing through the waves, Liu Hao was not taken aback. He turned to his companion George and remarked, with such a vast team, if a battle were to ensue, I alone could not ensure their safety. George humbly responded, rest assured, Mr. Zygra, your task is solely to remain aboard this vessel. It matters not if the other ships are destroyed, as long as this one remains unharmed. Liu Hao smiled faintly. I did not anticipate that your Blue Hat Consortium possessed such audacity, dispatching 100 ships to safeguard but one. What motivates you to incur such an extravagant expense? George offered a sheepish smile in response, but refrained from elaborating. However, I am indifferent to what it is you wish for me to protect, provided you deliver the compensation I seek. Rest assured, Mr. Zygra, Liu Hao remains calm and composed, patiently awaiting the pirates' assault. In contrast, the pirates, despite their large numbers and many having participated in national-level wars, possess a profound understanding of their fighting capabilities against formidable forces. August, are you still hesitating to take action? The surrounding waters are entirely devoid of violence. Just a month ago, it was you who invited us to join the Blue Hat Trading Company in the palace. Yet now you are reluctant to strike first. What exactly does this imply? The captain of the monster pirate crew, Andreas, glared at August, the president of this pirate alliance, and slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers. August, seated centrally, merely smiled faintly, rising to gesture for Andreas to temper his impatience. Ladies and gentlemen, a month ago, we began preparing to teach the Blue Hat Trading Company a lesson. Our ships have already encircled their vessels in these open waters. The reason we have not yet attacked is simply that the time is not right. Andreas scoffed at August's words. Not the right time? How much longer do you intend to wait? Are you afraid, hoping we will go in first to face death while you reap the greatest rewards? We agreed to collaborate on this assault under the condition that your men would spearhead the attack. August remained unfazed by Andreas's provocations, raising his hands in a placating manner. Oh, do not be so hasty, Andreas. Allow me to introduce to you the captain of another pirate crew. Please turn your attention to my rear, Captain Balls Hawkins of the Hawkins pirate crew. Chapter 54, A Dark Cloud Looms. The game begins. The divination foretells that our operation may commence, but not until 3 hours hence. Hawkins's calm voice reached the ears of all present. What do you mean? Andreas, whose temperament was both impulsive and violent, immediately inquired loudly. Hawkins's indifferent gaze locked onto Andreas, instilling a chill in the fiery man. Damn it, are you deaf? Did you not hear my question? Andreas felt a flicker of trepidation towards this young man, igniting his ire. In 3 hours, a storm will arrive, providing us the perfect opportunity to ensnare the Blue Hat Trading Company. With that statement, Hawkins's unyielding gaze remained fixed on Andreas, as if observing a mere wooden figure. Andreas, seething with frustration at Hawkins's demeanor, refrained from attacking him directly, for it was evident that Hawkins possessed some extraordinary ability. You had better pray that the storm arrives in 3 hours, otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Hawkins rose abruptly from his seat, disregarding Andreas entirely. He possessed absolute confidence in the divination he had performed, convinced that the tempest would indeed descend within 3 hours. Thus, he turned and exited the hall without a second thought. As he traversed the corridor, a frown creased his brow, for in his hand lay a tarot card. The onlookers promptly gazed in the direction indicated by the lookout, and there, on the horizon, loomed a small dark mass that gradually swelled in size, an expansive gathering of ominous clouds. The cursed storm is imminent, George exclaimed, standing beside Liu Hao. It was not merely the members of the Blue Hat Society who had observed the ominous clouds. The pirates had also taken notice of the gathering storm. How splendid! The storm is truly approaching. The dark clouds drifted closer, destined to envelop the entire sea in mere minutes. The pirates' gazes were fixed upon Hawkins, utterly astonished that one man could foresee the future. Yet, Hawkins exhibited no expression, choosing instead to distance himself from the crowd. Only the awkward Andres remained rooted in place. Observing Hawkins's departure, August's eyes narrowed slightly. Captain Hawkins, have you given further thought to our previous discussion? One must understand that opportunities to collaborate with the 7 warlords are rare in this world. August hastily caught up with Hawkins, his tone laced with an implicit threat. This matter is of great significance, Captain August. I require more time to reflect. Upon hearing this, the members of the Blue Hat Society turned pale, their faces drained of color. Even Sabina, who prided herself on her worldly experience, appeared somewhat wan. In the distance, the pirate ships began to materialize before the gathered crowd. a dark swarm resembling ants, stretching into the horizon, and the sheer number of pirates participating in this endeavor was uncertain. How could there be so many pirates converging here? George, despite his extensive experience, was taken aback by the vast pirate alliance fleet. It was nearly certain that the pirates before them represented the entirety of the North Sea's brigands, with many possibly hailing from other regions as well. Can you enlighten me on what exactly I am to protect? Given the estimated number of pirates involved, I suspect it will reach tens of thousands. Such a monumental battle cannot be easily dismissed. Despite the overwhelming presence of pirates in the distance, Liu Hao felt little trepidation in his heart. However, the sheer number of pirates piqued Liu Hao's curiosity. What exactly was the Blue Hat Trading Company intending to transport to Mariehua? Was it merely to annihilate the 100 vessels of the Blue Hat Trading Company that had drawn these pirates here? Or did they genuinely seek the very item that the Blue Hat Trading Company was delivering to Mariehua? At that moment, George appeared somewhat pale. He gazed into Liu Hao's calm eyes, aware that if he could not provide a precise answer, the formidable force of the Blue Hat Trading Company before him might choose to depart. Observing Liu Hao, George could only manage a wry smile as he spoke. Oh, this matter is truly absurd. It is a game among the world's nobility. Two noble families have an unusual penchant for collecting corpses, though I dare not disclose their names. They later caught wind of an exceedingly bizarre corpse known as the Mercury Corpse, which requires mercury to be injected into a living body, enduring immense torment before it can be fashioned. Ironically, we possess a natural-type mercury fruit within our Blue Hat Trading Company. And this revelation reached those two noble families. Chapter 55, Defeated. Fleeing into the sea, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the thunder roared incessantly. In the distance, pirate ships surrounded like a pack of wolves. The outermost vessels of the Blue Hat were already engaged in naval combat with the pirates. The ship on which Liu Hao stood was ensconced in the very heart of the fleet. To reach it, one would have to vanquish all the vessels outside. I will lend a hand, Liu Hao declared, observing the smoke rising from the distant ships. George, standing beside him, immediately surged forward, cradling a small silver box in his arms. Here, take this. Inside is the mercury fruit. If you fail in this battle, throw it to them. If you succeed, you may return. Upon receiving the silver box from George, Liu Hao chuckled heartily. I had thought you were a fool blinded by lust, yet you exhibit such quick wit. Fear not, I shall fulfill my promise. Hearing Liu Hao's words, George breathed a sigh of relief. For the Blue Hat Trading Company, which was already the most formidable trading entity in the North Sea, further advancement would be splendid. However, should they fail to achieve that, it was of little consequence. Thus, for them, the mercury fruit was not of paramount importance. Yet, for the majority of pirates, obtaining that mercury fruit could elevate them to a status akin to that of the 7 warlords, shielding them from naval assaults. This is undoubtedly splendid news. Liu Hao, with remarkable swiftness, harnessed his ability to manipulate bones, swiftly launching cross-shaped darts made of white bones into the air. Although Liu Hao was not particularly adept at the technique of the moonwalk, he was still capable of swiftly stepping upon the bone darts he had thrown. Charge forward. The pirates surrounding him noted the white bone mask adorning Liu Hao's face. As the president of the Pirate Alliance, Auguste felt compelled to act. Especially now that the enemy had dispatched their most formidable forces, to abstain would be unreasonable. Andreas, who had long been at odds with Auguste, seized this favorable opportunity to speak up. The gaze of the captains of the surrounding pirate crews fixated upon Auguste. At that moment, Auguste found himself in a precarious position. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Andreas. However, he was already committed. He could not afford to find any excuse to decline. If he did, both Andreas and the captains seeking to ally with him would likely raise their demands, complicating the resolution of this matter even further. Since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall represent everyone and confront that individual, he declared, despite harboring some resentment. Auguste did not perceive this confrontation as one he would lose, and thus, he remained relatively untroubled. On the vast sea, Su Yong wielded his long sword, elegantly sweeping it, as if scattering flowers. Though Liu Hao had only mastered the technique of the draw cut, he could always resheath his sword to execute it again. As Liu Hao tirelessly swung his weapon, a sudden and powerful shockwave surged toward him. I never expected someone would dare to strike at me. The shockwave was incredibly swift, catching Liu Hao off guard as he was stepping upon the bone darts, and he was struck by the force. This singular assault sent Liu Hao crashing onto the deck of the ship. Bang! His body created a significant dent in the sturdy deck. A deep, resonant voice echoed in Liu Hao's ears. Boom! The shockwave collided with the bone barrier, akin to colossal waves crashing against the seawall. The continuous rumbling filled the air. Although the ship swayed violently beneath him, it remained intact. Auguste's eyes were immediately drawn to the sudden appearance of the white bone barrier on the ship, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it, this appears to be the ability to manipulate bones. Could it be that bone sorcerer Zygra? He is the only one possessing the power of the bone fruit. Although Auguste considered his strength to be commendable, it paled in comparison to the formidable prowess exhibited by Liu Hao in the guise of Ziegler. In light of this, Auguste felt a throbbing headache. While he did not foresee his defeat in this battle, he feared that even a victory would come at an exorbitant cost. Damn that Andres. Once merely a jesting fool in Auguste's eyes, he now found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament because of him. It seemed that to deal with that scoundrel Ziegler, he must first address the troublesome Andres. As Auguste pondered this predicament, Liu Hao transformed, manipulating his skeletal form into a colossal giant towering nearly 10 meters high. Transformed into a Hulk-like being, the continuous stream of gamma energy was converting into his physical strength. The once pale skeletal giant gradually became enveloped in a viscous black substance. This was the manifestation of armament hockey. When Auguste's sword struck the swirling black currents upon the skeletal giant, a sudden wave of fear surged within him. Could it be that Ziegler had hidden his true strength in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line? This seemed reminiscent of the legendary armament hockey. Auguste plunged directly into the sea, unbeknownst to Liu Hao, who had yet to master observation hockey. This form of hockey served as an extension of human perception, enabling the user to sense, hear, and see their adversaries. In its most profound manifestation, it could even allow one to read the thoughts of others and glimpse fragments of the future. However, attaining such a high level of observation hockey was exceedingly challenging. In contrast, armament hockey, while difficult to learn, was simpler to refine. One merely needed to augment their hockey reserves and continuously build upon them. Many had sensed the presence of this type of hockey in life and death situations, yet honing it to an advanced degree was no trivial task. For Liu Hao, the path to acquiring observation hockey did not necessitate the life-threatening trials akin to those faced by Luffy. Instead, a grand performance would suffice. And this battle was perfectly suited for such an endeavor. However, he needed to contemplate carefully how to execute this role. The pirates, witnessing the ship upon which Auguste stood being utterly obliterated by Liu Hao's terrifying sword aura, were struck with astonishment. Only Hawkins exhibited a flicker of insight in his eyes, as if he possessed knowledge that others lacked. He once again drew a card from the tarot deck, but did not lower his gaze to inspect it. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Andres was lost in a state of ecstatic jubilation. Unexpectedly, that wretched Auguste has been vanquished by the enemy. This implies that the position of the Pirate Alliance leader should rightfully fall to me. Damn it, truly, the heavens have favored me. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Andres promptly adjusted his attire, embodying the demeanor of the illustrious figures he had read about in novels. A man clad in a flamboyant pink coat, resembling a flamboyant flamingo, approached the podium, laughing maniacally. Why not continue the conversation? The atmosphere became so hushed that one could hear a pin drop. In the North Sea, tales of the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo still linger. During the years when Doflamingo reigned over the North Sea, the entire region trembled under the dominion of the Don Quixote family. Even now, numerous black markets in the North Sea are filled with contraband that belongs to the Don Quixote family. Surprisingly, after a decade away, Doflamingo has re-emerged here. What could his intentions possibly be? It is already self-evident. What brings you here? Doflamingo, standing at the podium, wore a slightly deranged smile. My purpose is quite simple. I seek that devil fruit. I trust you comprehend my words. At this moment, the pirates nodded in unison, many of whom had endured the reign of the Don Quixote family a decade prior. Naturally, they dared not defy Doflamingo's demand. Those who once dared to oppose him had long since perished. Then why do you remain here? Doflamingo's voice was barely a whisper. Following Liu Hao's defeat of Auguste, the pirate offensive abruptly faltered. The Blue Hat Consortium swiftly organized a counterattack, contrasting the pirates' chaotic encirclement and assaults. The forces of the Blue Hat Consortium concentrated all their might at a single point. For them, breaching a path to Mariawa would secure victory in this game. Should they earn the protection of the world nobles, the benefits for the Blue Hat Consortium would be nothing short of astounding. Everything has concluded. Hundreds lie lifeless, their bodies torn apart, blood cascading forth, staining the entire sea crimson. A remarkable display indeed. Amidst the torrential rain, along with the cries and wails of the crowd, the sound of applause gradually emerged, resonating within the downpour. Standing in the rain was a figure clad in a pink coat, Doflamingo. Liu Hao never anticipated that one of the 7 warlords, the Heavenly Demon, would make an appearance here. Doflamingo indeed possesses remarkable abilities for swift long-distance navigation, and his purpose for arriving here is unmistakably linked to the mercury fruit in Liu Hao's possession. This desire is comprehensible, as Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon, finds himself no longer acknowledged by those lofty aristocrats of the world. Consequently, the insatiable yearning for the status of the world nobility within him has morphed into a profound loathing. He is prepared to undertake any actions that would bring discomfort to those world nobles, particularly in acquiring a devil fruit such as this one. Even if the mercury fruit were to fall into his hands, he could readily relinquish it to those celestial dragons should they desire it. Moreover, this devil fruit is a rare and precious natural type, making it highly advantageous for his subordinates should he choose not to hand it over to the so-called celestial dragons. It is indeed unexpected that one of the renowned 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, would manifest here. Liu Hao flicked his long blade, causing droplets of water to scatter, tracing a long arc through the air. Chapter 57. The collision of mental power and conqueror's haki. Ha ha ha. You truly seek your own demise. Doflamingo cackled, his head lowered, yet his expression grew increasingly menacing, the veins on his face swelling grotesquely. Overheat whip. Standing on the deck, Doflamingo extended his palm backward, summoning countless strands that coalesced into a massive whip, which he lashed toward Liu Hao. This technique, overheat whip, possesses the capability to slice a high-rise building in half instantaneously, capable of cleaving a small town into 2 within moments. As Doflamingo's attack approached, Liu Hao's expression remained unaffected. Blade slash. Liu Hao had but one technique. The blade in his hand was drawn. Boom. The clash was akin to a raging dragon colliding together. 2 immense shockwaves converged in the heart of the ocean, plunging downwards with a thunderous roar. This unleashed a terrifying surge of waves, creating a pit several hundred meters deep in the sea's center. A vortex began to form slowly. The ship upon which Liu Hao stood, along with the vessel occupied by Doflamingo, was drawn into the vortex's formidable pull, spiraling toward the center. It was as if the world of the Dark Souls required an unending supply of burning fuel. While Liu Hao could harness the primal essence he possessed to amplify his physical prowess into enhanced cerebral capabilities, among the myriad adversaries faced by the Hulk, there exists a formidable foe known as the Leader. While the green giant Hulk derives his immense strength from the boundless power of gamma radiation, the Leader's abilities are exclusively devoted to enhancing his intellect. His cerebral augmentation has reached such heights that he can manipulate reality through sheer mental force. Liu Hao, too, possesses the potential to emulate this, harnessing the primal essence of gamma energy to fortify his mind. Through this unique approach, Liu Hao has awakened both observation haki and conqueror's haki. He is poised to perform a dramatic display before all the pirates of the North Sea and the esteemed Blue Hat Guild. Should this performance garner the acknowledgement of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, Liu Hao will indeed awaken the full extent of his observation and conqueror's haki, laying the groundwork for ascending to the pinnacle of strength in the world. Thus, the time for action has arrived. Liu Hao has expended 2,000 points of primal essence to negate the costs associated with utilizing a devil fruit. Originally, he possessed merely over 3,000 points of primal essence, but after encountering Blackbeard and engaging in battle, his bounty as Zygra has increased significantly, yielding him a considerable influx of primal essence. Therefore, igniting this essence to redirect the enhancement of his gamma energy is entirely feasible. Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy emanates from Liu Hao's being, as he seems to acquire a peculiar sense, allowing him to perceive the tumultuous waves of the sea and the currents of the air, even detecting an enigmatic rhythm of breath. The wind swirls gently, and thunder brews within the darkened clouds. The world around him falls into an eerie silence. Liu Hao appears to analyze every facet of existence with perfect clarity, each molecule before him reforming and shifting like a complete model. The clash between mental prowess and conqueror's haki reverberates through the air. An inaudible thunder and the cracking of the atmosphere emerge within this vicinity. Those aboard the ship beneath Liu Hao are struck into unconsciousness by the terrifying force of his conqueror's haki. And even the crew on Doflamingo's vessel succumbs to the same fate. Doflamingo is not a gentle man. Once he unleashes his formidable conqueror's haki, he shows no regard for the lives of the insignificant beneath him. Enduring prolonged exposure to the onslaught of conqueror's haki can inflict severe damage on one's psyche. However, such devastation requires an exceptionally powerful application of this ability. Clearly, Doflamingo possesses an immense reservoir of conqueror's haki, although he may not yet wield techniques entwined with this power. Utilizing the overwhelming shockwave effect of Conqueror's Haki to shatter a person's mind remains a simple endeavor. The relentless collisions between mental energy and Conqueror's Haki resonate like 1,000 thundering explosions. Even from a considerable distance, the vessels belonging to the Blue Hat Consortium, as well as those of the Pirate Alliance, bore witness to the unfolding spectacle. A peculiar distortion enveloped the space and light between Liu Hao and Don Quixote da Flamingo, as if a dark golden current clashed with a crimson one in the atmosphere. An unnamed black lightning flickered through the air like sparks, only to vanish swiftly. In the North Sea, many are well-versed in the arcane. While the possessors of Conqueror's Haki are few among the four seas, they are not scarce in the Grand Line. A colossal organization like the Blue Hat Consortium possesses an understanding of Haki that is unfathomable to other forces and factions. It was unexpected for Doflamingo to appear here, and even more astonishing that Mr. Zygra possessed the legendary aptitude of 1 in a million, the mark of a true sovereign. Chapter 58. The end of battle. The potent mental energy and Conqueror's Haki intertwined in the air, creating a vast vacuum that swiftly absorbed the surrounding atmosphere, producing a sound akin to a balloon bursting. Doflamingo's visage twisted into a more menacing expression, veins protruding, his complexion a deep crimson as he seemingly went mad. Unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous roar, the formidable mental force and Haki culminated in a terrifying explosion. At this moment, the two powerful presences finally parted, each feeling as though a colossal hammer had struck their brains. I never expected your Conqueror's Haki could withstand me for so long, Bone Demon Zygra. You already have a vessel upon these waters. Doflamingo exclaimed, forcing back the discomfort in his mind as he addressed Liu Hao. Observing Doflamingo's state, Liu Hao remained largely unaffected, for the ceaseless flow of gamma divine energy was mending the mental wounds he had just sustained. Following Doflamingo's declaration, an inexplicable force surged within Liu Hao. He felt as though his mind and body had been unlocked by a key. The power, once sealed by the divine, surged forth once more. The formidable abilities of the mask fruit seemed to alter certain rules, granting Liu Hao access to both observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Although these powers remained exceedingly weak at present, Liu Hao was confident that it would not be long before his strength exhibited a rapid ascent. After all, the clash of mental energies and Conqueror's Haki between him and Doflamingo, once disseminated, would accelerate the rise of his own Haki through the capabilities of his mask fruit. Might you not desire the mercury fruit that lies within my grasp? Liu Hao feigned a semblance of frailty before producing a silvery box containing the mercury fruit. Stating his intent, Doflamingo, initially wearing a grotesque grin, transformed his expression into a nonchalant smile. I concede that the fruit you possess is indeed remarkable. Yet I have squandered too much time here, so you may keep it. With that, Doflamingo waved his hand, and 5 threads shot forth from his fingertips, ensnaring the ominous clouds above, and he ascended amidst the thunderous tempest. Just as Liu Hao believed Doflamingo was departing, he unexpectedly waved his hand again, conjuring several more threads that surged towards the vessel where he had once stood. I recall that a pirate named Hawkins resides aboard that ship. His abilities are quite intriguing. Upon uttering this, Hawkins was once again enveloped in straw. With a resounding pop, he vanished from view. Witnessing Hawkins' departure, Doflamingo erupted into boisterous laughter. In this world, how dare a mere stranger cast a scowl upon me, Doflamingo? How amusing. His laughter faded into the distance as a colossal whirlpool began to form, gradually drawing the ship beneath Liu Hao's feet into its depths. Yet, Liu Hao remained unperturbed amidst the raging storm, slowly unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. Crossing over the upside-down mountain leads to the 4 seas. However, the pirates and navy of the Grand Line are not particularly inclined to venture towards the 4 seas. For those who thrive on the edge of danger, the 4 seas are too tranquil and devoid of excitement. This time, Commodore Wildboar's destination was the North Sea. The World-S Navy was well aware that the North Sea was the territory of Germa 666. Although the reign of the Vinsmoke family had ended, the presence of their patriarch, Judge, had once again propelled his family and nation to become the most formidable force in the North Sea. Upon arriving in the North Sea, Commodore Wildboar understood that capturing Liu Hao and bringing him to Impel Down was beyond his solitary capacity. Thus, his destination was Germa 666. The ship sliced through the waves, swiftly reaching the moving nation of the Vinsmoke family. The Germa kingdom stood unparalleled across the seas, as it was the only nation without a fixed territory, typically operating through dozens of large ships that, when united upon the ocean, formed the kingdom. Its military, composed of formidable soldiers, instilled fear across the seas, with Germa 66 representing the pinnacle of power ruled by the Vinsmoke family. Even under the leadership of the contemporary patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, the formidable technological prowess within the family enables them to create clones and even battle suits. Such extraordinary capabilities afford the Vinsmoke family the privilege of contemplating a matrimonial alliance with one of the four emperors, a testament to their immense strength. The World Navy is not oblivious to the ambitions of the Vinsmoke family. However, in comparison to the pirates, the Germa kingdom, ruled by the Vinsmoke family, maintains a relatively compliant demeanor, further compounded by the fact that the Vinsmoke family has historically collaborated with the Celestial Dragons, assisting them in the modification of their slaves. Chapter 59. The deal with the four emperors. Are you referring to the matter of cooperation? Doflamingo, with an air of arrogance, placed his legs upon the table in front of Vinsmoke Judge. Though displeased internally, Judge understood that it was not yet the time to confront Doflamingo, as he still required his assistance in establishing connections. Indeed, I merely wish to inquire about the current status of this matter. Doflamingo, reclining in his chair, lowered his legs and propped his chin with his hands, a smirk of arrogance dancing on his lips as he regarded Judge. Such a significant affair necessitates my personal involvement. However, do you truly believe that someone of my intermediary stature can engage directly with the four emperor and persuade one to wed his daughter to your offspring? You might be overestimating my influence. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Vinsmoke Judge was entirely aware of the implications behind the words of this audacious man. Rest assured, Mr. Don Quixote, provided you assist me in establishing a connection, I can engage in a minor collaboration with Caesar, especially since I have heard tales of Kaido and your dealings. As he spoke, a smile crept upon Judge's face, exuding an air of confidence. The mere mention of Kaido sent a wave of suffocating dread through Doflamingo, a notorious figure who, despite remaining on Onigashima for decades and seldom appearing, was recognized as the rightful heir to the title of the world's strongest after Whitebeard's demise. The strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Doflamingo lowered his head, a sinister aura emanating from him as his expression turned somewhat grotesque. Are you threatening me, Vinsmoke? Yet Judge merely smiled faintly, for he had engaged with Doflamingo on numerous occasions in the past. His understanding of Doflamingo's capricious and arrogant nature rendered him unfazed by the veiled threats laced within Doflamingo's words. Once, I had the opportunity to work under Caesar, and I have garnered considerable insight into his capabilities. I presume he has yet to create the desired items you and Kaido seek. If you agree to facilitate a connection between us, I might be able to offer Caesar some guidance. Observing the smile on Gaji's face, Doflamingo responded not with anger, but with a grin. With the right guidance, one could swiftly cultivate a formidable chef. However, it appears that Sabina has not yet demonstrated a sense of urgency in enhancing her own abilities. Moreover, Liu Hao understands that such matters cannot be forced, thus, he can only let things unfold naturally. Upon receiving a small box from Liu Hao, George expressed his profound gratitude before directing the fleet toward the Red Land. The following day, remnants of pirates lingered around the fleet, attempting to seize one or two vessels. However, the pirates were repelled by the fleet's cannons. It was not until midday that the entire crew spotted an island, albeit a modest one that resembled a deserted isle. The crew showed no inclination to disembark, merely gazing at the desolate land from afar. Finally reaching the first island, they needed to traverse 3 more deserted islands to reach the Red Land. This perilous journey was drawing to a close. Sighing beside Liu Hao, George spoke, yet Liu Hao remained silent, having spent the day honing his observation haki. He not only employed his haki to observe the fish beneath the waves, but also utilized it for fishing. You truly are shameless, Sabina remarked. Having critiqued Liu Hao's fishing technique since learning of haki, she deemed it an affront to all seasoned fishermen. What would those who have dedicated their lives to fishing think? Do you not wish to develop your skills? After all, among our pirate crew, it is merely you and I. Should I be detained by adversaries, you might find yourself in peril. While fishing, Liu Hao continued to use his observation haki to monitor the situation beneath the sea. Chapter 60. Haki is the foundation for becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the world of One Piece. Whether it be Vice Admiral Garp or the formidable Yonko, each possesses the pinnacle mastery of their haki. However, to ascend to the highest echelons of haki usage, one must not only possess a substantial quantity of it, but also ensure its quality is exceptional. Haki is divided into 3 types: observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. The first 2, as their names imply, serve as supportive forms of haki in combat. However, in the early stages, the conqueror's haki merely served a psychological deterrent effect. It is only when one's own haki accumulates to a sufficient degree that this peculiar energy can envelop the body, manifesting as black lightning. It is precisely due to the conqueror's haki possessing such an ability to entwine with armament haki that Liu Hao confidently asserts that this power is not merely an overflow of mental strength, but rather a formidable aura, an amalgamation of spirit and energy resulting in a singular essence. Yet, the intricacies of mastering the technique of conqueror's haki remain elusive to Liu Hao. After all, within the recesses of his mind, he has yet to grasp the details of how Luffy learned to wield this technique. Without mastering the art of haki entanglement, he would stand utterly defenseless against the formidable Yonko. Among the Yonko, Shanks is widely acknowledged to possess the most potent conqueror's haki. Although Liu Hao is unaware of the method by which Luffy defeated Kaido upon reaching Onigashima, it undoubtedly bears a close association with haki entanglement. Could it be that Shanks imparted to Luffy the knowledge of how to utilize his conqueror's haki for entanglement, ultimately allowing him to overpower Kaido through this technique? This possibility is certainly plausible. The wide grin on his face erupted into laughter as he exclaimed, "I knew that Ziegler wouldn't simply vanish from the seas. True to form, he has made a significant impact by eliminating a considerable number of pirates in the North Sea. Nevertheless, I must remain discreetly hidden in the shadows." A flicker of suppressed resentment and bitterness crossed Blackbeard's eyes. Initially, he was reluctant to engage directly with the Whitebeard pirates, yet in the dark underworld, the name Marshal D. Teach is increasingly becoming a topic of discussion. The arrangements and rumors he left behind before departing from the Whitebeard crew are gradually being obscured by the passage of time. Blackbeard's time is running short. The Whitebeard pirates will soon realize his actions, though he is unaware of which member of his former crew will be dispatched to capture him. Regardless, given Blackbeard's current strength, any captain sent after him would entail a fierce battle. Even the youngest among the captains, Ace, would pose a significant challenge, especially since Blackbeard has not yet fully harnessed the powers of the dark fruit to a level capable of instantaneously suppressing others. Meanwhile, upon the azure waves of the North Sea, Major Boar gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his expression clouded with concern. He had not anticipated that Liu Hao's strength could rival that of the warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo, achieving a stalemate. It is worth noting that Doflamingo ranks among the top 3 in strength within the 7 warlords. What concerns General Wildboar even more is the numerous transformations in the abilities of Ziegler documented in the newspapers during this battle. Many speculate that Ziegler possesses Conqueror's haki comparable to that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Damn it, no matter how formidable you, Ziegler, may currently be, I refuse to believe that under the might of the Germa 66 army, you won't be captured and brought to impel down. In the Germa kingdom, he barely managed to lift his eyelids and cast a glance at Sabina before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with the payment. However, seeing Liu Hao's demeanor, Sabina was quite displeased. She approached him and gave his thigh a firm slap. You Haven't even looked closely. How can you determine whether this outfit is appealing or not? Take a better look. Moreover, choosing clothing requires meticulous selection, Sabina continued to chide him. Liu Hao, feeling helpless, had no choice but to rise from the sofa and scrutinize Sabina from top to bottom. It must be said that although Sabina had assumed a new visage due to Liu Hao's mask fruit ability, her figure remained as captivating and bold as ever. Especially in that open-back blue gown, she could undoubtedly make any man's mouth water, were it not for Liu Hao's current stage of development. Where hormones had yet to manifest, he too would have surely been entranced by the present Sabina. Indeed, you look splendid. The melancholic blue complements your fiery temperament, creating a juxtaposition of ice and fire. I speak the truth, Sabina. This blue gown suits you exceptionally well. Receiving an affirmative response, Sabina snapped her fingers at George. Go and make the payment. While parting with money is displeasing to anyone, if spending it could grant him a moment of peace, George would willingly part with all his funds. However, Kotoa Island is not particularly large. Chapter 61. Fate cannot be forced. While mastering a technique to its zenith can allow one to defeat an adversary with a single move, it is essential to recognize the significant differences between individuals. Sometimes, it is not merely a matter of employing the same technique to vanquish an opponent. The mental and physical exertion required is beyond imagination. This is why Liu Hao sought to find a swordsmanship dojo on Kotoa Island for systematic study. The island features dozens of streets, most of which are lined with luxury goods, gourmet food, toys, and automobiles, streets filled with expensive commodities. Yet, there remain 3 or 4 streets dedicated to imparting various techniques. On the swordsmanship street, there are over 200 dojos. Some students even hail from the noble families of the Red Earth continent. Thus, While the instructor's strength may not be guaranteed, their teaching abilities are undoubtedly commendable. Being a formidable individual does not necessarily equate to the ability to nurture other strong beings. Thus, a teacher's strength is not always paramount. What is crucial is their capacity to impart knowledge effectively. The swordsmanship dojo located on the Swordsmanship Street is widely acknowledged by numerous nobles, ensuring that the instructors within possess considerable merit. The Flame Swordsmanship Dojo stands as the largest establishment on the street, housing the most students and boasting the most formidable practitioners. Its master, Harkis, was once a renowned bounty hunter on the Grand Line, reputed for assisting various nations in quelling internal strife and even engaging in battles against powerful pirates from the New World. However, after a conflict with one of the four emperors, he was relentlessly pursued by pirates, forcing him to retreat to the North Sea, where he ultimately established the Flame Swordsmanship Dojo on Kotoa Island. Harkis' style of swordsmanship is known as the flame sword technique, which, when mastered, allows the wielder to tear through the air with their sword, conjuring flames capable of incinerating an entire street with a single strike. Gazing through the dojo's windows, one can indeed witness students practicing within, sparks igniting as their swords slice through the air. This place is a land cursed by Harkis, who obtained his devil fruit in his homeland. Yet, the overwhelming power of the curse has utterly ravaged the island, now cloaked in ominous clouds. The island has long been deserted. By the time Harkis was 8, its population had perished. Hawkins survived on this island due to the devil fruit he consumed, understanding that the mightier the fruit, the greater the cost it demands. Just as Blackbeard's dark fruit possesses its vulnerabilities, or Sugar's hobby fruit eternally confines her to the form of a child, so too does Liu Hao's mask fruit enforce its own rules of performance. Likewise, the scarecrow fruit that Hawkins ingested exacts a heavy toll. It grants him the ability to manipulate powerful curse energies for spatial movement and brief glimpses into the future. However, the price is steep. While he can wield the power of curses, the curses themselves do not dissipate, but instead transfer to others. In his youth, when Hawkins recklessly employed the curse from the scarecrow fruit, it unleashed a terrifying plague upon Crow Island. Within a mere 2 years, the epidemic spread, claiming the lives of tens of thousands, including his own family. Consequently, Hawkins harbors a deep-seated hatred for this island. Yet, without the scarecrow fruit, survival would have been impossible. Thus, he has returned once more. He yearns to alter his destiny, even considering leveraging the overflow of this curse as a secret weapon. Yet, at his core, Hawkins detests the feeling of relinquishing control. However, unlike the insurmountable weaknesses of other devil fruits, the scarecrow fruit possesses a unique connection to fate. What is destined to be must come to pass. What is not destined should not be forced. Yet the scarecrow fruit can forcibly alter fate, allowing one to defy the odds. Nonetheless, to challenge destiny, one must wager their very life as a stake. Additionally, this gamble necessitates the involvement of another to facilitate the wager. This is precisely why Hawkins seeks the assistance of someone beyond fate, for only such an individual can instigate the formation of the gamble. Within the central hotel of Kotoa Island, a series of urgent knocks echoed against Sabina's door. Could it be that fellow Liu Hao has returned? Afraid to wander alone, has he come seeking his sister? Sabina muttered to herself as she perused a book on the balcony. Upon opening the door, she was met by 7 or 8 pallid men clad in black. "Are you Miss Sabina?" inquired the leader, his voice hoarse. Having traversed the world for some time, Sabina was acutely aware of the origins of these men. They were either local thugs from Kotoa Island or forces from rival pirates. Chapter 62. Gathering at Crow Island. Gazing at the note resting on the table, Liu Hao furrowed his brow. The handwriting appeared to belong not to a human, but rather resembled that of an animal, struggling to wield a quill with its 2 claws, scribbling a haphazard line upon the paper. It resembled the scrawl of a puppet attempting to write with its own hands. The erratic script resembled worms writhing across the surface, barely legible in its content. Sabina is on Crow Island. Liu Hao's observation hockey was not extensive enough to envelop the entire island. During his time at the Blazing Sword Dojo, he had been wholly absorbed in his studies, thus oblivious to Sabina's situation. Yet, he was taken aback that someone dared to abduct his companion, audaciously placing this note upon the table. "Regardless of whether you are on Crow Island or not, I trust you will not fall into my grasp." A flicker of anger simmered within him, a hint of green light igniting in his gaze. But Liu Hao quickly suppressed it, recognizing that anger would resolve nothing. What he required now was a calm mind. "Mr. Zygra, this is a map of Crow Island. Years ago, it is said that a grievous plague befell Crow Island, extinguishing the lives of all its inhabitants, and even the creatures that roamed its lands underwent bizarre mutations. Should you venture there, it could prove perilous. George retrieved a detailed map of the North Sea from the Blue Top Hat Society and laid it before Liu Hao. However, Liu Hao's expression remained remarkably ordinary. Rest assured, it is merely a small island, he declared. No matter how formidable the plague may be, it is still just a plague, is it not? Do remember to procure the items I require from the Jamar Kingdom and prepare the materials for the ship repairs we discussed. I shall return within a fortnight at the latest. Observing Liu Hao's demeanor, George chose not to press further. In a dilapidated castle upon Crow Island, Hawkins sat like a king upon a weathered throne. Before him stood hundreds of pallid men clad in black, their eyes vacant like marionettes. The power of curses is indeed formidable, capable of manipulating the very souls of men. Yet, the more one wields such potent curses, the more likely they are to spiral out of control, culminating in a terrifying plague that could engulf the world. The cursed energy within me is nearing saturation. I must resolve this issue swiftly, lest I be consumed and transformed into a nightmarish scarecrow. While the original tale does not reveal how Hawkins managed to resolve his own affliction, it is evident that he now requires Liu Hao's assistance. Perhaps a twist of fate in the future will allow Hawkins to eliminate the weakness of his scarecrow fruit. A rare smile flickered across Hawkins's otherwise lifeless face. I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Hawkins. It is my honor to serve you, Miss Shabina. Hawkins's smile brightened further. However, your bringing me here must be related to Ziegler, correct? May I inquire what you seek from him? As Shabina posed this question, a sense of trepidation washed over her. Despite Hawkins's gentlemanly demeanor, one could never be sure of his true nature. Yet Hawkins merely smiled indifferently. I summoned Mr. Ziegler for a singular purpose, to have him defeat me. There is something I am uncertain whether to voice or not, Mr. Hawkins. You may express it freely, Miss Shabina. After all, I require your assistance in persuading Mr. Ziegler. The mere thought of Liu Hao sent Shabina's heart racing. She imagined him in a state of anxious despair, eager to witness the expression on his face, chuckling softly to herself, since she realized their current predicament posed little danger. A mischievous spirit began to stir within her once more. On the periphery of Crow Island, a perpetual shroud of mist envelopes the landscape. The purple-hued fog resembling the noxious vapors wafting from a marsh, clinging to the skies above. Despite its name, Crow Island hosts not a single crow, exuding an eerie tranquility akin to a vast grave in the expanse of the sea. The only sounds that penetrate the stillness are the faint whispers of the wind and the rhythmic lapping of waves against the shores. From the vessel of Major Bohr, one gazes towards the interior of the island, where remnants of shattered structures lay strewn about, desolate and pallid, devoid of any signs of former human habitation. This is indeed Crow Island. Decades ago, a dreadful plague swept across this isle, extinguishing the lives of all its inhabitants. Even to this day, traces of the virulent disease linger within the island's forests, leaving one to ponder why that scoundrel Ziegler would choose to linger here. The speaker is Yongji, the fourth scion of the Vinsmoke family, clad in a green combat uniform. Major Bohr's expression is grave as he surveys the distant Crow Island. Chapter 63, The Onset of Carnage. Liu Hao, wielding his observation hockey, scans the forest before him, seeking any trace of Sabina's presence amidst the dense foliage. Regrettably, he finds nothing. However, upon traversing the high mountains to the opposite side, he discovers a small town, its once vibrant structures reduced to crumbling ruins. A shadow of its former self. If one were to conceal themselves, it is likely they would do so within this forsaken town. Moreover, Liu Hao notices a dilapidated castle perched on a cliff at the town's edge, overlooking the sea. If others seek to capture Sabina, they will undoubtedly come seeking trouble with me. Yet, I remain uncertain of their true intentions. At this moment, Liu Hao's thoughts are predominantly focused on his companions. Unperturbed by the potential challenges that may arise, even if the four emperors were to arrive, he possesses means to navigate such encounters. Meanwhile, Major Bohr and his fleet begin to navigate through the layers of mist and treacherous reefs, arriving at the harbor of Crow Island. This port has long fallen into desolation and decay, overrun by pale, unruly weeds that blanket the area. From a distance, even the pathways appear choked with vines. The vessels dock slowly, and Major Bohr leaps ashore with urgency, his gaze fixated on the desolate town. Could it be that Ziegler is hiding in this accursed place? Major Bohr finds this notion hard to believe, as pirates are typically wary of directly provoking the navy. Yet, his eyes quickly catch sight of Liu Hao emerging from the forest, and a fierce rage ignites within him, erupting like a volcano. Standing beside him, Yongji and the members of Germa 66 surged forward in a tumultuous rush. The relentless cannon fire immediately erupted towards Liu Hao. However, Liu Hao's speed was astonishing. akin to a pale lightning bolt slicing through the air in the blink of an eye. A series of explosive sounds resonated, a consequence of his body tearing through the atmosphere, creating a resonant hum. Shortly thereafter, Liu Hao's form began to undergo rapid transformation, as white bones started to grow at an astonishing pace in his hands. The bone chain blade. The blade expanded swiftly within the air, shredding it apart, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of galloping steeds and tearing fabric. Boom. The incoming projectiles were instantaneously shattered by the bone chain blade. With unbridled ferocity, Major Wild Boar had transformed into a half-human, half-beast embodiment, resembling a truly frenzied wild boar as he charged towards Liu Hao. Such reckless audacity. Though Liu Hao had yet to unveil any formidable techniques, his metamorphosis into the Hulk had rendered his body nearly invulnerable, with a terrifying strength capable of upheaving the very earth. The clash of their powers reverberated continuously. While he lacked any particularly extraordinary abilities compared to his brothers, he possessed an astonishing brute strength. With a single punch, he managed to shatter the mask adorning Liu Hao's face. It is worth noting that as Liu Hao delved deeper into his role, the strength of his bones had significantly increased. Ordinary force and punches were insufficient to break through. To my surprise, this punch did not end your life. It appears you are indeed a worthy opponent, Yongji boasted with bravado. Let us not waste more words, Vinsmoke. Join me in taking down Ziegler. Yongji grinned, his body already enveloped in the armor of hockey. In Liu Hao's perception, among the 4 sons of the Vinsmoke family, if one were to speak of accomplishments in the future, the third son, Sanji, would undoubtedly achieve the highest. Yet, unexpectedly, with over a year remaining before the storyline fully unfolded, Sanji's brothers had already mastered such advanced levels of hockey. However, within a mere 2 years, Sanji had caught up with his siblings, illustrating the remarkable height of his innate talent. It seems that among the genetically modified children of the Vinsmoke family, only Sanji is truly perfect. The others are emotionally detached and brutal, akin to inhumane beings. Vinsmoke family, World Navy. Very well. If that is the case, then you too shall remain here. Liu Hao spoke with a detached tone, as he frequently harnessed the power bestowed upon him from below all things, the Gamma God power. Liu Hao's temperament had, unbeknownst to him, become somewhat irritable. An anger as profound as the abyss began to ignite within Liu Hao, with the inexhaustible Gamma God power being transformed by this fury. The momentum of this fellow is rising remarkably fast, Major Boar remarked to his companion, Yongji. However, most members of the Vinsmoke family are exceedingly proud and arrogant. Though Yongji sensed Liu Hao's strength escalating rapidly, he still believed that the two of them together could certainly defeat the Ziegler before them.